Hey, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry I look all crazy. Let's go ahead and do the intro. I also need to make sure that I get the people who are currently in a different live stream over to us. So give me 1 second.
Drop the beat. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him.
Hey, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry my hair looks crazy. Sorry that I look crazy, but that's not going to change. Listen, could one or two of you do me a favor, please? So on Valor Media Network, Phil, one of the back-end guys, he asked me to use the studio. And so what happened was I went live the way that I normally do, which is just going live on the channel. And then I backed out and went into the studio. So that accidentally created 2 live streams. So there's 2 people who are waiting for me to go live on the other live stream. Can you type in Valor Media Network into your search bar, go to the YouTube search function, and then just type in chat, hey, we're live over here. Reason being, I already typed that into chat, but I don't know if those 2 people are just going to be stuck in there in perpetuity, just staring at nothing. So, God bless them. But I already did it. I just don't know if they're gonna. I don't know if they're gonna come over. So let me go ahead and just copy. Let me go ahead and copy the YouTube search. Let me go ahead and get it over to Twitter and Discord and all that jazz. And then don't worry, we're gonna have a very poppin' show today. We're gonna have everyone. So at minimum, we are going to have Vaush versus Warhammer and Dave Smith versus Donald Trump. That's going to be the show if the Ted Cruz versus Tucker Carlson show doesn't drop. If the Tucker Carlson show does drop, then I might flip over to that, only because, number one, it's going to be a hot VOD. Number two, it looked really entertaining because I think Tucker is trying to do a bunch of debate gotchas, and Ted Cruz, for all his faults, is a fairly smart, Ivy League educated fella. And so it seemed like he did get tripped up by a few gotchas, but it also seemed like he's not going to take that crap lying down from Tucker. He's probably going to take the fight to Tucker, which I wish he had that level of fight with the Trump admin. I wish he had that level of, I have these principles and these people are violating them and I'm a pragmatist and burp, burp, burp. I wish he had that level of pragmatism when it came to other stuff. But, hey, say lovey. That's Republicans for you. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? They'll have principles for about 45 seconds when it's convenient. And the second Donald Trump says, no, you don't have those principles anymore, they go, ooh, what principles? My bad. Where's the other place I need to put it? I need to put it on my politics channel. Sorry. Normally it's this is already done before I go live, but the back end studio business was a little bit confusing. My apologies, but I promise the content will be worth it. All right. Anyways, all right, we're posted everywhere. We already got 50. You guys are crazy. I haven't even done anything yet. My hair looks bananas. Let me go back to chat just because I want to say hello to my beautiful chat. Harmonic Fox, good to see you. Christian Valeris, good to see you. Gen X, good to see you. Mellow D, Sapient Green, Christian Valeris, Dank Brandon, Jonah Boy, Randy Chang. Vaush versus Warhammer, please no, don't make me side with Vaush. I'm going to force you to side with Vaush because there's no way that I'm going to take that. It's all satire. The chuds and the fascists just don't understand the point of Warhammer, which is fine. You can say that Warhammer is partially satire and is meant to make fun of authoritarianism, dogmatism, all that kind of stuff. You know what? It's not okay to pretend. It's not okay to pretend that that's all it is. Because guess what? Gaunt's Ghost isn't making fun of anybody. Gaunt's Ghost is a gritty war drama that actually explores the emotions of like loss and war and conflict and honor and deceit and hate. Like Gaunt's Ghost has nothing to do with any kind of satire of human emotions. It's very earnest and it's very good. Same thing with the Horus Heresy. You can say that the Horus Heresy is ridiculous with the way that it does its mythos and mythology. And, you know, if the Emperor had just loved his sons more, you know, it's basically like wrestling, but the fate of the galaxy is, you know, in the hands of 20 demigods. You can say that that's the case with the Horus Heresy. However, within the Horus Heresy are also earnest stories about valor and secrecy and betrayal and loyalty and, again, hatred and self-hatred and all sorts of shit. So if his entire thing is, lol, chuds have no media literacy, then I'm going to go, lol, you're an idiot. Sorry, I didn't mean to cuss so early into the stream. Who took my seat? Dang it. Oh, well, the stream. Yep, like the stream, please. Christian Blair says, isn't Vaush a Warhammer fan? What the verse is? Because I think he's just going to... I think he's just going to be like, oh, you don't have any media literacy. Randy Chang says, bearded Ted Cruz is 4 power levels above clean-shaved Ted Cruz. It's true. Both are on vacation in Cancun. Lol. Isn't Ted Cruz Canadian? Explains the education. Lol. Eric Eater says, yo, good morning, Eric Eater. Good to see you. Drew the Dogman, I guess I'll watch you till Destiny comes on. Well, thank you, Drew. I appreciate being second place in your heart. Linda Bechter says, sorry, I'm late. Had to help the neighbor get her injured cat into the crate to take to the vets. The setting is satire, not the stories. Exactly. Linda Bechter, I'm sorry to hear that your neighbor's cat got injured. You don't have to apologize for being late because don't worry, I will be taking psychic damage for your entertainment no matter what. King of the Fallen says the setting is satire, not the stories. Right. So you can, if you differentiate that, then I think that's a nuanced enough analysis where the whole commentary is on dogmatism and authoritarianism and religiosity run amok, but then the actual setting actually takes things quite seriously, because when you look at the threats, guess what? Chaos is a threat. The demons, as far as I know, are not analogies for ethnic and religious minorities who have some like noble underlying features. You know what I'm saying? They're actually like monsters. They're real unapologetic monsters. So anyways, we'll react to that and get pissed off about it. Joda Boy says, putting the cats in the crate is always a hassle. True. H-Lock says, what's good, grill hottest? Nothing much. Good to see you, brother. John says, yo, Connor, what's your favorite Warhammer book? Anything by Dan Abnett. Seriously, I'm not kidding. Dan Abnett wrote like 2 of the first 4 Heresy books, and they were excellent. Flight of the Eisenstein, in retrospect, is probably one of my favorite Horus Heresy books. I do like the other ones, but I think Flight of the Eisenstein actually has just something emotionally raw about the virus bombing and then the like, you know, killing your former brothers and then running away so you can try to save the Imperium. There's something emotionally raw about that. And then trying to think of what else. Flight of the Eisenstein, and then basically anything by Dan Abnett. Dan Abnett has made me fall in love with so many characters, and then he's killed them, and he's made me cry. Dan Abnett has made me cry multiple times. John. Sapien Green says, you can always take psychic damage. Consider taking physical damage for a change. Well, I might lift weights during the stream, so maybe I will. Harmonic Fox says, weird, I was in the pre-queue for the show today, but it was stuck on the loading screen. Yep, I was trying to get you over here. Drude Phyrexian says, Dave and Vaush are idiots listening to Dark Imperium now. Based. Dude Mansu says, good morning, y'all. Good morning to you. I'm going to say hello to a couple more people, then we'll get cracking. Deus Halcyon says, good morning, all, and Dan Abnett choice. Chris Wright is also phenomenal, making me love the White Scars. Based. Kingslayer says, just saying the Imperium Man are objectively the good guys. True. Is he still writing books for GW? No idea. I hope he is. He's still writing for the video game, so I assume he has to wait for it. Drew Phyrexian says, I hate Beverly Hill Communists. Well, then you're going to love our show today. All right. Anyways, John, yes, to my knowledge, he's still writing. All right. So let's pull up these crazy characters that we have for us today. Let's go ahead and get cracking with Hopefully I don't spill my tea today. Hopefully I don't scream and cry and poop my pants when I spill my tea. Let's do what is it? Breaking points. Dave Smith disavows Trump. What a crazy episode. I'm actually I can't even wait to do this intro. This intro is going to be crazy. All right, let me try to brush my hair real quick. It's still going to look crazy. And let me turn off the comments real quick. Nope, chat's popping off, so it's hard to track. All right, here we go. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and never Trump Republican. We have too many things going on in the news right now, but the main thing that's going on is Trump is breaking with his base in reference to Israel and Iran. Trump ran and promised to be the constant candidate of peace who would start new wars, whose strength would allow him to resolve diplomatic issues that have plagued the world for decades. He'll just solve them like that because he's so strong and he's so smart and he's so this and he's so that. And he'll take the fight to the deep state and stop the deep state from capitalizing on the wars of the American people. And you know what actually ended up happening? None of that. None of that happened. Okay? Because anybody with an IQ over 80 would have been able to have predicted the fact that this dude was a blowhard who actually made more enemies than friends. And so as a result, the Ukraine war didn't end on day 1. It didn't end on day 30. It didn't end on day 60. It didn't end on day 90. And I'm pretty sure it hasn't ended at day 120, which should be approximately where we're at right now. When it comes to the conditions in the Middle East and North Africa, they're as volatile as they've ever been. When it comes to the Israel-Gaza conflict, it's still ongoing, and there's still hundreds of thousands of people in a precarious position that might result in their deaths. So no, Trump is not some 5D chess master negotiator. We've known this for a decade, and yet somehow the Trump base is still coping, believing that somehow he's going to pull out a 5D chess maneuver that's going to resolve everything. Dave Smith, a libertarian who hates the military-industrial complex, who hates interventionism, somehow deluded himself in the previous election cycle into believing that Donald Trump was going to be the pro-peace candidate over the military establishment. Let me go ahead and tell you that the quote-unquote military-industrial complex establishment would be more tepid in reference to Iran and Israel than Donald Trump is being, where he's effectively supporting everything that Israel does and is also just randomly tweeting out, evacuate Tehran. What an insane time to be alive. I can't believe we have this buffoon in the White House, but it is what it is. So we're going to watch a libertarian along with some anti-war contrarian, I don't even know how to describe Sagar and Jetty. He's like contrarian right wing and Crystal Ball contrarian left wing. We're going to watch them do a drum circle about how they're disavowing Trump and his military interventionism, which should be pretty funny. Let me bring these characters on screen, and you can watch me take psychic damage for your enjoyment. Let's go.
Friend of the show, Dave Smith. We're going to be talking about the fallout here from the U.S. Involvement in the war between Israel and Iran. But most importantly, we want to get to the actual goal here of the Israeli military campaign. Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu really giving the game away yesterday in an interview with Fox News, where he calls for regime change with Iran. Let's take a listen.
So is regime change part of the effort here?
Could certainly be the result, because the Iran regime is very weak. I think it's basically left with two things. It's plans to have atomic bombs and ballistic missiles. That's basically what Iran has. They certainly don't have the people. 80% of the people would throw these theological thugs out. I mean, they murder them. They oppress them for 46 years. They've yearned for freedom. I mean, they shoot women because their hair is uncovered. They shoot students. They just suck the oxygen from this brave and gifted people, the Iranian people.
I want to talk about the nuclear threat, and I want to talk about President Trump. You just said Iran tried to assassinate President Trump twice. Do you have intel that the assassination attempts on President Trump were directly from Iran?
Through proxies, yes. Through their intel, yes. They want to kill him. Look, he's enemy number one. He's a decisive leader. He never took the path that others took to try to bargain with him in a way that is weak, giving them giving them basically a pathway to enrich uranium, which means a pathway to the bomb, padding it with billions and billions of dollars. He took up this fake agreement and basically tore it up. He killed Qasem Soleimani. He said, made it very clear, including now, you cannot have a nuclear weapon, which means you cannot enrich. He's been very forceful. So for them, he's enemy number one.
Yeah.
Look, they also tried to kill me, but I'm his junior partner.
When did
they
you
understand that President Trump is a great threat to Iran's plans to weaponize nuclear weapons and use them.
When did you tell President Trump you were going to launch these strikes?
Look, I've been in constant contact with President Trump. We've known each other for many years. And obviously, we informed our American friends and President Trump, our great friend, ahead of time. No, we did. He knew about it, of course.
I mean,
so what's interesting about this is I feel like Israel is doing some rhetorical sleight of hand in order to make it obvious that the United States is going to back them. And just to outline this for the chat, I of course believe that republicanism, mixed economy capitalism, representative democracy, all that kind of stuff, all of these are universal human goods. And I do wish that the Iranian regime had that. But as a war on terror veteran, I can tell you that when people don't want what you're trying to give them, they end up just kind of waiting for you to leave. And that's actually what happened in the Iraq war, was we wanted to give them secular, liberal democracy, and the Iraqis just didn't want it. They wanted us gone so they could do their own thing, so they could have their civil war, they could figure out who was going to be in charge, and then they could, create their own destiny going forward. They weren't interested in what we had to offer them. So now, after the Iraq war, after the civil war, after everything, they kind of have this like hybrid of Iraqi corruption, democratic processes that might be able to counter it a little bit, Iranian influence, and then the weakness of the current central government that lost half of the country to ISIS and then had to claw its way back with Iran's help in order to reclaim those territories. So I have no idea what the future of Iraq is, but I don't want to do the same thing in Iran. I don't want to walk in and have half a dozen, ethno-religious petty differences result in us taking out an autocratic regime, and then those people go to war and then they slaughter each other. I'm not really interested in causing Iraq 2.0. So I think most of the American people kind of side with me, at least in that regard. So putting that aside, if there's going to be regime change has to come from the people. They have to be interested in overthrowing the Ayatollahs. I'm not interested in doing that for them. I'm not interested in American military boots being on the ground for that purpose. So then it comes to the next question. Well, should or could Iran have a nuclear device? And if they have a nuclear device, they've talked shit about the United States, probably because they want to prevent regime change. They've talked shit about Israel because Israel, they've talked about wiping off the face of the map. At least they did in the previous, the Ahmadinejad, regime, talked about how bad Israel was and how bad they wanted to take them out. So is them having a bomb tolerable? And I truly don't know because I haven't done enough research in order to see how psychotic the current regime is. So Benjamin Netanyahu says that they're psychotic. They'll rain devastation down on the planet. They'll become a hermit kingdom that is a power broker in the Middle East and North Africa for generations to come. And so therefore, that's not a position that he's willing to tolerate. However, I don't even think Israelis are ready for the kind of war that he's also suggesting. So I'm actually a little bit leaving it up in the air as to what I decide, and I'm still consuming information in order to figure out what I believe about geopolitical crap right now. So let's see. Now, needs to be remarked, Trump is betraying his principles by acting like a hawk in certain regards. But let's check in the chat real quick because I missed you guys. It's been like a whole 12 hours. AF says, good day, chat. Hi, AF. Good to see you, brother. Then Sapien says, Netanyahu doing it all for the Iranian people. Yeah, isn't that sweet of him? Isn't it sweet of Benjamin Netanyahu to care about the civil rights of the Iranian people with no other motivation, by the way? No other motivation. He's doing it out of the pureness of his heart. John says, F, this prime minister is a weasel. Well, it seems like you guys aren't falling for the stump speech. Maybe I'm too naive. Conservative liberalism says, I'm Trump's junior partner. Say what you want about Bibi. He knows his audience. Yeah. He keeps He keeps being like, we're best friends. We talk all the time. We love each other. He's such a strong guy. I've seen him bench press a cow. Israel ain't putting boots on the ground. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Dr. Plague Doctor says, but Connor, don't you know that Iraq has nukes? We have to stop the spread of communism. They hit the Twin Towers, man. Unironically, that's me, though. Christian Lair says, outside of their land, and U.S. troops would be a cluster F giving the terrain of Iran. Yeah, I mean, you're talking about like, not only are you talking about like mountains and steppe, you're also talking about highly urbanized areas in mountainous steppe. So you're taking like the worst parts of Iraq and you're combining it with the worst parts of Afghanistan. It's actually horrible, like a horrible game plan. I don't think we should, I don't think we should have any kind of on-the-ground military intervention whatsoever. Christian Lair says, outside of their land and U.S. troops would be a cluster F. Oh, yeah, sorry, that's one I just read. Melody says, I'm cool as long as we don't do boots on the ground. Rather us provide / sell everything to Israel and they do it. Yeah, kind of. But then at the same time, does that mean that if they don't have the full technological capacity that we do with like stealth bombers and bunker busters, does Iran just build all this stuff underground and then they get the bomb and then eventually we see mushroom clouds over Tel Aviv and we just kind of have to live with that? I don't know, man. I don't know. Anyways, let's watch.
There were reports that President Trump kind of helped you achieve your strategic surprise by publicly urging you not to attack when he already knew you had decided to do it. So you were closely coordinating with the U.S. throughout this process.
Look, we're fully coordinated, but understand that America under President Trump will make the decisions that are best for America. And that's the way it is. He understands that I, as the Prime Minister of Israel, the one and only Jewish state, must make the decisions that are important for the survival of my country, and he will do what is best for America.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Israel doesn't always ask for our permission. Sometimes they ask for our forgiveness, where they just say, hey, this is what we're doing, and you're going to have to deal with the fallout. So Israel is not a pure puppet of the American imperial machine. And neither is the United States a puppet of Israel in a pure sense. They're friends or allies who operate with similar goals, and those goals have overlap, so they work together, but they're not always going to agree, especially on kinetic operations. They're not always going to agree on kinetic operations. Bud123 says, how do we know that Iran would use it? We don't. We don't, Bud123. That's part of the problem. We don't know that they would use it. So you just kind of have to, let's presume they get the bomb, and they go on to their national state news, and they say, if Israel keeps doing what it's doing, we're going to nuke Tel Aviv. Then you just have to go, well, I hope they don't nuke Tel Aviv. And then that's just the world that you live in now. And Saudi Arabia, likewise, said that if Iran gets the bomb, they're getting the bomb as well. And so as a result, you have a three-way nuclear détente in the Middle East and North Africa with, religions that believe in an apocalypse. So you just might get a crazy leader who wants to usher in the apocalypse. Shadow2 Bravo says, and this is important, good morning, Connor. I announced my campaign for the Idaho State House next month. Local elections need to be bigger focus for Republicans. Well, brother, if you keep me posted on that, then I'll shout you out whenever. Dank Brandon says he did see him bench press a cow, but it was actually just a cheeseburger, and after BB puked in the bathroom. Rude and mean. Melody says, we go in, baby. I hope not. Randy Chang says, we don't know Putin would use it, or North Korea. We don't need more nuclear powers generally. Agreed. So, but then this is the question. What forces are you willing to commit to attack a foreign nation in order to prevent their capacity for developing a nuclear bomb? Apparently, bear in mind, I'm quoting other people, you only need 5% enriched uranium in order to burn that in a nuclear reactor. And there are IAEA reports showing that there's the residue of 60% enriched uranium, which would only be necessary if they were engaging in an active nuclear weapons program. Christian Lair says, again, this is all Trump's fault anyways, given he pulled the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. Well, he also withdrew from the Iran deal, right? So he withdrew from the Iran deal without a better plan. So what did Iran do for the past decade while he's been fighting for power and been distracted? Iran's been developing a quote-unquote space program in order to develop ballistic missiles, and they've also been enriching uranium. So, whatever says Europe doesn't need more migrant waves from wars, agreed there as well. So, yeah, I don't think anybody is really interested in regime change. Not at this point. I think we all have fatigue.
That is a relationship of mutual respect and mutual confidence.
I mean, there's so much going on there, Dave. There is regime change. There is the flattery and the lies potentially about this some so-called Iranian plot to assassinate Trump. And then finally there is the, you know, really buttering it up, but calling Trump to join him in this war on regime change. Just broadly, we want to give you the floor, both to react to that and to the entire situation here.
Yeah, well, you know, it's just you're allowed to throw as many lies at the wall as you want to when you're selling a war. So there's a lot there to kind of unpack. Number one, I would just say, first off, the accusation that Iran was trying to assassinate Donald Trump just doesn't meet the most basic of smell tests. I mean, like, so you're telling me that the Iranian regime essentially declared war on the United States of America already, tried to murder the sitting president, and yet his response was to try to negotiate with them for a couple months until finally we had Israel attack them. Does that make sense to anybody?
It makes sense to me. This is my presumption, Dave Smith. God, I hate Dave Smith. No offense. Like, I'm sure he's a great guy to get a beer with, but holy shit. Iran plan to assassinate Trump. Let's just see if there's anything that we can find here. Iran ordered an operative to assassinate Trump before the blah, blah, blah. Let's go ahead and read this. This is from November 8th, 2024. Iran ordered an operative to assassinate Trump before the election, federal prosecutors say. The alleged would-be assassin is believed to be in Iran and remains at large, prosecutors said. The Iranian government ordered an operative to assassinate Donald Trump before the 2024 election. Manhattan federal prosecutors said Friday, the latest in a string of assassination plots directed at the former and future president. Prosecutors charge Fareed Shakeri with murder for hire and providing material support to a foreign terrorist organization. He is believed to be in Iran and remains at large, prosecutors said. In addition to the plot to kill Trump, Shakeri and two other men, Carlisle Rivera and Jonathan Lodholt, were charged with separate attempted murder for hire schemes targeting a U.S. citizen of Iranian origin who was publicly opposed to the Iranian government. According to a criminal complaint unsealed in Manhattan federal court, Shakeri said during an FBI interview that in September he was directed by the IRGC of Iran to surveil and kill Trump, whom the charging papers identify as victim 4. When Shakeri told an IRGC official that doing so would prove expensive, the official responded with money's not an issue, which Shakeri understood to mean the IRGC previously had spent a significant sum of money on efforts to murder victim 4 and was willing to continue spending a lot of money in its attempt to procure victim 4's assassination. 1 month later, on October 7th, according to the prosecutors, the IRGC ordered Shakeri to put forward a plan to assassinate Trump within 1 week, and if that proved impossible, to pause the plan until after Election Day because the IRGC assumed Trump would lose, making him easier to kill. According to the complaint, Shakeri claimed in the FBI interview that he didn't intend to propose a plan to murder Trump within the time frame dictated by the IRGC official. Okay. So what's the problem here? So members of the, you know, Trump says he's the muscular threat to Iran. He just talks and everybody bends the knee. He's a threat to the outside world because everybody respects him so much. You know, entire nations get weak at the knees when he says something publicly. So why wouldn't Iran want a more sober dealer with the Iranian officials, like the Democratic Party, like Kamala Harris, like President Obama? Because let's face it, Kamala Harris would follow in Obama's footsteps. Why wouldn't they prefer Kamala to Obama? And why wouldn't they hate Trump for backing Israel super hard? That actually seems fairly logical to me. So, and I think when you're president of the United States, you just kind of presume that everybody's going to try to kill you. I mean, I thought that was just a presumption. So, Christian Valeris clarifies that the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action is actually the Iran deal. So that makes sense. Kingslayer Damocles says the Iran deal was just a way for Obama to give Iran $6 billion and give them the ability to make nukes. The Iran deal was toothless. Well, far be it for me to relitigate the Iran deal a decade later. Rainbow Wright says, hey, Connor, glad I could catch a stream even for just a bit. Found your channel about a week ago and enjoy your perspective. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Rainbow Wright. Appreciate you, brother. Or sister. But didn't they send an assassin? Well, apparently there's this guy who said the IRGC was willing to pay him in order to take him out during the election. Shadow 2 Bravo, it makes perfect sense if you're not a libertarian. Okay, good. Just double checking. I wanted to be sober. Rainbow Wright says, don't forget to like the stream, everyone. He's not wrong. That's an excellent point.
He tried to murder Donald Trump and then he entered negotiations with that. Come on, this is too ridiculous. And you know, you could go back. You know, the thing about Saddam Hussein that a lot of people kind of forget in history is that it is true that at one point Saddam Hussein did have what you could call weapons of mass destruction. He used chemical weapons in his 1980 through 1986 war with Iran and was supported by the United States of America while he did it. He then got rid of those weapons programs, and the neocons and Benjamin Netanyahu himself, you can read in his writing in the 90s when he was telling us that Iran was a few years away from a nuclear weapon all the way back then. But he was also saying that they wanted to overthrow Saddam Hussein for other reasons, for their clean break strategy. You can read about this in the Project for a New American Century, in the Clean Break memo written by Richard Pearl and David Wormser. They talked about this over and over and over again. And then after 9/11, they said the issue here is weapons of mass destruction. But that was, they always wanted the regime change. And so it's the same thing again. The goal here has been regime change in Iran. He's been open about this. He even admitted it a little bit there. But let's just take them, look, let's just really assess the situation where we are right now. Let's take them by their own logic. If, as all the hawks are bragging right now, or saying that essentially Israel was already at war with Iran because Iran attacked first on October 7th. Their proxies attacked. And what does that mean? You know, it's like when they say Iran is the #1 sponsor of terror. Do they ever have to back that up with data? Do they ever, like, have you ever heard one?
I feel like half of the questions that Dave Smith asks are researchable. And then I'm trying to think of this way in not a stupid way. I almost have to presume that Dave Smith, either he's an idiot or he's presuming his audience is an idiot. I don't know what to make of this, because effectively he's saying our governments are hostile to governments that are hostile to us, and that's a conspiracy. And it's like, no, if they're telling you, like this is just geopolitics, man. Like, power abhors a vacuum. Who controls petroleum is important. Who controls the Red Sea is important. And so the United States and Israel saying like, hey, here's our geopolitical posture. Here are the people that we want to work with. Here are the people that we don't want to work with. That's not a conspiracy. That's just politics. I don't understand this like appeal to conspiracism if they're making public statements about their desires. And then hold on, he just said something where he's like, isn't it weird that? What was the most recent? Isn't it weird that? I want to sorry, listen to this again.
Israel was already at war with Iran because Iran attacked first on October 7th. Their proxies attacked. And what does that mean? You know, it's like when they say Iran is the #1 sponsor of terror. Do they ever have to back that up with data?
So let's go ahead and back this up with data. You know, he's saying that Iran is quote unquote a state sponsor of terror and one of the biggest backers of terrorism in the region. What does Iran give Hezbollah? Hezbollah-Iran relations. The Islamic Republic of Iran is a key patron of the Lebanese Shia Islamist militia and political party Hezbollah. Iran's support, including financial aid, deployment of revolutionary guards, and training, has played an important role in Hezbollah's formation and development. Hezbollah has functioned as an Iran's proxy since its inception and is considered to be part of the axis of resistance. I'll open that tab. Hezbollah itself, founded in 1982, originated as an Iranian-backed Shiite militia group in Lebanon. All right, so, sorry, let's read this last one. Hezbollah has received substantial financial support from Iran, estimated to range from $700 million to $1 billion annually. Additionally, Iran provides weapons, training, and other forms of assistance to Hezbollah. Okay, so, I mean, that seems like a substantive support for Hezbollah. And then Islamic Jihad is like a subgroup of Hezbollah, I guess, that they do for optical reasons. So we know that they support two organizations that have engaged in terrorist attacks. Okay. The Axis of Resistance is an informal coalition of Iranian-supported militant and political organizations across the Middle East formed by Iran. It unites actors committed to countering the influence of the United States and Israel in the region. It most notably includes Hezbollah, Islamic resistance in Iraq, the Popular Mobilization for I'm pronouncing things like Aiden Ross today. The Popular Mobilization Forces and the Yemeni Houthis. The Houthis, who are also currently engaged in terrorism. It sometimes includes Hamas and a variety of other Palestinian militant groups. Okay, so Dave Smith, you could have Googled this. What's the Iranian Hamas relations? Iranian support for Hamas. Since the 1990s, the Islamic Republic of Iran has been sponsoring Hamas with military aid and training and financial aid. Iran has remained, I don't know if I pronounce it right. Is it Iran or is it Iran? I don't know. Has remained a key patron of Hamas, providing them with funds, weapons, and training. According to the 2020 U.S. Department of State report, Iran provides about $100 million annually to Palestinian militant groups, including Hamas. As of 2023, according to an Israeli security source, Iran has significantly increased its funding for Hamas to $350 million a year. Like, you can counter this information if you want and say that they've received no dollars. I would like to see your source. I mean, obviously, I have the State Department in Israel, and you can call them biased sources. That's fine. But, I mean, here's a photo. Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh and Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei in 2012 just chilling. And then this is Hamas founder Ahmed Yassin meeting with Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei in Tehran in 1998. So, brother, it seems like the information is available that Iran supports Hamas and Hezbollah and supports militant groups in Syria and in Iraq. It seems like that's just like openly available information. So why are you pretending that this is something that's like even controversial? What is going on, big bro? What's going on, Dave Smith? Why do you not have Google? Are you in a rural area of Montana with poor cell phone reception and no internet? What's going on? What's going on, big bro? Thung Dark says, I've never heard a realistic critique of the Iran deal that wasn't an attack on Obama. I don't know how any economic benefit to Iran being contingent on our inspection on their stuff is toothless. I'm not going to litigate it because here's the line of argumentation is that any civilian nuclear program can be further enriched into weapons grade uranium. That's the argument. That's the danger, is that any civilian nuclear program can easily be converted into weapons grade uranium. And then with inspectors, because this is what happened in Iraq during the 1990s, with inspectors, the Iranian regime can agree to a treaty that says that inspectors have the right to go anywhere within the country, but they can put in caveats like they need an escort, and they can also just prohibit inspections. And so if they create a mountain complex, because they're in the steppes, they're in the mountains, that's part of the fear, is that they're going to be hard to hit with bunker busters. They can just deny access to inspectors whenever they feel like militarizing the stockpile. And so effectively, you're giving somebody like a blunt piece of steel that they can sharpen at any moment with which to stab you. And they're constantly talking about how bad they want to stab you. You know what I'm saying? Like I get it. Ultimately, you should probably just give him the piece of steel, let him sharpen it, and then you should shoot him while he's trying to stab you. That would make more sense. But we're also talking about betting billions of people's lives on the result of this moral quandary. So, excusame. I drank all of my tea without spilling it. Fantastic. Shadow 2 Bravo says, funding Hezbollah, Hamas, and other groups in Syria seems like a fact that Iran is funding terrorist orgs. Yeah. Who knew? Who knew that you could Google these things and find them out in about 30 seconds? Not Dave Smith, apparently. He forgot Google exists. Christian Blair says, AIPAC can bitch and moan all they want and didn't stop Obama admin in Iran from following the plan. Their major issue is that the plan didn't prevent proxies from getting funds, which had nothing to do with the plan. Gotcha. Fung Dark says, you actually don't need any enrichment to run certain reactor types of which Iran was planning to build, so they never needed any enrichment for that reactor. Which is why they're probably using a civilian nuclear program as a pretext with which to get maximally close to a bomb as possible. Yeah. They give them training and Russian weapons. Hezbollah is more like a cartel. Yep. Press the like button, folks. Possum Nation brings up an excellent point. Rainbow Wright says, doesn't Iran have a whole wing of the military dedicated to training, arming, and funding terrorist organizations? I mean, apparently it's the IRGC, so... Sorry. Welcome to the 60 people, who are hanging out with us. Conservative liberalism says, we fed Osama bin Laden to the fish, and some people insist we spell his name with a U. Let's just accept that languages aren't compatible. True. Dude Mansu says, counter to pronounce Iran. Seriously, my boss is Iranian. Oh, okay. Iran. Okay, I'll try. I'll probably forget that. My apologies. Conservative liberalism says you can't just make a third way to pronounce that country. This is madness. Iran was supporting Muqtada al-Sadr in Sadr City, Iraq. Yep. They were shipping in EFPs by the tens of thousands. Yup. In order to kill coalition forces. 100%. That was one of the funniest tweets that I saw. There's this guy. I don't even know if it's Shadow 2 Bravo. It could be somebody, it could be his alt. I have no idea. But there's this guy with Greek letters in his name. He's a special forces guy. He's either in Montana or Idaho, and we're just friends on Twitter. And we disagree on politics a healthy chunk, but there's some overlap. He's kind of like a libertarian, giga-libertarian, isolationist dude who thought all the words were a lie. And he tweeted out, it's like, on one hand, I hate interventionist war. On the other hand, I saw what EFPs did in person, so fuck Iran. So that was an interesting perspective. Christian Blair says, yes, there was never any disagreement that Iran been the largest funder of state sponsor of terrorism. Yeah, apparently. I'm like going blind as I get older. R. Hickernell says, really seems like Trump ripping up that Iran nuclear deal with no plan was a bad idea. Seems like he did it because Obama did it and he's petty. Are you wrong? And then Harmonic says, have you ever been to Koran? No. I've been to Iraq, though. All right.
Data? Do they ever have you ever heard one warhawk who makes the claim that Iran is the #1 sponsor of terror ever show you, look, this is how much terrorists have gotten support from Saudi and this is how much more they've gotten from Iran? No, they never even feel the need to make this argument.
Okay. Let's Google another thing because apparently we can't Google things. Saudi Arabia funding of terrorist groups. So I think we saw that Iran spent $700 million a year on Hezbollah and spent like $350 million per year on Hamas and other militant Islamic groups. So Saudi Arabia has been a subject of scrutiny regarding the funding of terrorist groups, particularly in the context of organizations like Al-Qaeda. While the Saudi government has made significant strides in combating terrorist financing, concerns remain, especially regarding private individuals and non-state actors within the kingdom. So that's a thing, though. So that would be the difference. Sorry, I need to go full screen and explain something to you guys. Hi, friends. Sorry, my hair looks crazy. So I'm gonna explain something to you because I swear to God, all these alt media freaks never bother to explain anything, and they pretend that all of this is unknowable. Let's talk about Osama bin Laden for a second. Osama bin Laden is like one of 54 children from the bin Laden family. The bin Laden family is the equivalent of the Trump name brand in that bin Laden is not associated with terrorism within the Middle East and North Africa. It's associated with construction and real estate. As a matter of fact, there are very rich, normal bin Laden people who are educated in the UK, who are educated in the United States, who have nothing to do with terrorism, and they're just normie construction millionaires and billionaires. Okay, that's the bin Laden family. But Osama was one of 54 children, who is an only child, who was raised by a relatively poor mother who did not receive much financial or spiritual or material support from the bin Laden family. So he had connections to rich people, but he himself was not independently wealthy. And so what he did in the 1980s is he traveled to Afghanistan effectively in order to be a liaison between the Saudi kingdom and the Mujahideen within Afghanistan, and he was a financier. So he would travel back to Saudi Arabia and say, hey, Uncle Ahmed, I'm fighting the holy war over in Afghanistan, and I got all my friends who need AKs and RPGs and shit. Can you throw us a few $1 million? And because these dudes are billionaires, they're like, yeah, sure. Here's a few $1 million, Osama. Go have fun. And that was Osama in the 1980s. Well, what ended up happening was in the 1990s, he decided that like, oh, Saudi Arabia itself is evil because Saudi Arabia plays footsies with Israel and the United States, despite Israel slaughtering tens of thousands of Muslims, and despite the United States being an evil, degenerate empire that is trying to control the world. So as a result, F the Saudi government. And so the Saudi government said, F you right back. And Osama bin Laden was no longer friends. But just because the Saudi government and Osama bin Laden were no longer friends doesn't mean that there weren't Saudi nationals who were sympathetic to bin Laden's perspective. And so he was able to secure financing and logistical support from private citizens. I would say that argumentatively, having private citizens be sympathetic to freedom fighters and willing to support them financially or logistically is different than the state itself being willing to pay billions of dollars in order to support those organizations. I don't think that the Saudi government wrote a check to Al-Qaeda. I think that Uncle Hafiz, who is the state secretary of the interior, who's an oil millionaire or billionaire, wrote a check to Osama bin Laden for a few $100,000 or a few $1 million. And Hafiz, because he's like, you know, friends with the king's nephew's son, is not going to go to jail for funding Al-Qaeda, but it's not the official position of the Saudi government to fund Al-Qaeda. Do you know what I'm saying? Does everybody understand that? Do I have to break that down further? Because honestly, like, I swear to God, there are so many creators. There are so many alternative media pundits who have like an 80 IQ. It's actually crazy. Or they pretend to have an 80 IQ so they can appeal to people who don't think. Excuse me. I'm going to check in with chat before we go back in because let's face it, once again, you guys are more funny and more entertaining than the people who are put in front of us in order to entertain us. Bud123 says, the Iran deal allowed inspections in Iran to enrich for nuclear power. Israel wants Iran to have no enrichment capacity. So if that is the negotiation aim, it is not achievable. I do remember that was part of the deal was that we were just going to provide civilian level enriched uranium and Iran would have no enrichment capacity. And I thought that they signed on to that, but that might've been something that they ended up abandoning. I forget. Fung Dark says, I've never heard of a realistic critique of the Iran deal that wasn't just an attack. I think I read that one, so I'll scroll ahead. Randy Chang says, Jonah Boy, there was an odd proposal in the 1930s to settle Jewish refugees in Japan instead of the Middle East. Listen, I would love to take all of Israel and settle it in Idaho or Montana, but number one, they don't want it. Number two, it's not practical. They just don't want the territory. They want it to be Israel because that's their historic homeland. You're not going to be able to convince them otherwise. They're not going to settle for Miami. They're not going to settle for New York. They're not going to settle for Idaho. So let's just deal with the world as it is. Trust me. I wish that Israel was in the middle of Alaska. That way we wouldn't have to deal with all these problems. But, you know, let's deal with reality instead of what we wish would happen. Shadow to Bravo. I think this is the one that I read earlier. Funding Hezbollah, Hamas, and the other groups in Syria seems like a fact that Iran is funding terrorist groups. Yeah. And then when we looked at the Saudi thing, it effectively says that the Saudi government isn't directly funding, but there's obviously controversy with private citizens funding terrorist orgs. Fung Dark says you actually don't need any enrichment to run certain nuclear reactor types of which Iran was planning to build, so they never needed enrichment. Yep. So I think I mentioned earlier that they're doing that to cover for a weapons program. Rainbow Wright says, doesn't Iran have a whole wing of the military? Yep, I read that one. IRGC, the Iranian Republican Guard Corps. Conservative Liberalism says, we invaded Iraq and people say it two ways. Let's not worry about how to say Iran. Well, listen, bro, I'm trying to be polite. Trying to be polite to our Iranian brothers. You know, we should at least be able to say their names correct if we're going to bomb the crap out of them. Christian Blair says, Iran isn't capable of effectively countering U.S. or Israeli jets or bombers. Yeah, but can we strike deep enough in order to blow up the mountain complexes? That's the question. Conservative Liberalism says, we fed Osama bin Laden to the fish. I think I remember that. Caught up to the Iran comment. All right. Dr. Plague Doctor says, wouldn't the solution to getting a nuclear energy going to be just having a third-party nation provide and monitor fuel use? Dr. Plague Doctor, I think that was the Iran deal. But as we mentioned before, I think Trump blew it up because it was done by Obama and he didn't want to have a nuanced diplomatic solution to the problem. R. Hickernil says, really seems like Trump ripping up that Iran deal with no plan was a bad idea. Yep. And I think that's where I was because we were talking about Chirac. Whatever says, do you think Russia and China will abandon Iran? I don't even think they'll abandon them. I think they'll do what they can. But bear in mind, China doesn't like to go kinetic. They don't like to have Chinese troops deployed. They'll provide drones and missile technology and all that kind of stuff. But if Iran says, hey, we need more, China's going to shrug their shoulders and say, like, well, you can buy more, but this is how much we can produce. I don't think China is really going to be interested in the way that the United States is involved in Ukraine, where we've actually just said we support Ukraine and we're going to ramp up military production to support their conflict. I don't think China would have that level of support. And with Russia, one of the most interesting aspects of this is how much of the Russian military machine is tied up in Ukraine has actually weakened Iran. Randy Chang says, I feel like they already have. Maybe. Shadow 2 Bravo says, I was just an infantry sniper who's in Idaho based. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Sacred Snow. Good to see you. I got you to say crayon. True. Yes, Russia is... Christian Blair says, yes, Russia is busy in Ukraine and China won't fight the U.S. over Iran. Yep. I think I like Iran, right? Because it's similar to Iran, like somebody said in chat, but it acknowledges the I. Randy Chang says, China will send weapons, money, but they won't roll out on Iran's behalf. Exactly. Dude Man Sue says, I probably explained it wrong. It's more like Iran, but more Middle Eastern sounding. Listen, we're not even going to try. We're not even going to try. We're just going to pronounce it 5 different ways over the course of the next 2 hours. China doesn't get anything from Iran. Our symbiotic trade relationship with China prevents them from declaring a hot war. Yes. Conservative liberalism says Osama bin Laden enjoyed anime. He got what was coming to him. Based. Christian Blairis. Also, the only military operation that China has engaged in with was fighting Boko Haram-style insurgents to protect Chinese oil company workers, and their troops got effing smoked. Interesting. Oh, no, I thought I was catching up with chat, but chat popped off. Crap. Dude Man Sue says, Connor, hearing the Google pronunciation would help. They suggest Uran. Well, yeah, but I think, dude, no. I'm just going to mispronounce it 7 different ways. I'm going to get back to chat, or I'm going to get back to the content because chat actually, like, popped off while I felt like I was catching up with you guys. And so I'm not even going to bother. I'll catch up with you guys as I'm capable. But I'm not gonna freak out if I'm not totally able to catch up. All right. Let's select this comment so I don't get lost. Let's exit this part of the Google search. And let's watch Dave Smith be confused about things he could easily research on the internet.
Compare how much money the U.S. has given to terrorist organizations, or Israel has given to terrorist organizations, or Israel has facilitated other countries give it.
Yeah, okay. And what he's talking about here is during this Syrian conflict, we gave money to the Free Syrian Army, who was fighting alongside jihadist organizations in order to take out Bashir al-Assad. And he's making that equivalent because the Free Syrian Army was working with the Islamists. And the Islamists were some of the most competent militia members on the battlefield. And so they gave some of the weapons and gave some of the financing to Al-Qaeda affiliated militant groups. And so he's saying that funding militia groups in a hot civil war against a regime that's hostile to us is equivalent to spending $1 billion a year on terrorist organizations. Thank you for your insight, Dave Smith. As always, brilliant analysis.
There's no objective standard here. But if essentially the standard is because Iran has given Hamas some weapons in the past, therefore they're a proxy, and therefore when they attack Israel...
No, Dave Smith, we Googled this. I don't know if you saw the stream, but we Googled this. It was $750 million, or it was $700 million to $1 billion a year to Hezbollah, which is a terrorist organization that does fight Israel. And then it was around $350 million to random militia orgs of which Hamas is a part, including Republican Guard Corps training, weapons, and cash. So, I mean, you should watch the stream, Dave Smith. You might learn something.
On October 7th, Iran has attacked Israel. Well, then what is Israel attacking Iran? Other than the U.S. attacking Iran, right? If that's not, I mean, and come on, and look, this is
proxy state.
Yeah, and same with Ukraine and Russia. It's the same line of argumentation.
So if you're, but this one,
holy shit, I hate these people.
One is so much more devastating because it's not just that we give Israel the weapons and the money and the intelligence, but at the very least here, I mean, We had people, we had evacuation orders 24 to 48 hours before the attack came. Donald Trump is speaking out of both sides of his mouth. Netanyahu here is clearly saying that Donald Trump knew this attack was coming. So imagine they had that on Iran with October 7th. They don't have anything close to that. So make no mistake about it. We are at war with Iran right now. The United States of America is. Donald Trump has betrayed MAGA, betrayed America first.
Lol.
He has made the most disastrous decision to lead America into another war. Now, if they want to say that, look, there is an argument here, I suppose, that perhaps Iran is a better candidate for a regime change than Iraq or Libya was. This is the argument they're going to make. It seems a much more compelling argument that we're staring at yet another disaster. And as you were pointing out, Crystal, I heard a little bit of your segment as I was waiting here. Yeah. As you were pointing out, which I think is really the most important point, is that this is the celebrating. It's just like unbelievable. It's 24 hours into it. They're all celebrating how easy this was. Look, I remember I was a little kid at the time, but I do vividly remember the celebrations after the Gulf War in 1991. And they were like, look how easy that was. And we didn't take any losses. We went on to be bogged down in that country for 30 years following that war. We all remember the mission accomplishment. We all remember Hillary Clinton saying, we came, we saw, he's dead. A few years later, when she was running for president, she wouldn't dare bring up Libya because it was so obviously a colossal failure. So the people celebrating this right now are just, they've lost their minds.
I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this analysis. It's fairly close to what I said, which is that regime change is always infinitely more complex and bloody and scary than anybody gives it credit for. And we shouldn't be flippant about it. I'm okay with that. I think Dave Smith is an ignoramus who's intentionally ignorant. I think that there's things that he could easily research that he's just factually incorrect on. But if the thrust of his argumentation is that we should not be cheering on regime change in Iran, whatever you want to pronounce it, I think I'm going to go with Iran. We should not be cheering that on because even if the Ayatollahs fall, even if there's pro-democracy revolution in Iran that's like helped out by a few CIA agents and a few briefcases filled with cash and a few American-provided weapons, then what we're talking about is the destabilization of 1/3 of the world's oil supply. And we're talking about hundreds of thousands of dead people in probably like sectarian conflict. So yeah, we shouldn't be flippant about that. I agree with that thrust.
People get swept up in war fever.
The flashbacks, the WMD talk, the like celebratory mission accomplished vibe, in that clip with Bibi, and I've heard so many others say this, they're yearning for freedom. I mean, it's just like, it makes me feel like has everybody just erased their memories of what happened here? Yeah. It's utterly insane to me. And to your point about our involvement.
Sorry, freedom is good. If there was a long-term pro-democratic revolution in Iran, that would be good, but we need to know how bloody and costly it's going to be, and we shouldn't be directly involved unless there's actually an organic groundswell of support for a revolution against the Ayatollahs.
Involvement. Let's put this next piece up on the screen. We now know that at least the recent discussions about, diplomatic negotiations and, hey, we're going forward with these talks this weekend was a ruse to provide cover and the element of surprise for the Israelis. So now you have this report. A U.S. official confirmed to me over the weekend Israel had an operational window to assassinate Iran's supreme leader, Khamenei, but President Trump made it clear he is against such a move. This was first reported by Steve Holland. There is no reason for anyone, us, the Iranians, anyone, to believe these reports. I mean, it does remind me of, during the Biden, they're very upset with Netanyahu leaking to always Barack Ravi. They're very upset with him, et cetera, et cetera. Why would anyone ever believe a word that comes from Trump or Steve Witkoff or anyone else associated with this administration after they've gloated about the fact that they were using diplomatic negotiations as a tool to effectuate, to help kick off this war? I mean, I've seen this. I'm curious your thoughts about this, Dave. I've seen this analysis that Trump was persuaded, this might be true, was persuaded by Bibi that he would have a better hand going into negotiations with Iran if he let Israel start this war and participated, as we've indicated, in starting this war. That is the most idiotic, insane possible analysis I can imagine. I guess it's possible that he really is that absolutely idiotic, but
he is. He is Crystal. He is Dave. Full screen again. Listen, guys, I think you know me. I'm a neocon shill. I'm all about spreading democracy. I'm all about the republicanism is a natural human good. I'm all about that shit. However, Trump is an idiot. So even if I think that there is a moral calculation that we can make about how dangerous Iran having a nuclear bomb, we can make a moral calculation on how bad that is, and then decide whether or not we're going to do a preemptive strike against them gaining a nuclear weapon. That is a moral calculus that the United States and Israel can make. And ultimately, the calculation can lean to the point that a preemptive strike to prevent them from getting nuclear weapons is a justified action. That is something that I believe, okay? I also believe that while I don't want American boots on the ground, I don't want our treasure wrapped in it, I don't want to be involved in another Middle Eastern and North African conflict, I also believe that a revolution against the theocratic authoritarian jerks in charge of Iran right now could be potentially good in the long term. I believe those things wholeheartedly. But why I am laughing on Twitter, I'm posting the Tom Cruise laughing meme. I'm going to show you guys the Tom Cruise laughing meme is because all of these people thought that they were getting a dove and they thought they were getting like a 5D chess player. And now that Trump being an idiot about something that they care about, they suddenly understand that he's an idiot. And it's like, where were you for the past 10 years? How did you not understand this in 2015? I am just posting this underneath MAGA accounts who are freaking out over and over again. Look at this. Look at Tom Cruise. Look at him in love with Katie Holmes, laughing his ass off to the point that his chin is shoved into the back of his spine. Look at the red eyes, bro. I'm just posting this over and over and over again under MAGA accounts because I can't believe they finally understand how stupid he is. What's the other one that I like to post? Fell for it again award meme. I'm just spamming this every day to all of these MAGA accounts because they're acting so shocked that this is happening. And it was so, this was obvious in 2015. This was obvious in 16. This was obvious in 18. This was obvious in 20. This was obvious in 22. This was obvious in 24. I can't believe that they have fallen for it again. I'm happy they got what they voted for. A bunch of idiots. It's Bashir al-Assad. Okay, now I know you're just screwing with me. Now I know you guys are messing with me. All right. Kyle says Iran. I'll go with Iran. Sounds good to me. Randy Chang says, quick, someone photoshopped some Sailor Moon merchant at Osama's bunker photos. True. Sacred Snow says, it's going to... No, stop. Anime is great. You just have to ignore the degenerate stuff. Sure. I mean, that's true of all art, but let's face it. There's a disproportionate amount of degeneracy in anime. Breaking Points is the dumbest of all shows. Man, this is like taking a bath. Like a bath in lukewarm water that slowly boils so your brain becomes smoother over time. Sacred Snow says, F this entire panel. They are a scourge on politics. It's actually amazing to me that they're this dumb. They're this dumb and they're this popular. AF says, Sagar makes me want to put screws in my ear canals. Man is a walking bad take factory. Yeah, it's impressive almost. He hasn't said anything yet, but I agree with you. His Twitter isn't crazy. Fung Dark says it's 1,000% better than Sanction and Prey. Yeah. Fashion 40 said Dave Smith talks like he knows everything and is yet the most ignorant person in the room. Did he forget that Google exists? That's actually frustrating to me. Sacred Snow says bunch of normie ass no research pundits. Bro, these are some of the richest pundits on the planet. They're some of the most successful alternative media pundits on the planet, and they forgot how to use the internet. It's actually impressive how stupid they are. Rainbow says, why do these people have such a hard time understanding that just because we might have influence over a country doesn't make it a proxy state? Literal brain rot. I swear to God, they just bought into the contrarian America bad bullshit, and they just never stopped. They just never stopped. Biz D says, one might say they fell for it again. Kingslayer Damocles says, but the deal was threat of sanctions and prey. Okay. Well, dude, like we could argue that. But Kingslayer Damocles, I don't want to get bogged down into it, because I don't think that you and I in chat are going to sit down and renegotiate the perfect Iran nuclear deal. That's not where we're at right now. Where we're at right now is the MAGA people thought that they were electing a 5D chess playing 5,000 IQ dove, and then they got a 30 IQ dove that sometimes forgets that he's a dove and then turns into a hawk, and then turns into a dove, and then turns into a hawk, and then turns into a dove, and then turns into a hawk, which was all predictable. It's all predictable. They fell for it again.
But, you know, what do you make of that? Is that really what happened here? And what do you make of this report that supposedly, oh, he was the cooler head and said you can't take out the supreme leader?
Yeah, well, I'd say Trump might be that idiotic. And, you know,
Based. Did we see her eyebrows shoot up? Oh, she knows that she's going to piss off her own audience. Watch this.
Like, oh, he was the cooler head and said you can't take out the supreme leader.
Yeah, well, I'd say Trump might be that idiotic. And
one more time. Watch Cristobal's face, because she has been so used to, correct me if I'm wrong. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. Breaking Points, Sagar and Jetty and Cristobal used to be on a different show. I forget what it's called, but it was like The Hill. And they were contrarian pundits over at The Hill, but they became so contrarian that even The Hill was like, okay, you guys are idiots. And they were like, okay, well, we're going to go do our own show. And their show is wildly successful, but correct me if I'm wrong, a substantive amount of their commentary was like, oh, the deep state's so bad that maybe Trump will shake things up and he'll do this, that, and the other thing. And so they never actually praised Trump, but they always did this contrarian line of argumentation to Trump was preferable to the uniparty, right? And so now they're being hoisted by their own predictable petard, where obviously Trump is way worse than the uniparty. And so talking shit about Trump, they can do that in reference to policy, but they can't attack Trump himself, because like obviously their base is made up by a bunch of like Trump contrarian freaks. So watch this. I'm going to put my mouse on her eyebrow. Watch what her eyebrow does when Dave Smith said that maybe Trump is actually an idiot.
Yeah, well, I'd say Trump might be that idiotic. And
dude, that's like a full half-inch raise. All right, sorry, one more time. I'm having fun. This one, she obviously has like a little bit of work done. You know, she's still a good-looking gal, whatever. But she is so shocked that Dave Smith would call Trump an idiot that her eyebrows were actually successfully able to beat the Botox. Watch this.
Yeah, well, I'd say Trump might be that idiotic. And, you know,
on the right eyebrow, it was more than the left eyebrow. Nice.
He has, again, we're kind of speculating here, but he has bragged in the past several times about how he's so smart for keeping these hawks around, because then that puts all these pressure on people to come to the negotiating table.
That's why he said he had John Bolton.
Yeah, his example was John Bolton, who killed the deal with North Korea. Like, that was his example of it being like such a stunning success or something like that. It reminds me of like when people brag about the Abraham Accords and what a success they were. And you're like, oh yeah, they worked out so great. They led to this. Like, how, I don't even understand how you could, you know, it'd be one thing if peace swept the Middle East after the Abraham Accords and you go, oh, okay, maybe they played a role, but it's been a nightmare. All across the worst fighting that we've had there in 20 years. And so since our last disastrous invasions. But so, you know, look, I mean, it seems to me like there's a couple possibilities here. None of them are good. One of the possibility is that, which I think is plausibly the case, that Israel betrayed Donald Trump, and then this is just his best way to deal with it. Like, essentially, Donald Trump was trying to negotiate, and then Israel just went ahead and launched the attack anyway. And then as a response to that, Donald Trump would rather look strong and go, no, I was in on it. It was our plan all along. Or the other possibility, which I think is more likely, is that he was never negotiating in good faith and it was a distraction and Donald Trump was in on it. Either way, we're at the same place.
Yeah.
You know, either way, even if Donald Trump was betrayed by the Israelis and then just took their side in public, which has happened with different presidencies over the years. It's certainly happened with Bill Clinton after Camp David. So maybe that's the case, but then either way, then you're just so weak and pathetic that even after the Israelis betray you, you'll still come out and catch their back and support them in this war. Well, that's just as bad from the Iranian perspective and from any reasonable person's perspective.
Yeah.
So, you know, we don't know. We'll probably find out more about this over time, but either way, in effect, it's the same thing. You know, and then we're left in the position where you're supposed to sit here and justify a sneak, aggressive, preemptive attack. Like somehow you're supposed to feel like you're the good guys in an absolute war of choice against a country that does not have nuclear weapons. Let's get real here. The only country in the Middle East who secretly has nuclear weapons is Israel.
Yes.
Oh my God, the contrarian brain rot. So Israel doesn't have secret weapons. I think they have open weapons. Didn't we research this earlier where JFK was fighting with the Israelis about getting a bomb like 60 years ago? When did Israel get nuclear weapons? Israel has secretly developed the ability to build nuclear weapons around 1967, according to the Arms Control Association. The United States was reportedly convinced by 1973 that Israel had nuclear weapons. However, so far, Israel has not used its nuclear weapons in any war. Okay, so we've known since the 60s? Dave Smith is an idiot or a propagandist or both. I can't tell. And then on top of that, how do you contend with the fact, Dave Smith? I have a question for you, Dave Smith. I'm going to go ahead and raise my hand. Okay, it's my turn. Dave Smith, what do you say to the fact that the IAEA, the people who are responsible for regulating nukes across the world, civilian and military, I believe. I don't know if they regulate military, but I know for a fact they regulate civilian. What do you say to the fact that the IAEA has stated that they've gotten radioactive impulses from Iran, that indicates that civilian enriched uranium can be as low as 5%, and Iran currently has emissions that indicate that they have 60% enriched uranium? How do you contend with that fact? I expect an email or a comment or a reply on Twitter shortly.
Iran is a member of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Israel is not, and they have nuclear weapons.
Yeah, and
it's
they're
just unbelievable.
a rogue nation attacking six of their neighbors as we speak, and are not part of the Non-Proliferation.
Right. We actually.
I'm just gonna let that roll like water off of a duck's ass. I can't contend with every silly thing they say. It's bubbling in my brain, but if I contend with everything, we're going to be here forever. As a matter of fact, I'm going to read chat because you guys are smarter than these fucking brainlets. Conservative liberalism says, well, actually, Cameron Mosley says, Connor, I'm going to say it again. People need to be taught about freedom. You can't force freedom. I agree. They need to want it themselves. Conservative liberalism says, we should all meet up in the Discord after stream and argue about how to say Iran. Randy Chang says, why would anyone ever believe anything that goes against what they already think? Crystal ball. Based, Randy Chang. Good analysis. Sultan Al-Fahim is laughing. Good. Dude Mansu says, God bless you, Connor. You revived the republicanism I was raised with, but my parents lost to Trumpism. I'm sorry, King. Justin says, Iran having a nuke is an issue, but Israel having nukes is a problem too. The Samson option. Okay. What are you going to do about it? You want to invade Israel so they can't nuke us? Seems counterproductive. Whatever 4690 says, Connor, the problem is the Democrats are woke open borders lunatics. I don't know. There's some centrist Dems who are talking about closing up the border. AF says, fool me 70,000 times. Well, can't get fooled again. Haha. He says 69,420 times, but still. Groovy McCrout says, Trump stumbling unintentionally into success in politics have convinced people that it's actually intentional idiocy that works when it clearly isn't. Are you wrong, though? Fung Dark says, we have gone to war already without the deal. True. Justin says they have nukes and said they would nuke all capitals across Europe. Yeah, if the world was ending, Justin, and if everybody was attacking them and if nobody was coming to their defense. And by the way, that's like coming up with, what do they call it? Like Operation Northwoods, our plan to invade Canada. It like Operation Samson is one of those like hypothetical military plans that people war game. I don't think it's the stated open policy position of Israel that if the state of Israel is being destroyed and nobody is helping them and everyone is attacking them, that they'll just nuke the planet. Okay. They might have that plan. They might have it war gamed or whatever, but that's like us having it war gamed and planned to invade Canada. Unless you get someone stupid and crazy like Donald Trump, then those plans will never be used. It's like a hypothetical. Dude, I have a hypothetical to find some people in my chat and, not dox them, actually find them and go kick them in the nads. Just because people are annoying in my chat doesn't mean I'm actually going to go out into the world, find them, and spend all the money on gas to go to their house and kick them in the nads. It's just a fantasy. It's just a game plan in the back of my head. Melody says, Connor, at what percentage of enriched uranium will Iran need for you to have the okay boots on the ground if it came to it? I don't think I would ever be okay with boots on the ground, Melody. I think I would say just do airstrikes at their nuclear infrastructure and call it a day. Possum says, enjoy your existence before grassroots genocides all the gray names in this chat for green name supremacy. True. Be careful. We're not going to be demonetized forever. And if we're not demonetized forever, then grassroots is going to come in and slaughter all the white names. Sager's No says, they got a 7 IQ R-slur pigeon pooping all over them. True. One more and then we'll get back to it. AF Racing says, the best criticism of Dave I've seen is that he portrays himself as an informed political pundit, but when cornered, he retreats to, I'm just a comedian. Yep.
Let's be cool with that.
We have a non-compliant nuclear member of the NPT actually attacking a member of the NPT who is far more in compliance with said international treaty. Hey, whatever. What do I know, right? You know, what's even crazier to me?
Yeah, not much, Sagar.
Dave, is just like the lead up to the war in Iraq, we already have our Ahmed Talibi. I actually can't believe it, or our 1953 Operation Ajax. Let's go and put B4, please, up on the screen. We actually have members of the Israeli government who are tweeting out pictures of the son of the Shah of Iran, basically insinuating that they are going to re-implement the monarchy on the people of Iran. It's like 1953 all over again. And
the Shah was infinitely better for Iran than the Ayatollahs. Problem?
Or just like this, fascination with these Western figures who have lived here, for their entire lives almost at this point. We're like, oh, actually, these guys, because we're buddies and they agree with us, the people of Iran will totally take to that. And we're going to implement.
So hold on. We got 3 people who say, Crystal always attacks Trump, says John. General So says, do you think Crystal likes Trump? Kingslayer says, Crystal has always attacked Trump. Okay, listen. I'll stand corrected. I don't have to defend a weak position if I don't watch this show enough. And Crystal is a frequent critic of Trump. However, what I want you guys to pay attention to, and I'm not saying this is necessarily Crystal. Okay, I want you to pay attention to this. There is a way to criticize somebody in a very tepid way, but then ultimately align with them. In the rhetoric surrounding that level of it, it's intentional. It can be intentional. It can be subconscious. But you go, I don't like this. I don't like this, and I don't like this. I also don't like this, and I think that this is silly. But compare it to this, this, and this, and therefore blah, 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 blah. And so you can take that rhetorical tact and you can do it one of 2 ways. Let's say that Crystal is comparing Trump to the uniparty, globalist, whatever people, right? Then at that point, if she says that the uniparty is actually worse than Trump and the military industrial complex is worse than Trump, et cetera, then the logical inference is that Trump is the lesser of 2 evils and you should side with Trump. There's also something that a lot of these pundits do, which is they'll spend a minimal amount of time or a very tepid amount of criticism on a certain character like Trump, and then they'll have blistering critiques of another party, and then they'll just kind of leave it up in the air for you to decide who you hate more. Okay. Some of this is subconscious. Some of this is intentional. And I kind of leave it up to you guys, leave it up to you guys to decide which. So just because Crystal has been critical of Trump in the past, maybe I have Sitchin Adam PTSD. Maybe I have Sitchin Adam PTSD to the point where I'm just assuming that Breaking Points is similar to Sitchin Adam. But in my opinion, if you get any other impression from Sitchin Adam besides the fact that they lean more right than they lean left, I think you're high. Like, I think you're just not paying attention. Because what happens is frequently, very frequently, like probably 70% of the time, 80% of the time, they punch left. And then when they punch right, it's like 20% of the time, 30% of the time. And generally speaking, the only time that I've seen them go hard is when it's like freak right, woke right. That's the only time I've seen them go hard. And so I think inferentially, Sitchin Adam should lead you to like a center right position. At least the content that I was engaging with like a year ago would absolutely lead you to that conclusion, especially if you were listening to Adam. Anyways, I'm gonna read a couple of chats because you guys are cooler. Nil says uniparty has become a thought-terminating cliche, and you can safely ignore anyone who says it seriously. True. Kyle says laugh my ass off. This is happening. Says she even gives a little nod. Yep. Christian Blair says Crystal is a progressive, so she hates Trump. She is still R-slurred like her husband. Okay. Kyle is the ultimate tool. What I'm going to ask, because you guys are effectively criticizing me and saying that I'm wrong, which is fine. You can say that I'm wrong and I'm being silly and I'm being too hyperbolic. My question to you, though, is Crystal more... So she's critical of Trump. You're saying it's critical of Trump, and it's unfair to characterize her as doing the contrarian, yeah, but she's not as bad, or he's not as bad as the uniparty. My question to you is, does she do what I said rhetorically, where she will criticize Trump, but then she'll have a blistering critique of the uniparty and the deep state? Sacred Snow says, I'm almost effing positive Dave was one of the effing dunces sowing into no new wars and peace in the Middle East during the campaign. I'm going to sewer slide. Well, don't do that. We still love you. Fashion 40 says, Dave shouldn't even be a pundit. He really sucks that people will continue to watch him while he's always wrong. Was he not in Tim Pool saying the Abraham Accords were good? Am I mistaken? Well, you're going to have to bring up your criticisms of the Abraham Accords, because as far as I know, the Abraham Accords were responsible for normalizing relations between Israel and all of the Gulf states and Saudi Arabia. Dr. Plague Doctor, last one before we get back into it, says, yeah, bring it back, Dave. It's Israel's fault. No way the geriatric scam artist or is the idiot in the room. Laugh my ass off. Yep, pretty much.
This new regime. They're not even being subtle about it. Like I said, these are literally members of the Israeli government who are teasing basically the restoration of the monarchy in Iran by force. It's like 2003 all over again, where we have this buddy here, like you said, with the neocons in Washington, and then this theory that we can just go in, blow out the regime, and then we're going to implement this new style of government. I mean, this is as naked as it gets, in my opinion, on all of this. And I want you to just, go through.
I'm going to say something that's going to blow the contrarians' minds. It's okay to hate your enemies and to wish for your side to win in geopolitical struggle. It is okay to think that liberalism is better than fascism. It's okay to think that liberalism is better than authoritarian communism. It's okay to think that liberalism is better than Islamism and specifically jihadism. It's okay to believe that, and it's okay to cheer for mixed economy capitalism and liberal democracy and republicanism to win out over Islamo-fascistic governments and theocratic governments. It's okay to cheer that on. Didn't know if you guys knew that or not.
Perhaps because you're so well read on the history of these, these attempts by the United States and others to install these types of figures. And it never, ever works out. When have we ever backed the right horse in the Middle East?
He saved it. He saved it at the last second. I was going to say Europe is free because of the United States of America. I was going to say Japan is free because of the United States of America. I was going to say Korea is free because of the United States of America. I'm going to say Vietnam and the Southeast Asia is currently using us and is friendly to us because they're using us as a counterbalance against Chinese hegemony. There's plenty of examples outside of the Middle East and North Africa where actually we're doing okay. Egypt used us in order to, they use our aid and support for their military in order to throw off the Muslim Brotherhood and their governments, which I think is good. What's another one? Iraq, they used us in order to fight off ISIS. You can talk about like power abhorring a vacuum and all the regime change wars leading to hundreds of thousands of deaths. I'll agree with that. But Bashir al-Assad just got thrown out. You know, the revolutionaries finally won in Syria, and now the Syrian president has like neoliberal policies. And even though there's like little mini genocides happening in Syria right now, the president is at least talking about like a multi-religious, multi-ethnic liberal polity. So, yeah, dude, like, fuck you. Sorry, real quick. This comment is important before we get back into it. Fung Dark seems like you can draw a line for the Abraham Accords under Trump to the Great March of Return on October 7th. But Fung Dark, correct me if I'm wrong, the Great March of Return was effectively the Gazans and the Palestinians realizing that they weren't going to get support from the outside Arab world. And as a result, they knew that they had to instigate a protest in order to get the world's attention back on them, or else they would never have the capacity to get any kind of border concessions from Israel. That's my understanding, is that the Great March of Return stemmed from desperation due to geopolitical isolation. Same thing with October 7th, which you can view as like bad, but isn't that better than having the Gulf states openly support Hamas? Just a question.
Yeah. And of course, look, installing the Shah to begin with in 1953 is a huge part of the reason why we have the current government in Iran that we have, right, which is a horrible, repressive government that does not give their people liberty. And we should all, oppose that. But the thing is that war is so much worse. It's like Saddam Hussein was a brutal, oppressive dictator also. But the worst thing that ever happened to the people of Iraq was George W. Bush invading the country. And
holy shit. Iraqis don't even believe this. Oh my God. Dave Smith, it's not 2002 anymore.
Much worse. It's like Saddam Hussein was a brutal, oppressive dictator also, but the worst thing that ever happened to the people of Iraq was George W. Bush invading the country. And
okay, bear in mind this is anecdotal, but I would actually love to see polling within Iraq. I was in a group call with two Iraqis, and the two Iraqis were saying that, like, obviously the war was like the worst thing that happened, right? Hundreds of thousands of dead, ethno-religious civil war, everybody's killing each other, everybody hates each other, et cetera, et cetera. But I asked them, compare Iraq now to Iraq before the war, which is better, which is worse? And they said, without hesitation, that modern Iraq is infinitely better compared to Iraq under Saddam Hussein. Of course, war is bad. Nobody is arguing that war is good. But pretending that, like, the Iraq war can only be evaluated through its worst moments of violence compared to the results that it actually had in the country, I think is insane cope. It's 16-year-old stoner brain rot. This dude is a pissed off 19-year-old who was smoking weed in the early thousands and was like, man, I'm going to ride my skateboard. I can't believe how authoritarian and fascist the government is. And then he would like listen to Green Day on an MP3 player. And then he just never grew up. Dave Smith is still riding a skateboard, listening to Green Day on an MP3 player in 2002.
And, the only examples that people look to, which are, rather remarkable examples of regime change, are Germany and Japan, and how they were brought back into the, liberal international order after.
Oh, thanks for the concession.
World War II. But what was required in order to get to that point was a clear war on the civilian population with, millions of casualties. And that, like, if your argument is we should bring that to Iran, then don't tell me one word about how you care about how the people of Iran are being oppressed, because that's a far worse, level of oppression. And so, this is a
war. That's an amazing statement. Dave Smith just thinks that, like, yeah, you should just let people be oppressed because being oppressed is not as bad as war. Brave take, libertarian Dave Smith. Brave take.
Again, as you guys have touched on, this is always how they talk at the beginning of these wars. It's always that democracy will sweep the region and that the people will greet us as liberators. It'll be easy, paid for in oil, all this stuff. But, you're going to sit here and tell me about how Washington, D.C. or Tel Aviv can, reorchestrate another society, can reconstruct it from the ground and choose its leaderships. I mean, just think about the hubris involved in that. As the late, great Harry Brown used to point out when he was talking about the war on drugs in the United States of America, the U.S. federal government can't even keep drugs out of federal prisons. Washington, D.C. can't even solve the violent crime problem in Washington, D.C. But you're telling me we're going to install the new leader for the Iranians and the people will comply because what? Because the regime is so weak and the people want liberty so much? This regime has ruled since 1979 with the most powerful governments in the world opposing them, working on ousting them the entire time. And they've still stayed in power. So you could tell me a nice story. It's easy to write down a nice story. Oh yeah, I say we intervene and then we put the Shah's son back in and then everything works out fine. Okay, let's see that happen. And the other thing that I'll add, and I don't know, I mean, maybe things have changed to
I'm okay with Dave Smith saying that it's infinitely easier to orchestrate societies from Washington, D.C. without realizing the blood and treasure that it will cost to have a tenth of the result, like a tenth of what your desired result is. I 100% agree with that sentiment, but he's so toothless that it's infuriating.
Some degree. I mean, certainly Israel was able to pull off that drone attack, which I don't think they would have been able to pull off in years past. But it was in 2007 that the Pentagon told George W. Bush that we cannot go to war with Iran because we do not have escalation dominance against them, essentially meaning that they can hit all of our bases and embassies in the region, and we are very vulnerable to them. And we've already seen demonstrated since the Israeli attack that the Iranian, the missiles that they sent last year toward Israel, as many of us guessed, that wasn't really their best. They were intentionally making an attack that wouldn't really hurt anybody, that wouldn't really lead to a war, which Iran has done over and over again. But now we've pushed them to the point where they probably don't feel that they have the option not to respond. And Donald Trump telling them to come back to the negotiating table now is a joke.
Yeah.
I mean, what a impotent leader to be sitting there talking about coming back to the negotiating table. It's like sitting after Pearl Harbor and telling FDR, now's the time to go negotiate with the Japanese. Right. Negotiations are over now. The time for negotiations was before this. And so, yeah, Donald Trump looks, and man, I supported him this last year. I apologize.
Ooh. All right, I gotta let him finish that. I can't yap when he's about to do it.
So, yeah, Donald Trump looks, and man, I supported him this last year. I apologize for doing so. It was a bad calculation. At the time, it seemed like the right one. But he should be impeached and removed for this one. Wow. And not on some not on some ridiculous Nancy Pelosi. Of course, the Congress will never do it because they're all a bunch of, corrupt hacks.
This is the one thing they support. This is like
Donald Trump should be impeached and removed for this. All of his supporters should turn on him. It's the absolute betrayal of everything that he ran and campaigned on and everything that he stood for. And I will say, despite the fact that, Donald Trump supporters have been labeled like a cult following, and that certainly is true for a percentage of his supporters, he is going to lose his coalition over this. I don't just speak for myself when I say there are a lot of us who simply will not go along with this. So it's just a devastating mistake. By the way, on top of that, he's also going to lose the deportation fight because of this. Because right now he needed all the political capital he could have to turn that, you got a majority support for deportations, but the minority is very mobilized and they're out and they're protesting all around the country. He needed all of his political capital for that move. So here's what we got. The neocons win. More war abroad and, bomb the world and invite the world. No matter who you vote for, you always get John McCain.
It is fun.
Woo! Yeah! The neocons win. Bomb the world and invite the world simultaneously. Woo! Mixed economy capitalism mixed with the military industrial complex forever. Woo! Like I'm being partially sarcastic, man, but how am I not supposed to take that as like it was so embarrassing to have Trump win the most recent election because it did take a coalition of libertarians, conservatarians, fiscal conservatives, social conservatives to all plug their nose and vote for one of the dumbest political operators I've seen successfully operate within the past decade. And it took like a broad coalition of people to just ignore reality in order to bring this into being. And now they're watching. They fell for it again. They're getting a fell for it again award. Awesome. You reap, you sow. You know, me reaping. Oh, this is awesome. Me sowing. Oh, what the fuck? You know, like good. I'm happy. I have Schadenfreude. I'm happy that you jumped onto a rake and it broke your nose and I get to laugh at you for it. That's fantastic. I did a moral calculation last year, a year and a half ago, when PV asked me to work with them. And they said, hey, man, we know that you hate Donald Trump. We need a Republican. Would you want to work with us in order to bring like alt media energy into canvassing operations to volunteer in order to fight Donald Trump? And I was very conflicted, because I was thinking to myself, it's like, yeah, I know that Kamala and the Biden admin is the lesser of two evils, but they also kind of suck. But I eventually made a calculation. I was like, you know what? No matter what the Democrats do, they will be ultimately the lesser of two evils. And I was correct. And I backed something that was a bitter pill, and I swallowed the bitter pill, and I put up with the criticism. And so, yeah, I'm not going to lie. I have a mild amount of Schadenfreude watching my political opposition get what they want and then jump onto a rake, and then the pole of the rake jump off of the ground and smash them right between the eyes. It's actually very, very emotionally satisfying. It's sad. It's sad that hundreds of thousands of people had to die for them to realize they made a mistake. But, that's the world, I guess. Justin says, I would agree with you, but Israel just started a war with Iran without alerting Trump. Israel's a pit bull with no leash, and you're okay with that? Justin, you just said they don't have a leash. What am I supposed to do about it? I already told you that there's like a line of argumentation where preventing Iran getting the bomb is morally justifiable. I don't have the details to know whether or not it is. I don't know whether or not Israel and the United States is being a bully, or if there's like a legitimate geopolitical security concern that requires these actions. I don't know. I don't have the intel. Excuse me. Kyle says, there's more of us gray names than there are green names. Where's the resistance in chat? Well, Grassroots isn't here in order to, support the grassroots resistance. And also we're demonetized currently. So sorry about that. Justin says, that doesn't bother you that they have that as an option, that a bigger security risk than Iran having a nuke. Iran is building a nuke to defend, not attack. You're making a lot of presumptions there, brother, considering they're spending $1 billion a year on jihadist terrorism. Sacred Snow says, sorry if I missed the explanation. I was a little late. I don't see your original question. Sacred Snow says, if you're one of the resident DGGers, but Destiny's Twitter post sums it up quite well. This was part of a much larger point of no new wars, but AA was a big cause of the Great March of Return, which was a cause on October 7th. Oh, I think I just answered that, which is effectively like, yeah, the Great March of Return and October 7th were both reactions to the Abraham Accords, but the Abraham Accords were Gulf states and Saudi Arabia normalizing relations with Israel. And normalizing relations with Israel is more important than a terrorist attack that kills 1,200 people and what's going on right now. Because you could have Saudi Arabia and the Gulf states funding Hamas and Hezbollah and all that kind of stuff, and they're not, as far as we know. Bo Dickerson says, look up a picture of Iran in the 1950s and tell me it's horrible. I won't. The Shah tortured his political opponents. The Shah was a benevolent dictator. The Shah did not believe in democracy, but he fostered a better civil society than the Ayatollahs. General So says, I don't watch it either. I just remember them inviting Pisco on to go after Trump's unconstitutionality for half an hour. That's about as much as I know about them. Yep. Jack-o'-lantern says, pretty sure the Shah's son is pro-democracy. Sure. Groovy McCrout says, also he looks, not only does he look like the Shah, he also looks like Phil Leotardo from The Sopranos, which I love. Groovy McCrout says, Tim Pool is a master of that. Like, he's like, how can I be paid by Russia? I said Putin's a dumb meanie. Now, welcome to my 100th episode on the satanic Democrats warmongers wasting millions on Ukraine. Right. Fung Dark says, if they have the facilities and mountains, they need entrances. The entrances are all that's needed to be struck to render the facility inactive. Fung Dark, you're correct. But then if the facilities have food, water, power that's built in deep into the facility, they can continue to operate for months while they're entrenched, and then more people can dig them out. So, I mean, that's the question. You can say that just blocking the door is fine, but if they're already in a silo that is capable of launching and they have all the materials and all the food that they need, blocking the entrance is not sufficient. I don't agree with your assessment. General So says she probably dislikes establishment Dems as well, which is why people assume she defends Trump. It's common in the online lefty political pundit sphere. Well, I'm not necessarily saying that she defends Trump. I'm saying that there's something. Here's another thing, too. You can criticize somebody's policies and somebody's perspectives and still maintain a good relationship. So Krista Ball can say, I don't like Trump's position on immigration. I think it's heartless. She can say that, and most people who support Trump won't freak out. Or she could say, Trump is a heartless fucking monster ripping kids from their families because the kids are citizens and the parents are illegal, and they're deporting the illegal parents with no plans for where the kids go. And so we're putting hundreds, if not thousands of kids into the foster care system, which is fucked up. And he's also an evil monster because through incompetence, he's killed 300,000 people in the past 6 months by cutting mosquito prevention and AIDS prevention in Africa. And by the time he leaves office, he's going to kill 3 million people. What a evil, manipulative, lying sack of shit. And guess what? Criticizing the policy, Trump supporters are still going to watch you. Calling Trump an evil piece of shit who's responsible for killing 3 million people, they're going to stop watching you. So my question is, which one does Crystal and Sauger do? Because they know where their bread is buttered. I guarantee that. Avigdor says, who thinks Bannon and Carlson are like jilted lovers moaning about Trump dumping them for a younger guy? Yeah, of course. Of course. They were loyal to the cult, and the cult was not loyal to them. Jonah Boy says, I still like Kyle. He's funny as fuck, but he has definitely gone wild over the years, especially since Trump got re-election. Gotcha. Sacred Snow says, see my response to Fung Dark for AA criticisms from D that I agree with. Pretty straight line from AA to October 7th. Sure, but is it preferable to the alternative? Jonah Boy says Islam a homo. True. Sacred Snow says you can argue that it was a net good, but it unnecessarily inflamed Israeli-Palestine. Sure. Sin Patty says I'm late. What did I miss? Psychic damage. All right, let's continue.
Funny, you know, some of the smartest evangelicals I know say that the war in Iraq is actually what killed them. And they're like, we were winning. We were on top in 04. You know, we were, with Defensive Marriage Act and all of this. But it was Bush, actually, who killed our agenda and any ability, to do that. And then we lost, obviously, the 2008 election. I'm not sure I necessarily agree with it. But people who, if you do care about some of the domestic stuff, let's say, that Donald Trump did run on, well, you got your answer as to the easiest way to destroy it. Go ahead.
Well, look through all of American history, right? This is why it's so crazy for conservatives to not be anti-war. When did they lose the culture, the big time? When did they have the hippie sexual revolution? It's during the Vietnam War. And when did we see the rise in wokeism and progressive control of all these institutions? You think it was a coincidence that it was the administration after George W. Bush? When you launch an immoral war of aggression, you lose the moral high ground, period.
Yes.
You can't lecture your society anymore. But you hear some of these right-wing war hawks are going to lecture us about being pro-life, about abortion being murder. Get out of here. And this is why the evangelicals lost their seat at the table for a generation, because they went all in on murdering 1 million people in Iraq for no reason. And so, it was just.
Holy shit, I hate Dave Smith. I'm gonna spare you my Iraq rant. I'll try to keep it in 10 seconds. We sold Iraq WMDs in the 1980s so they wouldn't lose to Iran. In the 1990s, we kicked them out of Kuwait and we sanctioned them. These were all justifiable. In the early 2000s, we were looking for an excuse to get into Iraq. Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney in particular were looking for an excuse to invade Iraq. 9/11 happened, and we used the weapons of mass destruction that we sold them in the 1980s as a pretext in order to invade Iraq. The actual estimates are around 200,000 people died in the Iraq war. If you want to round it up to 1 million, I don't really give a shit. But if you look at the Iraq Body Count Project, which is it's online, Google the Iraq Body Count Project, you can actually show who was killed by what faction. 80 to 90% of the casualties within the Iraq conflict were not coalition forces running around massacring Iraqi civilians, which is the way that all these libertarians, these lolbitarian dickheads, and these anti-imperialist leftists categorized the Iraq war. It was Shia versus Sunni militias slaughtering each other in the tunes of the tens of thousands. So I don't want to hear this bullshit about how the United States just walked into Iraq and just lined up a bunch of Iraqi civilians and shot them in the back of the head. It's bullshit. It's a lie. They keep repeating it because it plays well to, like, you know, white guilt in the United States of America. But it's effectively, it's either like ignorance to the point that it might as well be a lie, or it's a lie. So Dave Smith, eat a bowl of phalluses.
John Quincy Adams, who said, if we go around the world looking for monsters to destroy, we will become the dictatress of the world, but we will lose our own soul.
Well said. One of our
He
best
was right.
presidents. Absolutely.
Well, you know,
Yeah.
Dave, you may feel that way, but Bill Ackman feels very different. I mean, it's this important point to put B7 up on the screen, which is that I think you're right. There was a part of his coalition, including yourself and others, who thought Trump would be more, you know, more of a peace candidate and more anti-war than Kamala Harris as the alternative. But there was another part of the coalition that looks like this, that is all, you know, thinks that we have not gone nearly far enough in terms of fighting.
Yeah, but this isn't even a regime change. This is a preemptive strike in order to destroy nuclear capacity, which I need to see additional evidence in order to know whether or not it's justified. Also, I don't know if the world would be more stable if Saudi Arabia, Iran, and Israel all had nuclear weapons, and if they were just in a Mexican standoff. That might be a more stable world with mutually assured destruction. I don't know.
A direct hot regime change war against Iran. And so you've got Bill.
Nope, that's not what he said. The parade was great. Our military is incredible. And now that Israel needs our help to destroy Iran's nuclear threats to the world, Israel's military and air force have sufficiently degraded Iran's defenses such that now is the lowest risk, high probability to take out Iran's nuclear capability, a grave threat to us all. We should not let this opportunity pass, but Israel does not have the equipment and armaments to complete the job. We do, and it does not require boots on the ground. They're not asking for a regime change war, Crystal. Do not lie to my face. The war Israel has been fighting has been on behalf of all of us. Let's help them finish the job. Bill Ackman is being cringe, but don't mischaracterize what he's saying.
Ackman here saying the parade was great. Our military is incredible. Now Israel needs our help to destroy Iran's nuclear threat to the world. They say that he says Israel's military and air force have sufficiently
I'm sorry for pausing and reading it before her.
degraded Iran's defenses such that this is now the lowest risk, highest probability moment to take out Iran's nuclear capability, grave threat to us all. We should not let this great opportunity, Dave, pass us by. But Israel does not have the equipment and armaments to complete the job. We do. And it does not require boots on the ground. The war Israel has been fighting has been on behalf of all of us. Let's.
Who snorted? Who snorted at him saying that doesn't require boots on the ground?
Help them finish the job.
Yep.
This is a powerful voice in the Republican coalition. It's a powerful voice within the administration. It's a powerful voice, nationally in terms of achieving the policy ends and goals that they want.
You know, it's like we're never going to get the mass deportations, but could we at least deport all of these war hawks to an El Salvadorian prison? Like, could we just, they really just did not. I mean, I don't know. It's testing
That's
my
the Israel horseshoe between you and me, Dave.
Well, it's testing my my belief in libertarianism, because when I hear this stuff,
Good. Libertarianism is for teenagers.
these people do not have a right to speak. You shouldn't have a right to open your mouth. The nerve, it's like,
Okay, let's not get too crazy with it.
they could just say these things that are so objectively untrue. Like, look, if you want to say,
How is it untrue that the United States military has a better bunker busting capacity than Israel does, and Iran or Iran is in a precarious position where their air defenses are eroded? So if we want to eliminate their nuclear capacity before it exists, now is the time to do so. And if we let this moment pass, if they have 60% enriched uranium and we just took out their generals, and well, not we, Israel. If Israel just took out their generals and Israel just took out their nuclear scientists, and if Israel just took out a bunch of high-end leaders and all that kind of stuff, this is an opportunity that will likely not repeat itself, because what's going to happen is Iran is just going to say, yeah, fuck it, we're going to build the bomb. So what's descriptively inaccurate about that, Dave Smith? I expect you to send me a Twitter DM.
Hey, look, I think this war in Iran isn't going to be a disaster like all the other ones were. And I think we're...
That's not what he's asking for. He's asking for limited airstrikes in order to destroy the bunkers in which these nuclear precursors exist.
Finally right, even though we've been wrong 9 times in a row. I think we're right about this one.
And we weren't wrong 9 times in a row. You just have a child's understanding of geopolitics.
Like, fine, make your argument. But to say this is the lowest risk, like that this is the lowest, this is by far the highest risk of any of the terror wars, objectively.
No
That's not like an opinion. That's just, it might end up working out. But the downside is the riskiest by far. That is, any military expert would back that up, who's not lying through their teeth would back that up. So anybody sit down and argue with me about potentially what Saddam Hussein could have done to us after we invaded, or potentially what Gaddafi could have done to us versus what the mullahs can do to us. I'm sorry, the risk is at the highest here. I hope that doesn't come true. I recognize we're already at war with this country. I know it won't look good for me, but I hope it does go well. I hope it's not the disaster that it looks like it's going to be. But don't sit here and tell me that this is the least risky one. This is by far the riskiest of all the terror wars. You know, maybe the a proxy war with Russia was riskier than this. But compared to Libya or Syria or Somalia or Afghanistan or Iraq, no comparison.
Hey, if you like that video.
All right. I hate Dave Smith. Let's do a wrap up and then I'm going to engage with chat and then we'll start our next segment. Let's go full screen. So in summary, sorry, let me go back up to Kyle. In summary, Dave Smith has a teenager's understanding of conflict. He was smoking marijuana, riding his skateboard, and listening to Green Day in 2003, and he never grew up. That's his political analysis: is war is bad, America bad, libertarianism good, all of the people that we fight are rational actors, and we should never intervene in anything ever because war is bad. Whereas, if you look at the history of the 20th century, we got Europe rebuilt by America after defeating Nazi Germany. We got Japan defeated and rebuilt back after Imperial Japan. We have South Korea, where tens of millions of people are free because of American interventionism. We have Vietnam, which we lost, and we lost terribly. But Vietnam was able to intercede in Khmer, Cambodia, and stop a massive authoritarian communist slaughter that was killing, millions of Asians. I think 25% of the Cambodian population was wiped out by authoritarian communists. And as a result of the horrors of authoritarian communism and China beating on their back door in the Sino-Vietnamese War, Vietnam has come our way. They've decided that, you know what, we fought the Americans and it was rough, but they're actually better friends than the Chinese. And so now we have a military and economic relationship where we're a counterbalance against another authoritarian communist place. So don't tell me that these things are all like, oh, it's all bad, it's all evil, nothing ever productive came from it. You're full of shit. Even with the Middle East and North Africa, modern Iraqis like modern Iraq more than they like the regime of Saddam Hussein. Of course, the Iraq war was fucked up. Of course, the Bush administration messed up. That's totally true. Hundreds of thousands of people dead in a civil war is still messed up. But don't pretend to me that the United States walked in there and just started shooting civilians in the back of the head. It's not true. It's not borne out by statistics. It's not real. And modern Iraqis prefer modern Iraq to Saddam's Iraq. And they sure as hell probably prefer it to Uday and Qusay, who are like documented sociopaths. So don't tell me that freedom is bad. Don't tell me that republicanism is bad. You can say that the juice isn't worth the squeeze. You can say that it's too much blood and treasure, and I probably agree with you, but don't be such a feckless coward about everything all the time. And then when it comes to ultimately voting for Trump and thinking that he was the dove candidate who was going to 5D chess his way out of the geopolitical intrigues of the world, you were coping. You were coping then. You're coping now. I'm happy that you jumped on a rake and smashed yourself in the face. It made me laugh. Let's check in with chat. Kyle says 10-7 was more like Israeli arrogance and Netanyahu paying Hamas with Qatari money in addition to the most of the Southern Battalion being relocated to protect the colonies in the West Bank. Sure. Avigator says 1945, Reinhard Gehlen, Hitler's top spy on the Eastern Front, is smuggled into America. He helped set up the CIA before returning to Germany to set up the West German BND. Cool. I like competent spies. Christian Blair says Crystal is a progressive SOCDEM and Sagar is a former Bush conservative turned libertarian because of Iraq. Okay. Randy Chang says, war is bad is the furthest these people are willing to think about these things. Pretty much. Christian Blair says, so yeah, America bad crowd. Yep. Matthew Morton says, wow, just going to start up with the pot-smoking skater hate, huh? Listen, if you're a pot-smoking skater, be a pot-smoking skater. But don't talk to me about geopolitics, okay? If your geopolitics are everybody should smoke pot, brah, and chill out, brah, and that's your geopolitical analysis, then don't talk to me. I was an angry stoner. I loved being an angry stoner. It was fun being an angry stoner. But don't come at me with this geopolitical analysis of like an elementary school child. Like seriously, like middle schoolers could give me better geopolitical analysis than some of the most famous pundits on the platform. Cameron Mosley says, hey, there ain't nothing wrong acting like that. I do that to accept my politics evolved. Listen, guys, I was an angry stoner too. Friendly fire. Avigdor says, there are several monuments to the 14th in America and Canada, a large one in Oakville City Cemetery in Canada. Based. Christian Blair says, Dave actually isn't libertarian, despite how much stuff I poop on libertarians. Dave is an ANCAP, the worst evolution of libertarianism. God, I wish libertarianism didn't mean anti-status, but it does. Avigator says, Operation Gladio 56-90 on unholy alliance between the CIA, U.S. Mafia, British Secret Service, Italian Mafia, ex-Nazis, and the Catholic Church in covert operations in Europe. Okay, well, I love killing commies, so sorry. Kyle says, oppression creates conditions for war, Dave, you stupid F. Yep. Bo Dickerson says, Dave Smith, clown nose on, clown nose off. Libertarianism, the clown nose never comes off. Sometimes I like libertarianism. I wish libertarianism as an idea was minimal state intervention in the economy with maximal freedom for all of its inhabitants, but that's not what it means anymore. It means anarcho-capitalism. Christian Blair says, he said if a button to push the abolish the federal government existed, he would push it in a heartbeat. Damn the consequences. He should be mocked for every political conversation into eternity. Well, we did that a little bit today. Sen Patty says, if Dave is a libertarian, I'm an effing commie dog. I hate this man. Doesn't even know what the NAP is, the founding principle of libertarian thought. Yep. Avigdor says, early 1960s, Israel hires ex-Nazis to destabilize Egypt under Nasser. Otto Scorsi, former SS officer who rescued Mussolini, was one of them. Cool. Thanks for sharing. Christian Blair says, who the F is saying to put the Shah's son in power? Some random guy on Twitter. Avigdor, still giving us some spy history for some reason, says USS Stark hit by Exocet missile by Iraq. America forgave Saddam because he was fighting a proxy war against Iran. As soon as he ended the war, he became enemy number one. Yeah, because he shot a bunch of Scud missiles in every direction, including towards our allies. All right. Anyways, I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to respond to ones that have @Connor or @Valor Media Network in it, because if I read all of chat, I'm never going to get past this. Sacred Snow says, I effing wish the neocons won. Exactly. Kind of jealous of Dave Stubble right now, not going to lie. I love having a beard. It's very great. Light of Exer says, I just think Trump believes he can get a quick and easy military win against America hating Muslims. Doesn't think much beyond that. Sure. Randy Chang says, I like the South Park guys, but I think the Team America movie may have ruined people's brains. No. Team America effectively said, you don't remember the speech? The speech at the end of it with the D's, the V's, and the A's effectively said that A's are running around pooping on everything. V's are too weak in order to take care of it. D's do almost as much damage as A's, but it's better to live in a universe in which D's F A's than allowing the A's to poop on your D's and your V's. If you don't know what I'm talking about, check out Team America World Police final speech. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, no, that I feel like that was a perfectly decent analysis. Kuwaiti girl saying babies turned out of incubator psyop. She was the ambassador's daughter. I volunteered because of her. Avigdor, I'm sorry that American military service has broken you. However, what I'm going to say is us going into Kuwait in order to kick Iraqis out of Kuwait was perfectly justified. Kyle says it's more than that. It's also the algorithm of Facebook and X that bombard users with misinformation and pro-Trump followers and content. The tech bros hack the people. Yup. Light of Exorcist is proud of you for backing Kamala, by the way. I do try to be vigilant about doing the equivalent if moral tables turn. Well, thank you, Light of Exor. I appreciate that. Avigdor says, Madeleine Albright said 500,000 Iraqis kids starved to death over lies of weapons of mass destruction were a price worth paying. How many of you agree with her? All of us. All of us agree with us. All of us are grill hottest, centrist, freedom supporters. We're basically like hell divers if it came alive. Matthew Morton says, bruh, I'm sorry to the Japanese, but kamikaze tactics are some B-made stuff. Absolutely. ACAP Badasui says they could use a healthy dose of secular government and diplomacy. Sure. I just don't want American boots on the ground in order to enforce that. Patty says, but have you considered that me dying for a losing cause is based, actually? Are we talking about Confederates? What are we talking about? Fung Dark says, I won't argue against October 7th being inevitable in some sense. More critiquing Trump, MAGA claims that he's good for geopolitics. The stupid West Bank map did no good, says Fung Dark. Yeah, I agree. Lisa Lopez, Trump sent a message to Tehran at 2 a.m., their time to evacuate. Yeah, isn't that bananas? Why is the president of the United States tweeting out, evacuate Tehran? What an insane way to conduct foreign policy. The King Slime says, thank you for defending Iraq war. No one effing does. Well, listen, dude, we can still simultaneously hold on to the fact that the Bush administration lied and exaggerated weapons of mass destruction in order to get us into it, while simultaneously recognizing that Saddam was a piece of garbage and Iraqis are better off without him. Both of those can be true. Bush admin can have lied, and we can have engaged in a war under a lie or hyperbole, and Iraq can be better off in the long run. These are not mutually exclusive concepts. Matthew Morton says, I question how much lifting or lack thereof influencers anti-war protests. Sure. Not fully sure I'm understanding that, but that's okay. I love you anyways. Big in Gaming said, Crystal has said it would be better if we had never gone into Afghanistan post 9/11. What an idiot. Listen, Afghanistan was justified all day. If you want to argue that we should have just kept containment pressure on Iraq until there was an organic revolution, I think there's something to be said for maybe it would have killed less people in the long run. I have no idea. But you also would have been condemning tens of millions of people to living under an oppressive regime under Saddam Hussein and eventually his sons, which seems pretty evil. But you can make that argument that ultimately sanctions and containment would have been better than a war. However, having Al-Qaeda blow up the Twin Towers, cause billions of dollars of damage and kill thousands of Americans, and the Taliban doesn't immediately turn him over, nah, I'm good. I'm perfectly okay with Afghanistan. I'm perfectly okay with special operations in the mountains of Pakistan. That at minimum was going to happen no matter what. Even if we had Gore, we would have at minimum invaded Afghanistan and done special military operations in special forces operations in Pakistan. Eka Badasui says, does he even want the U.S. to have a defensive fighting force? Yeah, I'm sure he does. Let's not get crazy with us. Why the hate on libertarians, Connor? Because, let me explain it. Because I understand that there's libertarians in here. Libertarianism, when I was growing up, meant minimum taxation, minimum state interference in people's lives. That's what libertarianism meant in the 90s and the thousands when I grew up. In the thousands and the tens, late thousands, early tens, when the internet blew up, libertarians went into an ideological spiral where eventually anyone who was still a statist, who believed that you needed a minimum amount of government in order to ensure social order, they became quote unquote not real libertarians. And the people who ended up taking up all of the discourse, they sucked up all of the discourse within libertarian circles, are anarcho-capitalists. So if you want to go into a libertarian circle and have a talk about the minimum social services required in order to stabilize society while providing maximal freedom to individuals in order to make their own choices, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist within libertarian circles. So you individually can be a cool libertarian. I've talked to cool libertarians both in my chat and on voice calls. However, the Libertarian Party is a joke. And the online libertarians are effectively teenagers. So they're either actually teenagers or they're people who have not matured since teenagehood and believe that anarcho-capitalism is still a viable idea. Biggin says, we all heard you say on Rogan that the Nazis losing was the bad outcome, Dave. Yeah, that's just contrarian bullshit. Domric Gayata says, can you believe that people pay money to watch the Chuckle F do stand-up comedy? It makes me shudder and cringe. I actually haven't seen his comedy. I wonder if it's any good. Cameron Mosley says, what's wrong with having a little bit less government and having a little bit less to pay in taxes? That's not the problem, Cameron Mosley. That's fiscal conservatism. I have fiscal conservative instincts. That's not the problem. It's libertarianism has become synonymous with anarcho-capitalism. That's the problem. Valor, Sacred Snow says, Valor, this is the guy that's not a political pundit when he's confronted. He's a comedian, but people who have spent their entire life on foreign affairs and war should be deported with dumb takes. Yeah, he sucks. He's a political commentator without stones. Matthew Morton says, Connor, you still got default Windows background. That's some psychopathic-ish. Oh, why? Because I just have like a generic background for my computer. Lol. China invaded Vietnam in 79. Yeah. And you know what happened? The Vietnamese kicked their ass, and then they started looking to us in order to counterbalance Chinese influence. Sen Patty says, let's go, angry stoners. Yep. Why do they say death to America? It must be metaphorical. Light of Exorcist Penn Jillette is the ideal libertarian. Interesting. Domeric Gayata says, I was an angry stoner in my teens, and I got my politics view from Hunter S. Thompson, Robert Anton Wilson. Not as angry and not as stoner now, though, but Dave Smith is a chooch. I wanted to say chode, but that's fine. I'm still getting through chat. I'm actually catching up with you guys. Lol. Catching up with you fine folk. Justin says, this war is not in America's interest. We are giving Israel free reign over the Middle East and North Africa. They will have their own foreign policy. How does this benefit America at all? Because we're boys with the Gulf states. We're already boys with Oman. We're already boys with Kuwait. We're already boys with Iraq when it comes to oil. We're already boys with Saudi Arabia. So as a result, we already have access to all of that oil. If Iran, we don't want a regime change war because we don't want to pay for it in blood and treasure. So that's not going to happen. But limiting their capacity to have a nuclear weapon is actually not a problem for us. If anything, that's an advantage. And if there's an overthrow of the Iranian regime, then instead of Iran being the oil support for China and Russia, they come back into play. Where, yeah, sure, they'll probably still sell oil to Russia and China, but they're also going to prefer Western customers, at which point China and Russia have to compete more, which means that they're less powerful. So yeah, that's advantageous to America in a geopolitical sense. Matthew Morton says, that's wild. I legit didn't know many angry stoners. I thought it was just a myth. Nope, that was me. I was very angry, and I liked marijuana a lot. Jack-o'-lantern says, Connor, have you read The Big Stick, The Limits of Soft Power and the Necessity of Military Force? Nope, but it sounds like it'd be right up my alley. Grill hottists, rise up. Indeed, Sin Patty. Whatever says, if you could turn X back to old Twitter, would you at the cost of free speech suppression? No, I'm perfectly okay with new Twitter. My only problem with new Twitter is that it seems like there's a lot of botting, and it seems like racist, crazy bullshit gets like propped up to the maximal degree, where you'll just have like, Jews are bad, 100,000 likes, 14 comments. And it's like, what? How is that not obvious botting? So actually, I would keep the new terms of service, but I would bring back the Twitter backend people who seem to have been fighting more against bots than what's happening right now. I love how I love how Elon said we eliminated 80% of bots, but I follow for follow. So if you follow me, there's like a 90% chance that I'm going to follow you back eventually. My profile is Counter Connor, by the way, COUNTERCONOR. There's an 80% chance that I'm going to follow you back. But whenever I do a batch follow back, where I follow 20 or 30 profiles at a time, where I'm just clicking follow, I get like half a dozen messages where it's like, hi, sweetie, I don't like talking on Twitter. Here's my WhatsApp. I'm a Filipino girl looking for some male friends in the United States of America. That's like half of my messages. So no, the bot problem is just as bad, if not worse, since Elon took over. Sorry for grunting in your ear. Sacred Snow says, assuming you're talking about the idea of total free speech and not just U.S. free speech in the Constitution, X is just as bad. It does have it bans people who criticize Elon. Yep. All right. Dank Brandon said it was worse. Didn't he truth it? We literally live in 1984. No, we don't. We live in a dumber timeline, unfortunately. ACAB Batasui says the stupidest thing we did was hold off on invading Afghanistan, which allowed half of the terrorist leaders to flee to Pakistan. Maybe. Pachydermis Assertus says invading Afghanistan was so popular, I believe Bush may have been impeached and removed if he hadn't done it. Yep. Americans wanted blood in 2003. Christian Blair says we should have listened to Charlie Wilson, the most base Democrat in modern history. Yeah. What, supporting the jihadis to fight the Soviets? Well, actually, I can't catch up with chat. I can't. I tried, and then you guys took off again. So you're still like 40 comments ahead of me. So I'm not. You beat me. Chat, you defeated me. We have like 85 people, and you guys are popping off so much that I'm not even able to catch you. So we're going to move into our next segment. I'm going to double check real quick and see if the Tucker Carlson, Ted Cruz debate is out. That might give me an ulcer, though. So I might want to do the Vaush thing. Although the Vaush thing might give me a stroke. So we'll see. Tucker Carlson, Ted Cruz interview. Let's see if the full one is up. That's 1 minute and 18 seconds. Did Tucker say where he was going to post it? Was he posting it to X? Was he posting it to YouTube? Where was he posting it? Tucker Carlson. What's his name again? Ted Cruz. 81K, but it's only 5 minutes long. Israel versus Iran. That's whatever. People are reacting to the clips, but they're not reacting to the whole thing yet. Okay. Let me check Twitter real quick, and then if it's not out, we'll move into the Vaush segment, which should be funny and give me a healthy chance of psychic damage. You guys will have a very fun time watching me take psychic damage from that one. Tucker Carlson, Ted Cruz. And it looks like everything is clips. It says full interview tomorrow, and that was 15 hours ago, but I don't see the full interview posted yet. And if I go to his page, then it's still the Bannon interview. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We'll go to YouTube and we'll watch Vaush. Thanks for bumping into my... God, my dogs, dude. They just love bumping into my shit. All right. Vaush, Warhammer. This is going to be so painful. Together with a lot of far right. This is going to hurt me more than it's going to hurt you. Don't worry. All right. Then let's do this. Biggins says, I still laugh that Dave believes Churchill somehow got the Germans to invade 5 neutral countries in the first year of World War II, all before in the day he became prime minister. Yeah, isn't that crazy? God, I hate contrarians. Contrarians are going to be the death of this country. Hedonic Treadmill says, just watch you and Tiny shoot guns. Cute content. Thank you, Hedonic. Welcome aboard. Conservative Liberalism says, will you follow back? And if you aren't careful, he'll threaten to cast testicle torsion on you. Exactly. I did that to Conservative Liberalism. He was complaining that I was posting too many of those Fell for It Again award memes, and so I cast testicular torsion meme at him. Dominic Galleta says, X is a sewer for Nazis, fascists, porn, and scammers. I mean, you're not wrong. Light of Xer says, Valor Media Network, you on Blue Sky? Nope. They could use more good faith, non-left-wing personalities on there. Yeah, I know I could. That's why I'm not going to be there, because it takes too much psychic damage. What was Vaush versus Warhammer? Well, you'll find out. Excuse me. Matthew Morton says, Connor Slow, chat fast. Indeed. Hello, LB. Good to have you. Good to have you. Sagers No says, Trump and MTG also waited on the Tucker versus Cruz stuff. Not surprised. All right. I caught up by skipping half of your stuff. So let me go ahead and do an intro after I sneeze and then get into the next segment. Excuse me. All right. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and a never Trump Republican. There is a left-wing guy by the name of Vaush who is popular with libertarian socialists and anarcho-communists. Therefore, he is the furthest left you can be while still not simping for authoritarian communist regimes. He does have cool things to say some of the time. Most of the time he says cringe, but that's totally okay. Don't we all cringe in front of the eyes of God? But one of the things that actually happened a few years ago was Vaush broke down Warhammer 40K. For those of you who don't know, Counterpoints 40K is my main channel. I actually have 100,000 subs and I make a decent amount of revenue off of that. And I break down the universe of Warhammer 40K. It's a science fiction, science fantasy setting that if I try to explain the lore to you immediately, we're just going to be here for 10 hours. So instead of explaining all of the lore to you that you need contextually in order to understand this, what we're instead going to do is we are going to allow Vaush to complain about how conservatives don't understand Warhammer 40K, the setting that I love. And then we're going to break it down and autistically tear apart his argumentation. So without further ado, let's bring Mr. Vaush onto our screen. Let's see what he has to say. Dylan Burns TV, good to see you, brother, says 40K is homosexual. Positive. All right, let's go.
So the only reason I'm talking about this is because you guys are, but I want to really quickly describe a setting, and then I want to talk about why that setting is really popular with a lot of far-right people, and then I want to talk about why I think the people who like it for those reasons are really missing the point of that setting, okay? So Warhammer 40K, get your...
Bear in mind, I will be autistically pausing this one with no apologies to chat. So you're just going to have to suffer.
soys out of the way now, because if you soy every time I say it, you're going to be soying the entire time I talk about it, you know? Warhammer 40K is basically like a broad, like, media environment. It's like this, it's like the Marvel Cinematic Universe where they've got the comics and the movies and the games. It's like that. It's basically set in the future, about 40,000 years in the future, so coincidentally, where the entirety of the galaxy is being fought over by humans and a bunch of alien races. And it's cool, and there are tabletop games and video games, and a lot of the stuff surrounding it is really awesome. I've played tabletop Warhammer. I have painted miniatures back there, and unpainted miniatures. Video games. I really like Battlefleet Gothic Armada, and I've played a lot of Total War Warhammer 2, though that is Warhammer Fantasy, not 40K. There's a lot of good stuff there. And if any of you are interested in examining it, I strongly encourage you to do so, because there's stuff in there that I think appeals to pretty much anyone. In particular, the subreddit Sig Marxism is a left-leaning...
Kill me now. Now, that being said, I think it needs to be remarked before we start that Sargon of Akkad also plays Warhammer 40K and also paints miniatures. So I do think it's funny that I paint and play, Vaush paints and maybe plays, Sargon paints and plays. And so as a result, like, we're all like giga political nerds, and yet we all somehow bumped into Warhammer 40K and fell in love. And so Crawling Chaos says the far right people miss the fact that Warhammer is a parody of a fascist regime. I don't think they missed it. I think they don't care. And I also think that it's justified within the setting because you have monsters that are eating the entire galaxy. BizD says, holy shit, Connor's going to have a stroke. Probably. I'm probably going to die in this segment. I'm going to have a cardiovascular incident on stream, and you guys are going to have to watch me die at my desk. So that's going to happen. Be ready for that. Then this is happening, says far right and media literacy. Name a more iconic duo, the Crawling Chaos. Listen, guys, you guys cannot be this soy in my chat. I understand we got liberals. I understand we got progressives. I understand that you guys hate the far right. That's totally fine. But please do not be so soy that you think the entire far right doesn't understand that Starship Troopers is a satire. They understand. They don't care. You know why? Because Paul Verhoeven or whatever made the mistake of actually making Starship Troopers cool. It's like a multi-ethnic society. Nobody cares about religion. It's a private economy that can allow you to have incredible wealth. The education system is good. The military actively tries to discourage you from joining the military because they only want volunteers. And you go out and you find bugs that you fight bugs that literally suck the brains out of human beings. It's Paul Verhoeven's fault. He made it cool. He didn't understand the source material. He doesn't understand the difference between fascism and militarism. So that's not our fault. It's not Republicans' fault or right-wingers' fault or fascists' fault that you made cool media that ended up supporting like an authoritarian militarist regime. That's not our fault. Try making it cringe next time. You know? Like you look at like a dude in power armor running across a battlefield in order to slaughter bug creatures that are going to kill all of his friends, and you're like, isn't this cringe? And it's like, no, it's the coolest thing ever. It's actually this meme. I'm gonna show you this meme because it's important. Literally the coolest thing ever meme. Look at this. This is you guys. You guys are going for Starship Troopers and Warhammer 40K. This is you with your like your media literacy, where you're like, this thing actually sucks, and it's actually the coolest thing ever. That's you. Anyways,
Warhammer 40,000 subreddit, which I think is pleasant and nice because it gets around some of the elements of the community that I will talk about in a second. So here's the basic story, and I'm skipping over like everything.
Dominic Giada says, Connor, not to be that guy, but how long has Warhammer been around? 1980s. I was never a gamer type, but always appreciated the passion for painting of the figures. So they did Warhammer the Old World, which is grim, dark, and horror Lord of the Rings in the 1980s. And then in 1987, they released Warhammer 40K, which was taking Lord of the Rings and a bunch of horror elements and a bunch of sci-fi elements and then shooting it 38,000 years into the future.
Things, so forgive me. But the basic story is this, okay? Humanity existed as it did in our world, and then we fought a bunch and invented faster than light travel and expanded across the galaxy, and it was super cool, okay? The age of technology. We invented stuff, we spread out, we had a great time, okay? But then, oopsie doopsie, it turns out that psychics and magic are real, and magic comes from hell, and hell is everywhere, just barely beyond a thin veil of power that you can transpose if you're psychically talented. And well, people started getting
he's jumping straight to the Age of Strife. He missed the cybernetic rebellion of the war with the Men of Iron, but that's okay. Because first, it's Star Trek, right? We spread out across the stars. Then it's Terminator, where all of the AI rebels and kills 70% of humanity. Then it's the Age of Strife, where it turns out hell is real. But that's okay. He's speaking about this guy extemporaneously, and he hasn't done it for a living for 5 years. So I'll allow him this omission.
Getting psychic powers and doing cool shit like blowing up entire cities and turning everyone's skin inside out. And they didn't know how to control their powers, and humanity got really, really bad really quickly. And we were spread all over the galaxy, and we had no way of dealing with these issues. And what happened then was the Age of Strife. 5,000 years or so of humanity tearing itself apart, of warp storms encompassing the galaxy so communities couldn't contact each other, planets couldn't hail their home planets, and starships couldn't go into certain systems, and just everything fell to shit, you know? And then around 30,000 years since the birth of Christ, a guy called the Emperor was born, or maybe just made himself.
Hold on. LB says, counterpoints, 100% right-wingers have no idea what fascism is, or the machine, or due process, or the First Amendment. Number one, if I'm a never Trump Republican, then I'm technically on the right wing. And even if I'm a quote-unquote liberal conservative, as some of you guys have labeled me, I'm still on the right wing. Center-right, but still right-wing. I understand fascism. It's political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism. It's not Umberto Eco's 14 talking points. That is cringe. And it's not palingenetic ultranationalism, because that's not necessary for fascism to exist. That's just a common historical narrative that fascists use in order to appeal to the psychology of the masses in order to seize power. So no, the right wing is probably 90% ignorant on fascism, and 10% of the dissident right understands, actual fascism as espoused by Giovanni Gentile, Hitler, and Mussolini. But the left also has no idea. And as a matter of fact, their definitions are incorrect. So, no, don't hit me with, right wingers don't know anything. Burt. It's like, yeah, lefties also know the wrong thing. You know what I'm saying? Which faction is Vaush a part of? He's a Slaneshi cultist. He's a Slaneshi cultist. He probably showers enough not to be Nurgle. Connor, who is your favorite Primarch and why is it Vulcan? Because he gives good hugs.
Self-evident to humanity, and he was super powerful and super cool and super knowledgeable, and he was like, hey, I'm going to unite humanity in a great crusade. So he did that. First, he conquered Earth, called Terra in the future, and then he sent out a bunch of super soldiers across the galaxy to reunite all of humanity and try to turn it into one great imperium of man. And the Emperor was a couple of things. Well, he was fiercely secular. The Emperor of mankind proposed that his agents spread the imperial truth. And the imperial truth was that there is no God. There are no superstitions, no demons, no angels, no God. There is the material universe and nothing else. One thing the Emperor felt was that with a universe as big as it is, humans had an unfortunate tendency to reduce themselves to superstition when given the chance. And he felt that that hurt humanity. So he suggested that, no, we should militarily enforce secular values.
Yes, he's correct so far, and I'm okay with this. Emperor's Children. I don't know if he's... Dude, I don't think he's in shape enough in order to be in Astartes. Like, no offense, but he's gotten skinny, and good for Vaush for getting skinny and losing weight, but I don't see him lifting any weights, bro. If you want to be in Astartes, you got to lift weights, bro. You can't be sleeping on the job there, bro. Effect says Vaush would pretend to be Tau, but definitely Slanesh. Yep, that's actually a good analysis. Light of Vexer says, I kind of like, although I think he paints Mechanicus, weirdly enough. Lido Vexer says, I kind of like both sides of this debate. Both sides feel valid, and it's entertaining to watch them bickering. Good. Too bad Katie fell. Indeed. Biz D says he's a Tau noble who secretly has a sword that he took from a bunch of snake people. Yep, Biz D, that's exactly it. He's Tau. He's Tau who has a Slaneshi artifact in his historical gala. Absolutely. Dominic Gaeta says, dang, just looked up the cost of Warhammer figures. Jeez, it's an expensive hobby. It is. Rises says, need to watch Girls und Panzer. Well, that sounds like fascism right there. All right, so you guys were crazy generous yesterday, okay? Obviously, Grassroots gave away a bunch of memberships, and he did a few super chats and all that kind of stuff, but also everybody pretty much matched Grassroots, which was bananas, all right? Now, Valor Media is demonetized right now, so you can't super chat and you can't become a member. So realistically, all I can do is plug my PayPal. So if you have a super chat burning a hole in your pocket and you want to support the stream and you want to support me and my work and my entertainment and all that kind of stuff, I am plugging a PayPal in the chat right now. So if you got $5, $10, $20 or whatever, you enjoyed today's stream, you want to support the channel, go ahead and click on that link, send us a couple of $1 dues. If you don't have $1 dues, don't worry about it. I love the fact that we pretty much have 90 people hanging out watching nerdy political debate content almost every single day. I love the fact that we're doing that on the Counterpoints channel. I love that we're doing that here. So your presence and viewership is appreciated. But if you want to support monetarily, there's the link in chat right there. What if I hit 3 but haven't done it in a minute? I don't know what you mean, Son Patty.
The Great Crusade went out. And
talking about 3 plates? Yeah, 3 plates is sick. Matthew Morton says, wait, I can't give you money on YouTube, Connor? Not today. On Tuesdays, you can. On Monday through Friday, right now, the channel is demonetized, so you can't do super chats and you can't do memberships. PayPal is the only way.
Actually found and reunited humanity, and when they found religions, they would crush it. They would kill entire...
Wenmoon. I know Vaush is the liberal archetype. He's not. He's an anarcho-capitalist and a libertarian socialist. But let's skip this degenerate pedo and let's watch a Nick versus Adam King debate, shall we? No. This is my content. You don't like my content? Click the X button, click the back button, go watch something else. Okay? Fashion 40 says, watch Gundam and I'll drop 100. Dude, I will watch every Gundam thing that's ever existed ever for $100 because I would do it anyways. Fashion 40. How do I phrase this? So I'm trying not to be too nerdy here. Counterpoints 40K is my main channel. I'm doing politics on the side because I love it. I have an investor who is going to pay my editor for a year in order to take the Counterpoints 40K formula and apply it to science fiction and apply it to Star Wars. I will 100% take the best of Gundam content and incorporate it into my concept of the unified science fiction timeline. So you might be joking that I'll give you $100 to watch Gundam. But regardless of whether or not you donate, I will watch all of the good Gundam series, and I will break them down as a part of the science fiction channel. So your support is appreciated, but not required. When Moon says, bro, you said you would watch the debate yesterday. Don't do me like that. Sorry, brother. Check in tomorrow.
Entire, clergy classes burn priest cities to the ground, destroy and bomb cathedrals. They would do everything that they could. And
sorry, I do need to eat my breakfast.
The Great Crusade went out and further.
So I'll mute myself and I'll interrupt every now and then.
Further. And some people talk about the politics of this age, the Great Crusade, which was when humanity, for the first time in thousands of years, seemed like it had a future, you know? And there were elements of the Imperium of Man that were very far right at that time. And there were elements that were pretty left-leaning. And then there were elements that don't really work within our modern understanding of politics. See, the left and the right, politically, are really relative terms. And our understanding of politics here on Earth, in reality today, are informed by the material conditions that we live in. We have one planet that we control. But 10,000 years in the future, the systems of politics that we understand today might be made utterly irrelevant by changes in technology and changes to our communication and our culture. I'll say this much. In 30,000 years from now, nobody will use the word socialism, okay? Nobody will use the word socialism or capitalism. The world set before us that far in time will be so alien to us that our modern systems of understanding political action will not apply. There will be other battles to fight. There will be other things to care about. There will be other issues to concern yourself with. You know? That's not to say the fundamental underlying issues, equality versus hierarchy, might not still be important. In my opinion, they still will be, but it'll take a different shape. So
I kind of disagree with this level of analysis, but I appreciate that he's putting his whole ass into it. So there are fights within 40K between leftism, fascism, oligarchy, feudal lords, all that kind of stuff. Like, oftentimes, the default in the imperial setting is to make it medieval. And so they have feudal lords and all that kind of stuff who govern planets. But under the Imperium, you can technically have any form of government you want. You could have a governor, a planetary governor who is effectively like a union boss over an entire forge world who works for the Mechanicus, but still has some level of civilian control. And basically they have like a pseudo-socialist society where everybody shares everything. There's no prohibition against that. The only prohibition is that you pay your taxes. That's the only imperial requirement. And so fascism, fascism, communism, all this stuff can exist under the auspices of the Imperium as long as you pay your taxes. So yeah, so I appreciate what he's saying, where like nobody's going to be arguing about socialism or communism or any of that kind of stuff 40,000 years into the future, and so it doesn't exist in the 40K setting. However, that's not entirely true, because if you actually look at like Gene Stealer cult and a lot of rebellions, they oftentimes have like socialist, vanguard, Leninist rhetoric. They're not specific enough to articulate their ideologies fully, but they use modern propaganda in order to justify actions that are in line with these ideologies. Like I would argue the Tau are culturally a fusion between Japanese Gundams, Chinese authoritarianism, and a Hindu caste system. The Tau, they're like blue fish people, blue fish horse goat people who have Gundam suits. They're effectively like a blend of like 3 or 4 Asian cultures under a Chinese authoritarian communist government. It's actually pretty interesting. One Moon says leftism, anarchism, communism are all just liberal deviations. Without liberal order, they wouldn't exist. Bullshit. You're saying they're not even individualist. Liberalism, the root word of liberalism is liberty. Liberty talks about individualism. They're collectivist associations. You can say that they're ideological offshoots of liberalism, because liberalism and mixed economy capitalism came first before socialism was even conceptualized. But even fascism is a response to liberalism. So are you going to say that fascism is a liberal offshoot? Of course not. Fashion 40 says, Connor just did. I look forward to the content. Keep doing your thing. I don't even support DGG this way. Thank you, King. I appreciate it deeply. I'll check my email real quick because I want to shout you out. Thank you, brother. Honestly, that's gonna happen. So Fashion 40, it might take a few months because I'm gonna have to get through like the aliens content and the Predator content and all that kind of stuff. But I promise you, Scouts Honor. Scouts Honor within the next, I'll make it even like 6 months, okay? It's June. By the end of the year, I will start breaking down Gundam content in detail and exploring the themes and the lore of the mech machines and all of the violence associated with it. My friend Taze, my editor, he actually has a breakdown of the Iron-Blooded Orphans. I wonder if I could pull it up on YouTube. But Iron-Blooded Orphans Taze. Look at this. So if you, this is going to have to hold you over for now. But this is my buddy Taze. He wrote one essay about Iron-Blooded Orphans. He analyzed the shit out of it. I don't think he has any other videos, and he got 21,000 views. He's actually just like a supremely talented guy. So if you want something to hold yourself over, type in Taze, T-A-E-Z, Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans, and you'll pop up with his video essay. Anyways, back to 40K.
The Imperium of Man, circa the Great Crusade, was it left or right-leaning? Well, some stuff was pretty right-leaning. First of all, due process was more of a suggestion than anything. The military leaders that were sent out, the Primarchs, had a ton of control over the behavior of their armies and the worlds they subjugated. Some of them would treat the worlds they subjugated really, really well, and some of them really wouldn't. There were Primarchs that would attempt to use diplomacy to negotiate with long-lost human colonies. And then there were Primarchs that would send down engines of blood and fire to raise the planets into nothing until the survivors had no choice but to comply. So, with that respect, the action of delegating overwhelming political jurisprudence to military officials, that's pretty right-leaning. It's also not something that happens today. You know why? Because right now, in the modern world, anyone on Earth can call anyone else on Earth and have it be picked up within a fraction of a second. Nowadays, you don't have to delegate a bunch of authority to generals because the political leaders are always a phone call away. But when the armies are separated by tens of thousands of light years, well, to what extent is it legitimate to give deference to military leaders? I don't have a hard answer. It's a fictional story. I don't have any hardline answer, but it's an interesting question. There's some other stuff there that's definitely very far right, very authoritarian. For example, the Emperor of Mankind was the undisputed master of Emperor of Mankind. There was not a democracy. Democracy was not a thing. The Emperor controlled everything. Planets were controlled by planetary governors who were appointed by the Council of Terra, which was basically just a group of human civilians who interpreted the will of the Emperor and gave it out. There was no democracy anywhere here. Nothing was democratic. It was all authoritarian. Directly authoritarian.
I love this because if he put this level of analysis into his politics, I would unironically be a fan. Like, obviously, the horse stuff is gross. The lolly stuff is gross. He shouldn't be engaging in any of that kind of stuff. All of the pedo apologia he did as like an argumentative thing, gross. There's so many things about Vaush that are wrong. However, if he put in this level of passion and analysis into politics, he would unironically be a good creator. This is where I think I expressed extreme disappointment in Vaush, because regardless of whatever his moral foibles and failings are, he can be a charismatic, intelligent, insightful person. But like, he doesn't even put this much analysis and passion into his political commentary. What the hell? Checking in with chat. Starhawk says the Imperium is way too decentralized to be considered fascist, as with reference to our understanding today. Trying to map your personal politics to 40K is super cringe. Starhawks, I completely disagree. Fascism, as I've discussed on the channel before, is flexible authoritarianism and political corporatism. The Imperium of Man is 100% a political corporatist entity, and it 100% relies on flexible authoritarianism in order to maintain power. I'm telling you, definitionally, even if the Warhammer 40K creators don't even understand fascism conceptually, it is perfectly in line with Giovanni Gentile's Giovanni Gentile's understanding of what fascism should be. So, yeah. OnlyFan models would be gene stealers. They would either be gene stealers or they would be demonettes, Slaneshi demons, who are demons of pleasure. Oh, this is an old Vaush. Laugh my ass off. Yeah, he's actually trying. Fashion 40 says, wait, really? Tau go hard like that? Oh, yeah, 100%. Dude, Tau are limited because I don't think they have faster than light travel. So they have to do like sub light speed travel in order to spread their domain. So they can't jump across the entire galaxy. But realistically, from a technological standpoint, they're actually superior to the Imperium in many ways. The Imperium just has more guys. Domenic Gaeta says, did you ever read Philip K. Dick's sci-fi stuff or Robert Heinlein? I've read Heinlein. This is happening says, you think they play, but then you're like, oh shit. Yeah. The Tau seem weak until they hit you with like a Gundam plasma shot and nuke your guts. So hold on. Let me pull this up for you real quick. I'm going to show you the Tau real quick. Exodite Tau attack Krieg. There should be a video here. Let me see if I can find it. There's going to be a video where they have like stealth suits. Tau versus Krieg. Why don't they have it? It should be like the top thing. Remind me to pull it up at the end of the stream. I'm not going to waste any time on it. But there's actually a really good battle scene between the Tau and the Death Corps of Krieg. Anyways. West Moon says fascism equals hierarchy, tradition, authority, religion, blood and soil, chauvinism, while all other secular, egalitarian, horizontal, internationalists. Nope, wrong. You're wrong. I'm right. Political corporatism, flexible authoritarianism. That's what it is. You're wrong. I'm right. I read Gentile. You didn't. Boom.
With varying degrees of, administrative due process and checks and balances. So, for example, early on in the Great Crusade, there were times when bad behavior on the part of military leaders was checked and criticized. And that's cool. But there were other times, most oftentimes, when that didn't happen. And that's not cool. There were times when the emperor sent out journalists to accompany these militaries and encourage them to be truthful and honest in their interpretation of events.
He's actually read the Horus Heresy books. That's impressive.
Which is good. Free speech and free journalism and free press are worthwhile left-leaning values. But they also faced heavy censorship to make sure that morale maintained in these great, massive galactic wars. The thing is, the Imperium of Man was never at its best left-leaning. At best, it was a benevolent monarchy. It was a benevolent totalitarian dictatorship. Because the Emperor was supposed to be benevolent. The most consistent narratives about the Emperor of Man was that he was supposed to legitimately be above men. Gracious and humanitarian and loving, just in control of trillions of people. So,
I love how Steelman he's going for this. I actually really do like how much thought he's putting into this. But check in with chat just to keep you guys entertained as well. Boog says, it was Gundam W that convinced me pacifism would never work. Power abhors a vacuum. Sacred Snow says, I understand this is broad strokes, but due process was a suggestion is the understatement of understatements, at least in 40K. I'm sure in 30K. Yeah, in 30K, effectively every Primarch is their own feudal lord, where they're in charge of a military campaign that conquers dozens of star systems, and they also appoint planetary governors. So while a lot of them have an internal sense of justice, their internal sense of justice is, you tell me your side of the story, you tell me your side of the story. Okay, I believe you, therefore I'm killing the other guy. That was always due process in the 30th millennium as well. Matthew Morton says, this is literally like being taught about the Imperium by the Chaos Gods. Kind of, but I mean, I think he's doing okay. Groovy McCrout says, Vaush doesn't like kids, lolly, or horses. He loves them. No, he likes teenagers, lolly, and horses. Let's Steelman his position. Groovy McCrowds is just kidding. I have no idea if that's true or not. Yeah. We're just fucking around. Matthew Morton says Vaush would be a scorpion in that old fable about the scorpion and the frog. Okay, come on, let's relax. Vaush is mildly relevant. His last 10 videos, only 4 are over 100K views. Well, yeah, but he's gotten lazy. He's He's decided that he can make enough money just by having half-ass political, lukewarm, ANCAP analysis. It actually sucks. Nick is on Rumble getting 200K views per video. Yeah, well, good for Nick. But Nick, one of you guys told me that Nick is, he won't talk to people without sufficient clout. So I guess we got to get clouted up first, huh? Anyways.
The math gets a bit tough at that scale. But with time, things got a lot worse. The long story short of it is that there was a betrayal. Some of the Primarchs rebelled. They killed the Emperor, set the galaxy aflame, and left what was remaining of the Imperium.
Wrong! Starhawks, wrong! The Imperium doesn't have an economy in a traditional sense. It's feudal. There is an absence of corporatism. Wrong! One of the most interesting things was Eisenhorn, because you don't get a lot of insight into the civilian world in a lot of books, because it's all focused on the Imperial military, and it's all focused on the militaries of rival factions. In Eisenhorn, they talk like he's boys with a rogue trader. He goes undercover as like a grain merchant. He talks about the mercantile system in the not passport system, but the permit system for rogue traders and merchants within like a solar system. He talks about, no, absolutely wrong. There's actually, what's so cool about Eisenhorn, I read the first book and I thought it was so good, is actually how vibrant it describes the civil society of the Imperium, where if your planet is not at war, you can actually live like a normie civilian life, being like a grain merchant or a forge smith, like I forget what they call it, a blacksmith, or you can be I'm trying to think of it, like a bodyguard or any of that kind of stuff. It only, or like a courtesan. You can be like somebody who goes to court and you're kind of like a prostitute. There's actually like, it's so rich. Eisenhorn had such a rich description of civilian society that I thought it was fantastic. When Moon says, I've read Gentile, leftist liberal materialist reductionism can be used to describe fascism. For the far right, economic principles are secondary at best. Metaphysics plus blood dictate our worldview. I don't know. That's kind of like schizotyping. I don't know how to translate that one. I've read Gentile. Leftist, which is contradictory to liberal. Materialist, which isn't a contradiction. Reductionism can't be used to describe fascism. Yeah, I agree. They talk about the phenomenology of spirit. For the far right, economic principles are secondary at best to metaphysics, and blood dictate our worldview. Yeah, okay. Well, and then you just said something cringe. So, yeah. Anyways. The economy and the civil society of 40K is actually fairly complex.
Of man, essentially to wallow in thousands and thousands of years of wicked superstition, bureaucracy, and misery. Essentially, when the leadership of the emperor was taken away, when he was killed, the narrative of the story kind of reaffirms the idea that humanity can't really live without a leader to aspire to, if that makes any sense. Or to put it another way, humanity needed the emperor to keep it on track. And in the absence of the emperor, humanity fell back into superstition. It fell back into the imperial cult. Whereas the imperial truth was all about promoting secularism, the imperial cult venerated the emperor, then known as the God Emperor, as the master of mankind and the spiritual divine leader of all of humanity. In the modern Warhammer 40K setting, they are so devoted to this imperial cult that you, your family, and the city that your family lives in can be purged from orbit if it's found out that there are people within your city who are explicitly not of the belief that the emperor is a god. Entire planets and cities have been committed to fire just because they disagreed with the religious you know, the preacher, the religious
dictates of the cult. This is partially true, but I think exterminatus is actually fairly exaggerated. It's not that planets don't get exterminatus. It's not that they don't exterminatus planets that have cults on them. It's more like there is some degree of corruption that is expected within imperial society. And so as a result, just having like one gene stealer cult or having one chaos cult is not going to be enough to condemn the whole planet, because it's almost expected that the enemies are going to be constantly trying to infiltrate the Imperium of Man. However, it is true that if that cult starts growing and the government loses control, then yeah, 100%, they'll burn the entire planet. BizD says, yes, humanity needed the Emperor, but they were being attacked by all sides. Yep. When Moon says based, Vaush is finished. Not sure what we're talking about, but sure. Is it true that Big E is low-key a chaos god too? I hear that a lot. Yeah. In my opinion, Jonah Boy, to respond to that question, the Emperor allegedly, at least according to a Horus Heresy cinematic, stole power from the gods. He went to the chaos, he went to the chaos gods and he says, I'll rule, in your stead. Just give me a smidge of power. And he took that smidge of power and he took it for his own devices. And so, in my opinion, he became a god, a warp god of human order. One of my favorite quotes from Warhammer 40K is that apotheosis, the process of becoming a god, does not require consent. And so, against the Emperor's will, he's become a god of order. No, I'm not. Matthew Morton. Connor, you're getting close to heretical. Nope. I'm following the teachings of Euphrates Keeler and the first iterators of the Horus Heresy.
Deification of the time. The modern Imperium of Man is incredibly far right in almost every imaginable way. The term is ecclesiarchy. Well, that disagreed with the ecclesiarchy. In almost every imaginable way, the modern 40K is incredibly far right. Overwhelmingly so. Hold on, wait, one person's spamming. Jeez, they were really spamming. My God.
So call it the warp god of order. You don't have to use the word chaos, but the warp god of human order.
Thought like a bunch of people were spamming spirit science, but it turns out it was just one person. Anyway, there's a reason why I'm getting to all this. Basically, the modern universe of 40K is really complicated to talk about politically because there isn't only the Imperium of Man, there's the million planets they control. The universe in 40K operates as a kind of space feudalism where planets are allowed to operate semi-autonomously as long as they pay their taxes to the Imperium of Man and they commit military forces to them. And that's about it, So some planets are well run and have democracies within their own governments. And then there are other planets that are brutal beyond the wildest imagining of human beings. There are planets where you could be born and live a life that's not that different from our own in terms of quality of life. And there are worlds where fetuses are harvested from birth mothers so they can be trained in the use of firearms at the age of 5 and then sent off to die in war at 15 while wearing the gear that's been passed down through 17 generations of guard before them. It really depends where you're born.
God, dude, I don't know why people are complaining about this. This is like almost a completely fair analysis. I'm sure it'll get cringed soon, but for now, this is a fairly fair analysis. General So says, I thought Warhammer was sci-fi. LOL sounds more like fantasy. If anyone has read the books, where would y'all recommend? Eisenhorn. I would recommend starting with Eisenhorn. Anything by Dan Abnett, I'm going to recommend. And then also you can start with the Horus Heresy. But bear in mind, what you're asking me, if you go into Eisenhorn, you're effectively a child who doesn't know how to swim, who's jumping into the deep end of the pool with a flotation device on. That's Eisenhorn. If you are jump into the Horus Heresy series, then you're effectively jumping into a hurricane with your child who doesn't know how to swim, who's jumping into a hurricane. So either way, you're kind of screwed. Jonah Boy says, he really went to the Chaos Gods and did the meme, can I have your power to spread our influence and ruin everything? Yes. Actually instills order in the galaxy like a boss? Yes. Bo Dickerson says, Connor, is a Tyranid hive mind a god? It's arguable. arguable, like the Great Devourer, similar to the Skaven in Warhammer Fantasy. Bello D says, if we start making power armor, we need it to be 40k inspired. Agreed. Although the pauldrons are huge. Anyways.
Yeah, Krieg. It really, really, really depends. Some planets are livable.
Well, Matthew Morton says, General So, is sci-fi fantasy a thing? Because that's probably what it would be. It is. And Star Wars is considered science fantasy, not science fiction, because it doesn't have very hard science elements. It's just kind of like a fantasy setting put in space. And I would argue that Warhammer 40k jumps back and forth between hard science and soft science.
But most of them have been choked black and yellow with the smog of the imperial pollution. There are planets where acid rain is a global and constant occurrence, meaning that roofs have to constantly be reinforced as every square inch of the city exposed is constantly eaten away at by an ongoing just rain pounding away at everything. People whose flesh burns away when they walk outside. There are death worlds where humans shouldn't live there, but still do for some reason. There's a lot of variety. When you have a million worlds under the control of the Imperium of Man, there's always going to be variety.
God, I wish he put this much passion into his political analysis.
Now, the reason why I'm getting through all of this is because in addition to it being like exceedingly far right, it's also miserable for almost all of the things that make it far right, with one caveat, with one exception. The point of Warhammer 40k is that it's miserable. It's literally like the Grimdark. They codified Grimdark practically. Everyone who, if you write a book about 40k or read a book about 40k, anything, just anything about the media makes it exceedingly clear that it was a horrible place to live in. The opening scrawl of 40k makes that clear, that there's nothing, the universe holds nothing of hope, that it's just like Christ, listen to this. This was the beginning of every book that was written in its time. To be a man in such times is to be one amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. This is the tale of these times. It is a universe you can live today if you dare, for this is a dark and terrible era where you will find little comfort or hope. If you want to take part in the adventure, then prepare yourself now. I think this is from the 80s. They don't say that in the most recent ones. Forget the power of technology, science, and common humanity. Forget the promise of progress and understanding, for there is no peace amongst the stars. Only an eternity of carnage and slaughter and the laughter of thirsting gods. That's it. There is only war.
I love that. Matthew Morton says, I heard the creators of Warhammer basically wanted to rewrite the Bible, but with way more bro code. Dude, there are so many biblical and mythological references in Warhammer 40k. It's crazy. Like Horace Lupercal, the guy who started the heresy, he basically goes through Jesus's temptation in the desert, but instead of rebuffing the devil, he accepts a pact with the devil. Sanguinius in many ways can be mirrored to Jesus Christ. The emperor himself can also be mirrored to Jesus Christ in a lot of ways. There are so many biblical references and also like ancient battle references where a lot of plots are effectively like the rehashing of medieval battles with a science fantasy laser gun bolter aesthetic. It's fantastic. Sacred Snow says, what are the foundational lore books for like a rough timeline if I wanted to read it sequentially, thinking of starting the books myself? I don't know if there's really a good like chronological retelling of the 40k narrative. If you want to take a look at it, then I would say I have a universal timeline book or a unified timeline video, which is like 10 minutes, which could probably get you through it pretty easily. And then also, but I mean, if you want to read the book, somebody can recommend in chat. I don't have one that summarizes everything well. Starhawk says space fantasy is a good label for Star Wars. True. Bo Dickerson says Plaster is better than Phaser. Bo Dickerson, Trekkies jumped into my chat and they said that that was wrong. A blaster is effectively a miniaturized plasma gun. It actually shoots gas into a chamber and then superheats it via a crystal and then fires a bolt of plasma out into its targets. All Star Wars weapons are effectively miniaturized plasma guns. A phaser, if I understand it correctly from Star Trek, is something that actually just like deletes reality. So it deletes matter. So a lot of people who are Trekkies, they argue that phasers are superior to blasters and superior to 40k weapons. Biz D says, Eisenhorn is where I started. It was a comprehensible starting point. That's good. Leopards and Faces says, is this Connor watching Vaush or someone watching Connor watch Vaush? No, it's me watching Vaush. World-renowned Geohound says, Connor! And I say, back. Gen X says, Vaush again. Lol, is Vaush fan here? Not yet, but we're watching Vaush break down the politics of Warhammer 40K, so this is kind of like a niche video. I understand if not everybody wants to watch it, but it actually should be pretty fun, especially when he starts talking about how right-wingers don't understand the 40K setting. Leopards and Faces says, hell yeah, brother, my Blood Angels are led by Christ. Laugh my ass off. Yep. Jonah Boy says, oh, what do you think of the theory that the Emperor basically planned the heresy? He knew, Jonah Boy, I don't think he planned the heresy, but he knew through scrying through the warp that some of his Primarchs would eventually turn on him and that he would have to destroy some of his sons. I think there's a mention in the in one of the books that effectively he has houses for the Primarchs to retire to in the Palace of Terra. Like he has quarters for the Primarchs, but I think there's not enough quarters compared to how many Primarchs there are. And I don't think all of the Primarchs use the quarters. And so if you had to ask me to guess, I think the Emperor was 50-50 on whether or not Perturabo would turn traitor, and he would eventually have to kill Perturabo. And I think he was like 90-10 that he would have to kill Angron and he would have to put down the World Eaters. World-renowned Geohound says, Connor, my best friend is a huge Warhammer fan. I was never into it until Space Marine 2. I just couldn't stop playing it. Got Space Marine Remastered. I really like being in that world. Any tips for newbies? Tons of tips. So basically my main channel is Counterpoints 40K. Go ahead and subscribe to that. I would recommend watching my What is Warhammer channel video. I would also recommend watching the Unified Timeline. It's kind of like a headcanon, but it's a pretty good headcanon. And then after that, I would just jump in both feet first into the lore. That's what I would do. Set favorite phasers to fabulous. Yep. Major Kill is a great pop channel, but there's plenty of other things like Luton 09, Luetin 09. Italian Spartacus is somebody that I watched a lot back in the day. They all do Warhammer lore.
So why am I going into all this? Well, the point that I'm laboriously trying to get to is that the universe of 40K fucking sucks. So why are there a ton of...
Sorry, Jonah Boy asked another important question. Sorry, VOD viewers. And are the Alpha Legion loyalists or not? So Alpha Legion, what they were fighting a battle, and they're effectively like the CIA Special Activities Division for Space Marines. They do like sneaky, stabby assassin intel shit, right? Can't find your Warhammer channel? Type in Counterpoints 40K. Look at this. I'm going to show you how easy it is. Go to YouTube. Type in Counterpoints 40K. Boom. 108 subs, 13K views on my last video, 105,000 on my second to last video. We're cooking. We're having a good month. All right, no problem. Then, sorry for being sassy, but it should be pretty easy to find. Alpha Legion, though. Alpha Legion got shown by aliens that effectively there's two choices for the universe. They can fight for the Emperor and be loyalists, at which point there's going to be a 10,000-year war and the galaxy is going to fall apart slowly and humanity is going to die slowly. Or they can fight for chaos and they can end the Imperium quickly and the Imperium will die, but the galaxy as a whole and life within the galaxy will continue to flourish. Those are the two options. Well, the Alpha Legion actually picks a third option because they're sneaky boys. Half of the legions go loyalist and they fight like weird battles that like they're still considered traitors. They still get shot at by loyalist forces, but they do things in order to help loyalist forces. And then half of them do just pure traitor shit. And it's been that way for so long that nobody even knows who is still loyalist and who is still traitor. But when they were presented with the options of destroy the world quickly or destroy the world slowly, they tried to confuse the signal. That way they created a new alternative reality. It's pretty fun. I love Alpha Legion. I think they're great. They're my second favorite after, actually, they might be my first favorite, but I just don't like their color scheme. And I think my first favorite, second to first favorite, it competes in my mind are Iron Warriors for Chaos Forces. Whatever 4690 says, there are tons of channels that do audio 40K stories as well. True. Sacred Snow says Bricky is pretty good for beginners and is high entertainment value, more of a lore guy than Major Kill. I love how I'm on a politics channel, or at least I'm supposed to be streaming about politics, and we're talking more about 40K, and I still have 80 people. Ask Grok for a link. I mean Gork. Yes, Gork and Mork. World-renowned Geo says, thanks, Connor. I look forward to you explaining this insane universe to me. You're welcome. Leopards and Faces says, do you mostly paint hobby or do you play in tourneys? I don't play in tourneys. I just paint, and then I do casual games. We are all pawns in Trayson's game, indeed. Joda Boy says that tracks so well for them. Laugh my ass off. Yep. Sacred Snow says, Tyranids seem OP. How did they just not devour the entire Milky Way like they did the rest of Deep Space, other than Necrons wiping them out sooner rather than later? Yeah, it's a combination of like Pyrrhic victories for humanity and Necrons. That's the only reason why Tyranids haven't wiped out the entire galaxy. They are super OP.
Of far-right people who like to deify elements of the Imperium of Man and use it in the political propaganda that they...
Here we go. Here's where we're actually going to get into the political side of things. So if you're like a politics nerd and you just have me running in the background, we'll actually get into the politics momentarily.
Create. Why were there so many God Emperor of the United States memes? Why, when you go into a lot of 40K, communities, do you see people who talk about the Imperium of Man and use the language of the Imperium of Man as though it was like a cool and good place to live in? You guys have noticed that, right? I mean, for God's sake, look at this. I saw this all the time back in 2016. They photoshopped Donald Trump's head onto the God Emperor of Mankind. And I mean, it's nice, funny memes or whatever. It's like nice LARPing, but like in the story, this guy failed. Right? This guy died. The guy they photoshopped Donald Trump's head onto here failed to control his empire, died in a rebellion, and has to sit in a corpse throne while over thousands of years the Imperium of Man that he built rots. So why is he being deified?
Okay, whatever 4690 says, because the right wing has humor. Brother, I have a feeling that I'm just going to repeat myself 10 times over the next 30 minutes, okay? The reason why he's being deified is because, number one, it's partially sarcastic. And number two, because the Emperor of Mankind is supposed to be the pinnacle of humanity. So they're kind of joking, tongue-in-cheek. There are people who are legitimate cultists after Trump, but they're joking that Donald Trump is the peak of what humanity has to offer. Yeah, Bo Dickerson says Big E succeeded in his goal of unification. Yeah, relatively speaking, but now his empire is slowly collapsing. Starhawk says, because it's fun to engage in behavior in fiction in a way that you can't or wouldn't in real life. F me, this lefty talking point gets so exhausting. Brother, put on your seatbelt.
You're trying to say channers know what actually happens in stories? I do think so, because many times, you see this type of behavior in communities that are fans of 40K. And the first thing you learn about 40K is like the Horus Heresy, which is what tells you what happened here with the Emperor. They know the history. They know that they're deifying Trump by associating him with an icon where in media, that icon was a failure who rots now on a throne while everything he built dies. My suggestion is that they don't actually care, that the aesthetics of authoritarianism and militarism are so important to the far right that they don't actually care that they're borrowing symbology from media that explicitly disagrees with their conclusions. Games Workshop, as shitty of a company as it is, put out a statement affirming their support of Black Lives Matter and saying people who disagree with Black Lives Matter essentially can just fucking leave the hobby for all they care. That caused a lot of people to get angry. They also actually demanded that the formerly known as Arch Warhammer YouTuber, now known as Arch, disassociate with their brand because the dude was a neo-Nazi. Or at least like a fash. I forget the details. So Games Workshop isn't super far right. And what's more, the super far right empire in the media they produced sucks. And a lot of why it sucks is because it's far right. The worst parts of living in the Imperium are the religious fanaticism, are the authoritarianism, are the hypermilitarism. But these are all of the things that the people on the far right tend to deify.
Okay, I think this is silly, and I'm going to show you why momentarily. Sacred Snow says, Trump as the Emperor of Mankind, at least make it Napoleon, make it make sense. Trump is like Abaddon, many chaotic allegiances, and takes the 13 tries to destroy Acadia. But listen, it's not just Trump, okay? It's not just Trump, okay? When you're talking about, as an example, there are all these freak movements online, right? Like Bonnie Blue is a cultural figure, okay? Bonnie Blue is a Slaneshi demonette, all right? Hold on. I have to pull up cultural references in order for you to understand this, okay? Google Bonnie Blue. Let me make sure my safe search is on before I go ahead and flip over to images. Okay. So Bonnie Blue, for those of you who don't know, is a pornographic actress who has slept with 1,000 men within 24 hours and had a plan to be put into a like glass cage and mistreated by people for her own satisfaction. She's actually like a total nutbag who should be committed to an insane asylum. She is a Slaneshi demonette. Okay? A demonette is a worshiper of the god of excess who effectively like murder kills mortals until they're dead. You know what I'm saying? That's basically Bonnie Blue. And then there was the I'm trying to think of it. There was like the, what do they call it? Is it bug chasers or something like that? Bug chasers are human beings who fetishize catching STDs and as a result actively try to have unprotected sex so they eventually catch STDs. Do you know who would be a fan of that? The god of rot, Nurgle. He would love that. He would think that was the coolest thing ever. Okay? This guy, he would love bug chasers. He would think they were the most amazing people on the planet. They would 100% be Nurgle cultists. The god of change, weirdly enough, his name is Tzeentch. Progressives would love Tzeentch. You know why? Because Tzeentch loves change for change's sake. He loves mutation for mutation's sake. He loves endlessly iterating things in order to perpetually pursue knowledge. Progressives would love Tzeentch. So the whole point of that, Korn, though, I don't think there's like really like a real mainstream, although the red pill would love Korn. Actually, that's perfect. I'll go ahead and analogize that. Red pill is all about power, domination, physical prowess, all that kind of stuff. Korn 40K. They would love the blood god. Right? The god of blood and skulls, Korn. He doesn't care from whom blood flows. He only cares that you go to war, kill people, and collect skulls. And if you look at the rhetoric of the red pill, is this an exaggeration of the red pill? 100%. But there's spiritual analogies. Like obviously this is all mythological. But there's like spiritual and political analogies to the gods of chaos. There's spiritual and religious analogies into our real political world. And so part of the appeal is that not only do you need to have like a strong sense of order, not only do you need to have a spine in order to fight these things, but realistically, like there are chaos cultists among us. They might not be like literal chaos cultists. I don't think Bonnie Blue actually has a shrine to Slanesh within her house. But in many ways, she worships Slanesh, especially if you consider the Jordan Peterson quote of effectively, you are what you worship, right? She behaves in a way that worships excess and sex. When Moon says, when can we talk about Jewish supremacy feels topical currently? No, that's not related to this. No, talk about Jewish supremacy when we watch another Nick Fuentes segment. Jesus Christ, bud. Imagine thinking liberalism isn't totalitarian and authoritarian. Listen, Wen Moon, if you want to say liberalism is totalitarian in that enforces the liberal perspective on everyone, good. I love it. Fantastic. Gen X, the right has humor. Ha ha ha. They don't even understand parody or irony. Their humor, like the grammar, is that of a fifth grader at best. No, plenty of people understand this. I understand this. Vast swaths of the right wing understand this. They don't care. Bo Dickerson says, making a sci-fi game about space Nazis attracts real Nazis. Games Workshop shocked Pikachu face. Relatively speaking. Christian Blair says, got her banned from OnlyFans. True. Leopards and Faces says, lol. Gen X says, liberalism is quite literally not authoritarian by definition and in practice. What the Groypers are trying to say is that liberalism does not tolerate authoritarian competition. If you try to subvert a liberal system and replace it with an authoritarian system, liberalism will resist you with force. That's what they're really realistically saying. Too bad there are plenty of other porn hosting sites you can go to. Yep. Sacred Snow said, did like an hour of the Dave Smith versus Trump panel and did a lot of ME Geopoll. Cool. That's what we did earlier in the show if somebody was asking that. Conservative liberalism says, bug chasers are gift givers. Human psychology is so fucked. Yep. Asmongold is an avatar of Nurgle. Agreed. Starhawk says, when I engage in fiction, I can do so in ways I'm diametrically opposed to in real life. Leftists seem to only be able to engage with fiction in a way that agrees 100% with their worldview. Well, I'm not going to lie, Starhawks. I have difficulty playing with chaos factions because I find them so repulsive. I don't want to be like chaos. I have to like headcanon in Alpha Legion Renegade or headcanon in Iron Warrior Iron Empire in order to get myself to play chaos. When Moon says that's like AIDS parties where everyone goes in without knowing who has it. I hope that's not a thing, but yeah, obviously that would be Nurgle would be a huge fan. Gets destroyed by denying a historical event, totally not authoritarian. Okay. Destroyed? Are you killed? Are you being crucified? Are you being slaughtered in the street? Are you being incarcerated? No, you're not. You're chatting shit on the internet. Unless you're European. Melody says Asmund worships Nurgle for sure. Probably has a shrine in his house unknowingly. Yeah. Unironically, Asmongold is a Nurgle cultist. Anyways, sorry, back to it. Sorry for the passionate rant. But the whole reason why I went on a passionate rant is because the reason why 40K is so psychologically appealing is because of the analogs back into the real world. And the reason why a lot of Imperium sims, including me, I don't want random innocent people to get murdered. That's not what I like about the Imperium. What I like about the Imperium is it has a fucking spine. And when it's surrounded by evil shit, they fight. That's what I like about them. Are there Chaos Marines without a selected god? Yep. There's Chaos Undivided. You do not have to pick a specific god. You could worship Chaos as a united pantheon, or you could not worship them at all.
That's weird. My argument is that for them, the aesthetics take prominence over anything else. That even though the actual content of the media they like, and many of them, I imagine, they do like 40K, even though the actual content of the media they enjoy explicitly criticizes and mocks their politics, they adopt it anyway because they think it's cool. It's the same reason why.
But this is like me with Helldivers, man. Helldivers, I don't even think the creators are really mocking Starship Troopers that much. I actually think a lot of what they do sets up a logical, coherent worldview where like managed democracy is the correct position. But even if they came out and they were like, oh yeah, Helldivers, which with managed democracy is totally sarcastic. We're totally trying to make fun of everybody who believes in authoritarianism with a blend of liberalism. I think Helldivers 2 is fundamentally correct. I think that freedom with a spine, freedom with the ability and desire and cultural desire to fight for itself is unironically good. So, you know, do I have media illiteracy? Because even though I understand that it could be satirical or making fun of my position, I still think my position is correct and I'm willing to embrace the aesthetics. Yeah, exactly. Don't attack that sweet liberty. Exactly. Unironically. Bo Dickerson says, hey, the Necrons only wanted to beat Super Cancer. Well, yeah, but then they decided that they were the supreme beings of the galaxy. But, you know, anyways. All right, if I don't keep going, I'm never going to get through it. So let's let him talk.
We just saw Adam Calhoun, who has a United States flag Punisher emblem on his back wall, in spite of the fact that the Punisher is an amoral cop killer, anti-hero, who I guarantee you does not give a single shit about patriotism, okay? It's the same reason why a lot of far-right people like Fallout, even though Fallout, very explicitly in the first two games, and perhaps less so, but still in the Bethesda sequels, is very anti-war and anti-patriotism. If you play the Fallout games, they're like beating you over the head with the imagery here. Hey, dumb, unintrospective patriotism means the end of humanity. Dogmatism and fanaticism destroy people. Like, but people, they LARP over that, you know?
Yeah, because Liberty Prime is based, and so is the Brotherhood of Steel. Sacred Snow says, I think the only Chaos Marines that follow a specific god is World Eaters for Khorne, Thousand Suns for Tzeentch, Death Guard for Nurgle, and Emperor's Children for Slaanesh. I agree. But there's also like war bands and renegades who join and all that kind of shit. Azurai says, that's not what managed democracy actually is. Super Earth is basically modern Russia at best. Azurai, I understand that, for instance, they do this like funny thing where when you vote, you don't actually vote, right? They use the social credit system to track the way that you behave, and then an AI votes in your best interest, right? So that's obviously a joke. That's obviously saying like you think it's democracy, but it's not really democracy because you actually don't get a choice at the end of the day. It's always going to vote for Super Earth and the militarism of Super Earth, right? So it's totalitarianism with a veneer of the aesthetics and rhetoric of liberalism in order to justify its totalitarianism. I understand that. But if you actually talk to or listen to the Helldivers or the Sea Forces or whatever, they unironically believe in like liberty and freedom and all that kind of shit, and they're willing to fight and die for it. So I get it. It's a satire. It's making fun of it. Totally understand. It's totalitarianism with a veneer of liberalism. I get it. It's still based. Well, hold on. The totalitarianism isn't based. Militant liberalism is based. Jonah Boy says, I like during the defense of Super Earth when the democracy officer says countless citizens call this city home, defend their property. Wen Moon says, questions egalitarian principles, race realism, reads the Talmud, gets unbanked, not totalitarian at all. Do you live in Europe or do you live in the United States? Wen Moon, please tell me. Bo Dickerson says 40k victories over God, Pantheons, Necrons to everyone else 0. Yep. No, Necrons are hardcore, man. Nobody says that they're hardcore. Yeah. Anyways.
They're like, oh, yeah, dude, Fallout. Nah, better red than dead. Like,
yeah, Liberty Prime is based. Yeah, 100%.
You know, why do people so often on the right do this? Well, part of it is because they have really, really, really bad media comprehension. Seriously, conservative.
No, we understand it, Vaush. We understand it. We don't care.
Conservatives, in my experience, are not great at understanding the messages that media are trying to like deliver to you, even when it's really obvious, like really, really obvious. But even if they do understand the messaging, I think they just like look past it, you know? Like,
yeah.
Can I show you something? Like, this is a painting. Now, I think this painting is cool. Okay.
Dread is phenomenal. Dread is about a nuclear hellscape with an anarchic civic society that can only have authoritarian police because they don't have the time or resources to police all bad behavior. So cops become judge, jury, and executioner. It's obviously not a good society to live in. And yet Dread, a cop with an ironclad sense of justice, who will not break or bend to the most like malevolent criminals that you've ever heard of, who make the cartels in our current world seem like, you know, Care Bears. That's still an awesome story. I hope people don't watch Dread and they're like, oh, secretly Dread is the bad guy. Like, I hope they don't have that impression. They can say, within the context of our modern society, Dread is an authoritarian freak. You can say that. But saying that like Dread is media literacy, Dread is actually the bad guy, I think is so cringe.
Okay. Without getting too deep into the specifics, it's a painting of a bunch of like armored super soldiers standing in a big cathedral ship. Okay, it's cool, right? It's shiny. It is shiny. But what does it represent? Well, to me, what it represents is
hold on. This is actually where we're going to get into the meat and potatoes, because I have a feeling we're going to disagree with what it represents to both of us. This is going to be interesting.
Kind of larger than life, hyperbolized, propagandistic retelling of a military force.
Okay.
You know what I mean? When I see this, I see propaganda in every paint stroke. And I like that because it's self-aware. But I think a lot of people see this and they see past the propagandizing, they just see glory. But that's all they see. They don't see anything else. To be clear, in the context of the story, the people here in armor, Space Marines, are barely human. They are war-torn, amoral, honor-obsessed,
Then they're not amoral definitionally, but I understand he's speaking extemporaneously.
a callous, condescending killing machines who have at best neutral relationships with the rest of mortal humanity. Okay, that's at best.
Hold on, I'm gonna let him finish his explanation, and then I'm gonna say what I see.
They're essentially, yeah, they're sociopathic killing machines. They're narcissists. They're people too, Vaush.
Sometimes.
Not all Space Marines don't be like that. Guys, I like the Salamanders too, but you know goddamn well the majority of Space Marines are sociopathic killing machines who would turn on humanity the nanosecond they felt that.
I mean, the Horus Heresy kind of proves his point. Let me tell you what I see. Okay, I do see the veneer of what Vaush is talking about. I do see the glory, right? But what I see over here is I see the glory of a medieval cathedral with a skull in the center. So this is obviously a society that worships death. I see the Primarch, Gilliman, who is like a 14-foot tall, demigod of war, who's wielding the sword of his father, which is in flames. Effectively, he is actually the imperial truth. I'm just now getting, or can you post a PayPal link? Yeah, let me see if I still have it posted. There you go. Thank you, Hannah. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and thank. I'm sorry if I forget your screen name. I'll just say a single name. But John, thank you for your donation. It means a lot. And I promise you, I will cover Gundam as a part of my sci-fi channel. And Hannah, if you want to throw me a couple of dollary dues, there's the PayPal link. Thank you for asking. So anyways, but I see like the church and all that kind of stuff. And when it comes to the Marines, he's saying, oh, they're narcissist sociopaths. Nobody who reads and enjoys the Space Marine books believes that they're narcissist sociopaths, although obviously there are characters who are like that. What they see is what men have to give up in order to become warriors. Because guess what? War is an inhuman tradition. Human beings are supposed to trade. They're supposed to create. They're supposed to build. They're supposed to love. They're supposed to have families. Okay? So, Fashion 40, thank you for reminding me. So that's what human beings are supposed to do. Okay? They're supposed to create and to build and to love and to nurture and all that kind of stuff. But reality is harsh. And reality necessitates, existence itself includes conflict. And so in order for men to become masters of conflict, they oftentimes have to give up vast swaths of their personality. They can't be nurturing. They can't be loving, except for in like a fraternal way. They can be mentors, but they can't be lovers or fathers. They have to be warriors. They have to be willing to kill vast parts of their personality in order to become inhuman enough that slaughter is their only vocation. And so while he's saying, oh, they're narcissistic sociopaths, it's like, no, Space Marines are actually showing you what is necessary to become a master of warfare. And what I love about the Space Marine armor as well is we have, look at this art, right? The Victrix helmet. It's the double-headed eagle with the sigil of Ultramar perfectly crafted onto it, is that these are artisans of war. The way that a artist, a sculptor, a sculptor, a painter, the way that they treat art is the way that Space Marines treat death. And so because they treat dealing death as an art form, their armor is emblazoned with non-functional aesthetic flourishes that show that they are the confident masters of death. And so you can view this as all negative. But for me, particularly as a law enforcement veteran and a military veteran, I recognize that I had to isolate and cut off parts of my humanity in order to operate during high stress environments. And then I also recognize that you can fall in love with conflict. And so No, I don't agree that these are narcissistic, self-worshiping sociopaths. A lot of these people are dutiful. He said honor bound immediately after saying they were narcissistic. They have a code of honor that they will follow into the grave. And that, in a lot of senses, is noble. So if you want to make fun of everything that I just said, you go ahead. But through my experiences with the real world and my experiences with the media, some of this shit is just cool. Some of this is just awesome. Some of this is just true in like a mythological sense. So, yeah, I don't agree with Vaush's summary of Space Marines at all. I feel like it's woefully shallow. Woman542 says, I don't know, the Salamanders seem pretty caring and nurturing, at least compared to the Night Lords and Iron Wars. They 100% are. And the Salamanders, but bear in mind, they will genocide every other alien race. They will kill Eldar children. They will kill Tau children. If a Salamander walks into a room and there's a Tau mother, father, and 3 kids, he will do a split time record of firing a bolt shell into every single child. And the way that every single living being, and the way that he will be merciful is he will kill the parents first so they don't have to see him kill the kids. Or he'll do it in reverse order where he kills the kids first so they don't even have time to be fearful before they die. That's the mercy of a salamander. But he will still genocide rival alien races without a second thought. Can Space Marine have children? No. It seems like Chaos isn't really interested in Space Marines having kids. And then Space Marines, as far as we know, are asexual creatures. They still have dick and balls, but their dick and balls are not, they don't care to use them in the ways that humans care to use them. Sacred Snow says, I'm unsure if they can procreate after becoming Space Marines. Most are separated from their families forever, except for the Salamanders. They mostly adopt. The few times that I've seen stories of renegade Marines running away and having a family, quote unquote, they find like a widow and they just live there in a sexless marriage, you know, doing farm chores and taking care of the family. Fung Dark says, I've heard of Devin Larat talk about the monster you just create within yourself to operate optimally in battle. Yep. Starhawk says Ultramarines and Crimson Fists are also relatively chill, especially compared to a bunch of other chapters. Sacred Snow says, yeah, but F the Eldar. They had it all F'd everything. At least the Necrons had motivation to F up everything. Revenge is a powerful instinct. Yeah. And so that's where I feel like Vaush is bemoaning the right-wing shallow analysis of media. Meanwhile, he himself has a pretty shallow analysis of the media. But anyways, I digress.
Not all Space Marines don't be like that. Guys, I like the Salamanders too, but you know goddamn well the majority of Space Marines are sociopathic killing machines who would turn on humanity the nanosecond they felt that this already happened, guys.
No idea, Melody. You need to research that on your own time.
This already fucking happened, guys. Come on.
Yeah, but that was the point, was to contrast the morality between the traitors and the loyalists. The loyalists prioritized humanity over their own ambitions and in some ways became slaves to war and slaves to humanity for the rest of all existence. Whereas the heretics, the people who followed Horus into damnation, they worshiped themselves as transhuman gods who deserve to rule all of the galaxy. So there's actually like a religious thing of, do you worship yourself or do you worship something outside of yourself? That's another mythological religious precept that is like infused into the morality of Space Marines. Melody says, I thought I was talking to an expert. Okay, well, my instinct is that they're hung. You know, my instinct is that Marines have basically a hammer, a sledgehammer hanging between their legs. Wildman542 says, Renegade Marine stories about raising a widow's kids on a farm sounds like pro-stepfather propaganda. Sure. Jonah says, I heard Sanguinius was friends with the Silent King or the Necrons, but I don't know if that's true. The lore is so vast. Fake news spreads just as easily. Laugh my ass off. There's something where the Silent King shows up with a death mask of Sanguinius on. I don't know the story between them interacting in the past. I don't know the story, but there is something where he approaches Dante with a death mask, Sanguinius's death mask, and says that they knew each other. I don't know if it's true. What about the sisters? Are they packing grip? Oh, yeah, 100%. Very well endowed in whichever way suits you best. Death Lily 76 does disagree. Humans evolutionary and historically are the most violent primates to ever exist. Death Lily. So if I said inhuman, I misspoke the way that Vaush did. I don't mean inhuman in that it's not a part of our nature. It's absolute, like war and conflict is 100% a part of our nature. What I'm trying to say though is that in order to be good at conflict, in order to be good at warfare, you have to cut off the other parts of your personality. You have to cut off your empathy. You have to cut off your nurturing side. You have to cut off your sense of care, right? You can care about your fellow tribesmen. You can care about your fraternal warrior brothers, but you cannot care about civilians in a way that's going to break you emotionally. And you cannot care about the enemy in a way that's going to break you emotionally. Connor breaks 60 viewer ceiling by tapping into DGG. Brother, we were at, like, if we're talking about politics, we were breaking 100. I think the reason why we're dropping down below 70 right now is because we're talking about Warhammer 40K infused with politics. So, anyways.
I haven't forgotten the Horus Heresy. Also, even the best Space Marine chapters kidnap human children and torture them for like a decade until they're ready to have skin implants and turn into Space Marines. Okay, don't paint over this. I know they look nice in their armor, okay? But men are men, and these are not the best of them. They're just the tallest of them. That's
wrong.
The point. The point of all this media is that you can give people as much power as you want. It doesn't make them better. The whole point of the 40K
wrong
story is that the more authority you give people, this does not necessarily correspond to a positive increase in the extent to which they can contribute positively to the world around them. The Space Marines are superhuman, sure, but they're shown to be boastful and prideful and often quite sociopathic. And the Primarchs are all daddy issue bitch babies. The Emperor himself, the best of humanity, was unable to understand the problems with how he treated the people beneath him. Warhammer 40K is an anti-authoritarian piece of media. A lot of people aren't willing to accept that because they're high on copium and they want to believe that all the glorious propagandizing paintings that they see are meant to be a representation of the tone of the setting morally, as opposed to the tone of the setting aesthetically.
Hold on. I'm going to disprove him almost. I'm going to disprove him in an instant. Fashion 40 says, I can't get rid of my empathy. That's why I didn't join the NYPD, yet they keep calling. Plus, being black mixed from the hood has skewed my perspective. Well, Fashion 40, I'm not going to tell you to do something that's against your nature. However, what I would say is, like, with cops, you can have selective empathy where basically when somebody's in like a jacked up situation, you can try to help them out. You can use officer's discretion, all that kind of stuff. But I will tell you, after like 3 years of being on the road, my empathy was burnt out. I actually, not trying to get too dark, but I saw a baby pass, literally a child out of the age of 6 months pass because of her mother's drug addiction. And at the time when he was passing, I didn't feel anything. Now, 3 months down the road, I thought about that thing and it broke me. But when I was in the room, I couldn't even register it, because if I let it register, it would have broken me. Wowman 542 says, who wants to bet Vaush will bring up the debate of female custodians as an example of how right-wing it is? This might have been before custodians. This is a couple years old. Sacred Snow says 40K Tangent and MIB was some of the most interesting content slop to grace DGG in a while, but I blame that on Destiny's debate fatigue post-election. It's ramping back up. Yeah. I was actually thinking for our next bro date, since we did the gun range, maybe I should take him to a Warhammer store. I think that would be fun. There's a Warhammer store in Boca Raton. Conservative Liberalism says, I know you're on an upward trajectory regardless. I'm just busting balls because I hear how unenthused you are with the genital discussion. Thanks, brother. John says, I think the only way to beat the Tyranids is the racists is to have common sense can work together to bear them back, or the Necrons. Necrons can beat everybody by themselves, weirdly enough. Fashion 40 says, yeesh. Yeah, man, I can't. I'm technically a heroin baby, so yeah, man. Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it. If it'll fuck you up, don't do it. Anyways, let's let Vaush continue to talk. However, I disagree with him, and let me disprove him wrong real quick. Hell's Reach is an excellent piece of media. It's about the Black Templars, who are some of the most fanatical, murderous freaks on the planet, in the galaxy. And it's about Helbrecht. No, not Helbrecht. It's about, come on, Hell's Reach. Grimaldus. Grimaldus is a chaplain, and he has a sense of doom about the planet of Armageddon. And it's effectively a love letter to people in combat where they have to reconcile themselves with their own death. And it's Grimaldus at first being a whiny bitch baby about the fact that he has to go to some backwater shithole planet that he has to police in order to wait eventually to get murdered by orcs. The first 40 minutes of the piece is him hating the fact that he has to die defending Hell's Reach. And then it's him stepping up to the occasion and leading mortal and Space Marine forces in the defense of a city whose valor he comes to love so much that he then becomes an earnest defender of the city. He has political intrigue in order to advocate not just in his best interest, but also in the city's best interest, to the point that he's able to convince an Imperator Titan to defend the city. And he has to betray a relationship and his sense of honor in order to do so. And then finally he falls in battle, losing all of his friends in the process. And once all of this is done, he actually ends up surviving a church collapsing onto his head, and he accepts his fate and he accepts his death. After accepting his death, he survives, and he has some level of guilt at surviving compared to his brothers. And then he channels that into a simultaneously a rage and hatred of the enemy, but he also channels it into a gratitude for having survived in the valor and sacrifices of his peers. There is no way to read Hell's Reach sarcastically. There is no way to read it cynically, right? You'd have to be the most cynical piece of shit on the planet to think that the story of Hell's Reach was told at Grimaldus's expense. So no, I firmly disagree with this perspective. When Moon says a former cop opinion on 1355. Well, it's not. When Moon, you just love race shit. You just love Jew shit. Are you 16 or something? Is that why you're obsessed with this shit? It's not 1355. 95% of the black community does not commit crime on a day-to-day basis. They're working class people. They wake up, they work their jobs, they pay their bills, they pay their taxes, they go home. They're working class people. 5% of the population are criminal assholes who deserve to be incarcerated, and 1% to 2% of the population are actually murdering pieces of shit who are involved in the drug trade. So it's more like take that 13% and then take 1% of that. So it's actually not 1355, it's 1.355. And we should be concerned with the 1.3, but we shouldn't harass the 98.7 because the 1.3 exists. Thank you for my TED Talk on race and crime. Bo Dickerson says, can we just stop and appreciate the orcs for being the only ones having fun in the galaxy? We can. Let us all say a quick prayer to Gork and Mork, and let us thank them for providing the boys with entertainment for all of time. Thank you, Gork and Mork.
But those are two very, 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 very different things. And I hope you all understand that, right? Now, there's nothing wrong with enjoying that media, by the way. If you like...
Yeah, conservative liberalism says 1.3% is what Hillary Clinton called super predators. And guess what? Hillary Clinton was right. She should have stood on business. She should have said, listen, I understand that me talking about super predators rubs some people the wrong way. I'm not talking about average working class black folk. There are so many good people within the black community whom I love and whom I cherish. But there were freaks in the 1990s that were committing heinous crimes, and they deserve to be punished. And I don't give a fuck if that offends your sensibilities. That's what Hillary Clinton should have said.
Reading 40K and embracing just the stupid glory of yes, we piloted the cathedral ship of the Litany's litany. 10 trillion men on board, the ship larger than a moon. We steer the ship into the sun and fire the cannon through this. If you want to read shit like that, have it fine, jerk off to it. I don't care. Have a ball. That shit's fun as hell to read. But recognize ultimately that the media is a satire of politics and a satire of authoritarianism. The only caveat, and I mentioned this earlier, the only caveat there is to this fundamentally is that there's a premise that in the real world is untrue, but in 40K is true. But there's a difference between people who can recognize that premise is non-reality in 40K and people who think that because it exists in 40K, it must exist in the real world. And that is the idea that great terror is justified by external threat.
It is, bro. It is. Like, so for instance, the Tyranids. Okay. You want to see some Tyranids real quick? I'll show you some Tyranids, bro. I'm going to show you some Tyranids, bro. Space Marine 2 cinematic trailer. I'm going to leave the audio off so we don't get caught. But look at this, okay? Here's Imperial Guardsman. Here's a Hormigaunt, which is a Tyranid, who has like crab talons slashing into the guts of a Guardsman, who's a normal 6-foot human being, and he's eating his throat and guts. Here's a radio operator stumbling away. He takes cover past Laz fire. He looks back, and there's all his brothers getting stabbed to death by horrible insect monsters. Here's a Tyranid warrior who's like an 8-foot tall space marine gene coded freak like creature. And in order to kill a Tyranid warrior easily, you have to have 8-foot tall demigods of war clad in ceramite armor, which is a mix of metal and ceramic, who are able to like cut through and blast apart all of these enemies, ripping them apart with chainsword, ripping them apart with bolter fire, able to stand toe to toe. And you know what happens if the Space Marines don't exist? Even when the Space Marines don't exist or do exist, this planet is still going to be largely consumed by the Tyranids. Even if they fight tooth and nail in order to save the civilian population and productive capacity of this planet, there's still a very strong chance that humanity, vast swaths of humanity, billions of souls will be consumed by these monsters. So external threat, excuse me, Vaush, but if the Tyranids actually did exist and they were coming to Earth in order to consume all biomass on the planet, I 100% will support the United States military in funding a transhuman project to create 8-foot tall demigods of war with fusion nuclear power packs and bolters. I will 100% support that. So yes, external threat justifies extreme force. It's true. Starhawk says compositional and ecological fallacy drives that thought process. Applying averages of a group to even individuals of that group or applying the behavior to a few to the entire group is low IQ. Compositional and ecological fallacy drives that thought process. Applying averages of a group to every individual of that group or applying the behavior to a few to the entire group is low IQ. Yeah, sure. If you're saying that you don't assume, you don't bump into a black guy and go, hey, how's the crime going? You know, like, yeah, I agree with you. When Moon says 5% of all black males become a murderer in their lifetime, how is that acceptable? I don't understand. It's not acceptable. Incarcerate them. Now what? Incarcerate them for life. Also give them better education. Also give them better jobs. Also give them better financial opportunities. Also give them better mentors. Also give them a better culture. What do you want from me? Your leaders, by the way, they want to resegregate when Moon. I want to make it better. Riza says, has anybody mentioned our Lord and Savior Kane? No, I haven't. Compass Arcane, I haven't read those series yet. Anyways, we'll get back to the content momentarily, but chat's popping off. And, well, they're not popping off, but they're having fun. Cameron Mosley says, Boss would probably agree with the Tyranids and say that Vaush would say that, and say that they're in the right because humans are so bad. Well, he hasn't said that yet. Let's not straw man the man. Wowman says, who would win in a fight between 10 Tyranids and 10 Xenomorphs where both groups are trapped in a spaceship and are all very hungry? I don't know. It depends on which Tyranids it is. If the Xenomorphs have a queen, then it's definitely competitive. If the Tyranids are all Gaunts, I think that the Xenomorph drones would win. If they have a warrior with them, though, I think it's either a fair fight or the Tyranids could win. Because they also have ballistic weapons, too. They're not all claws. This is happening says, I think you're overall correct about Vaush, but in this case, I think he's saying humans on Earth are not comparable to Tyranids in terms of existential threat that justify authoritarianism. Sure. I think you can negotiate with an Iranian. I don't think Iranians are as big of a threat as Tyranids or Necrons or Eldar or any of that kind of stuff. I agree with that. Sacred Snow says, I will volunteer to undergo the Space Marine process if the Tyranids are real. Agreed. Whatever says, violence is the ultimate form of authority. True. Thank you for the Starship Troopers quote. Hopefully I get assigned to Vulcan. Hopefully I get assigned to Sanguinius or Roboot Gilliman. Wen Moon says, let's pull up a racial IQ map when IQ becomes a topic of slander. Okay. Wen Moon, this is not, I appreciate you, injecting like Jew and black stuff into here. That way we can mix a little bit of politics into the segment or whatever. But you might have autism. And the reason why I'm saying that you have autism is because we're talking about Warhammer 40K, the politics and setup of Warhammer 40K, its real world analogs, and whether or not you have to understand 40K in a purely satirical and ironic and sarcastic sense, where any form of justified violence or any form of violence is actually bad because the authors of the universe are trying to criticize authoritarianism and violence, or if there's parts of it that are satirical or hyperbolized, but there's parts of it that are earnest that actually speak to the human condition. That's a conversation that we're having. But Wen Moon, if you insist on talking about average IQ, then I hope that you Google something called the Flynn effect. Within the past century, average IQ in human beings has gone up by 15 points. And it's not because we've gotten smarter. It's because we started using more abstract thinking in our day-to-day lives. And so what I would put to you is that vast swaths of America, probably working class whites along with blacks, and then also the world at large has not completely come to terms with abstract thinking as a part of their day-to-day life. And so what we can expect over the next century to 2 centuries as we modernize, providing that we don't blow ourselves up, is that average IQ is going to increase about 15 points. So when black folk and international black folk, and when Asian folk and Indian folk and all that kind of stuff have a plus 15 on their IQ score, are you suddenly going to start liking them? I doubt it. I think you're going to find new excuses for why they're incompatible to live as your neighbor, even if they're perfectly nice people. That's my presumption.
In the real world today.
Well, Wen Moon, I'm sorry for getting heated, but you misrepresent the godly Warhammer, but okay, I'll refrain. God bless, buddy. Okay, Wen Moon, I'm sorry for freaking out on you, but, we're talking about Warhammer and you're talking about Jewish, your black IQ and Jewish infiltration. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got autism, bud. Relax. How many gorillas would it take to defeat a Tyranid warrior? I'm going to say it would probably take about 10 because they got armor. You know what I'm saying? So the gorillas would have to be in it too. They would have to be in it to win it. They would have to be interested in running up on a warrior, grabbing his sword, preventing him from cutting them in half, and then ripping his armor off of his body with their crazy gorilla strength. That's what would be needed. Christian Blair says, you have a choice of banning him or continue to read his Jew posting. He'll be fine. Don't worry about it. A few of these groypers are eventually like, I get that they bounce off of us like free radicals that are going to cause cancer eventually, but eventually a groyper is going to be like, oh shit, all of this makes sense.
People on the right will justify authoritarianism by saying that our civilization is under threat from within and from without. These people are objectively wrong. Far-right government...
No. They're not, Vaush. Jihadism is a threat from without. Communists are a threat from within. These threats exist, and they do deserve some level of response. They don't deserve the burning of the Constitution, but they do deserve a response, a cultural response, and probably a law enforcement response, and a military response, depending on how bad they're being. So, wrong again.
Are more unstable than liberal democracies by any measurable extent, and the idea that the existence of trans people within and Mexican immigrants without are tearing apart our country is ludicrous fear-mongering.
Agreed on that.
So in the real world, when people talk about how we have no choice but to do X, or our Western civilization will fall apart in any moment if we kowtow to these demands,
oh, that was a Jordan Peterson reference. That's rude. He's not even the one doing that. Well, I guess he does talk about cultural Marxism.
They're wrong. However, in the universe of Warhammer 40,000, there is an argument to be made that ruthless, unrelenting authoritarianism and military supremacy is justified because the threats to humanity are real. And in the context of 40K, this is true. This is completely true. Not all the bad stuff the Imperium of Man does is justified, but authoritarianism and military supremacy are necessary parts of self-defense in that universe. Because I've only talked about the Imperium of Man, I haven't talked about the Tyranid, or the Necron, or the Orcs, or fucking Chaos. I haven't talked about any of the big threats that are barreling down on humanity from every side. And if you guys read and keep up with the lore in 40K, you find that humanity is losing all the time, constantly being pushed back further and further. The last big thing that happened in the lore was that one of the most heavily fortified planets in all of the Imperium, called Cadia, got blown up by crashing a spaceship the size of a moon into it, and then a warp storm the size of the galaxy cut the galaxy in half, leaving two Imperiums, the regular Imperium and the Dark Imperium. Half of humanity is now cut off from contact from Terra. They're fucked. Now, in 40K, in that universe, relentless authoritarianism and military supremacy and sending children to work in factories when they're 10 years old might actually be the only way those humans as a species can survive. And guys, for those of you who have read 40K, you agree, right? I'm not making this up. Humanity is constantly losing. Even with everything the Imperium does, they lose every year. More planets fall. Yeah, it's very fucked. And that's why it's grimdark. Because it's a fantasy universe where even the worst excesses of human military encroachment can't save us. That's what makes it grimdark. That there is no hope. That even the worst case scenario, where we bleed away all of our humanity into putting everything towards our military, where we give away all of our rights, everything we have, that's still not enough. That's what makes it grimdark.
Right. So hold on. This is important, though. The question that is constantly being asked in Warhammer media is, what do you do when you face the end? That's the question that's being asked. Do you compromise your principles? Do you pray to dark gods? Do you cower and wait for the end? Like, what do you do when you're facing the end? Because the truth is, I hate to break this to you, chat, we're all mortal creatures. And so we will all face our end, and we will all face challenges to our principles. So what kind of person are you? When there's pressure, when you're facing death, when you're facing disease, when you're facing suffering, what kind of person are you, and how do you react? And oftentimes in Warhammer 40K, it's a mythological analogy, but they show you the varied paths that you can choose. You can choose to die with honor. You can fight until the bitter end. You can make pacts with dark beings in order to survive. You can do all of these things in the real world in a metaphorical sense. So yeah, like he can. I understand and I appreciate his concession that effectively these things might be necessary in the 40K universe, but the whole point of it is raging against the dying of the light. In some ways, we are all raging against the dying of a light. We are all raging against our own mortality. So what kind of person do you become when you're staring down the barrel of a gun? That's the question. I love it. I love 40K. This is why I love 40K. Sacred Snow says, what are Vaush's ads on escaping Thunder Warrior execution if he shows them this video in terms of showing potential? 0. You don't escape the Thunder Warriors. You just hope that they kill you quickly. Whatever says, Vaush is proof you can be a terrible person and liked as long as you're charming. I mean, that's all of social media, right? True Zealot says, dumb take. Monarchy doesn't work because it's less stable. Gives example of a last battle in a war, like democracies never lose ever. Well, I don't think that's necessarily the point being made. I think that Vaush is saying that you can compromise all of your principles and still lose. That's what he's saying. And so the inference from my perspective would be, okay, so how do you fight and die well? That's like that is infused in all of the earnest Warhammer 40K media, is how do you conduct yourself in such a way that you can fight and die well? Those are all the heroes. All the heroes serve flawed institutions. All of the heroes are flawed themselves. All of the heroes are in positions where they're ultimately going to lose. But how do you conduct yourself when you know you're going to lose? And some people do well and some people do terrible things. Conservative liberalism says we're all going to die. Tell that to a transhumanist. Even transhumanists are going to die, brother. Even if you somehow transfer your consciousness to a robot and you feel that transfer of consciousness, so it's not just a copy of you, it is actually you, the stars are still going to burn out and you're going to run out of power eventually. Conservative liberalism says, pacts with dark beings. Warhammer 40K has that base covered. Gotcha. Not just that, dude. I would say that this analogizes back into the real world. In my opinion, J.D. Vance has given up his sense of truth, his sense of principle, his Christian ethic in order to make a bargain for power. I don't think that he might delude himself into thinking that he's like a devout Christian. I think his policies that have been unnecessarily cruel and vicious and deadly for hundreds of thousands of people are not compatible with a Catholic worldview unless you've made a bargain with power. In my mind, J.D. Vance has made a pact with dark forces. When Moon says, it's called The Metaphysics of War. Julius Evola wrote an excellent book about this universalist dilemma. How am I not surprised that you know Evola? Wowman says I will eternally live on as a bot embedded within a Nokia phone. I will survive the heat death of the universe. And then you'll float out there by yourself until eventually you run out of power. You will face the black just like everybody else. Bull Media says, Vaush is proof that Trump getting elected gave all streamers food for the next 4 years. Rude. He lost a lot of weight. Bo says, Vaush is a gene stealer converted over Emperor Man bad. The ears are a dead giveaway. Rude. Conservative liberalism says everyone always thinks they're the good guy. I'm sure JD is no exception. Yeah, I'm sure he's self-deluding. But he still made a pact with dark forces in order to obtain power.
And right-leaning people like it because they don't realize that that's satire. They look at that element of 40K and think, wow, you're right. Mexicans are just like the Necrons.
Wrong. So wrong. Even if you were trying to be racist, I think he was intentionally trying not to be racist. The Mexicans are not like Necrons. I'm trying to think of what would Mexicans be. They're simultaneously industrious, but there's a lot of them. They have a lot of sex. I'll think about it. But I don't want to make it too racist. But basically, like, Necrons is a poor racist analogy. I'll say that.
People are like Slanesh, and I don't know, Muslims are corn, and they read that and they soy and they cream their little fucking board shorts, cargo shorts with the pockets. That's what they think.
No, that's not what they think. Jonah Boy says immortality is all fun and games until the sun explodes and you're stuck floating through space. Yep. Bull Media Steel Dragon says, did Vaush debate anyone since Trump got elected or even after his horse scandal? Nope. Whatever 4690 says, Cotter, how many women and children would you justify sacrificing for a free country? I don't know. Bring up a specific example. I think World War II was justified. That was hundreds of thousands of dead innocents. I don't have an exact answer for you. Yeah, y'all say the racist shit in chat. I won't say it.
Corn, Khorne. It's a god. He's bad. Here's what corn looks like, okay? Here's what they think Islam is, okay? Here's corn.
Yep.
All right. There we go.
Yep.
Now the thing is, in real life, nothing that looks like this actually exists. Yes, he's basically just Satan. In real life, the painting we're looking at right now doesn't exist. Nothing looks like this.
Hold on. I want to see where he goes with this because I'm wondering if he's going to concede to the mythological.
Real life. In 40K, something does look like that. It's called corn. Blood for the blood god. Wait, there are actual gods? They're in the warp. There are gods in the 40K universe, but they're gods in like the Norse sense where they're.
I think Wowman 542 came up with the least racist analogy for Mexicans, that Mexicans are Votan, which is basically space dwarves. I'm okay with that. That's probably the least racist comparison.
they're gods in the sense that like they're just
Connor, so you would literally kill women and children to save a country? Yes, whatever. We're going to go full screen because this has to be the dumbest question on the face of the planet. Whatever. I'm going to answer this question directly, and I'm also going to ask you a question because this is actually a question that people have had to deal with. Let's say that you're in Afghanistan and you're a drone pilot with signals intelligence information, and ultimately you get to be the person who gets to pull the trigger. Okay? There is a man who is planning a suicide bombing. Okay? If you leave him alone and leave him to his own devices, he will strap an explosive belt or an explosive vest to his chest. He will walk into a market and he will kill 30 people. Okay? That's what will happen if you leave this guy alone. This guy is always in the presence of his wife and child. Always. There's no way getting around it. And he literally has his wife and child. They hold hands and they walk together everywhere. When he's in the kitchen, they're holding hands. When they're in the bedroom, they're holding hands. When they're in the bathroom, they're holding hands. When they're walking down the street, they're holding hands. Okay? So there's no way that you can take this guy out without taking out his wife and kid. So you have two options. Number one, you let him do the suicide bombing, at which point, morally, it's on him. He's the one who did the suicide bombing, right? He's the one who killed dozens of people. Or you can hit him with a hellfire and you will kill a relatively innocent woman and child, but you'll have killed them in order to save 30 other people. So this is like a real scenario. This is like actual terrorist calculations. So my question to you is, I'll just concede and say yes. Okay. I'll say yes. I will kill the woman and child in order to save the dozens of people. What is your answer? Sorry, I'm going to catch up with chat real quick. So thank you to the 70 to 80 people who keep coming in. I understand it's Warhammer 40K content, so it's not necessarily politics. So it's not the stuff that we normally cover. It's not drama, all that kind of shit. But I think it's interesting and I like covering it. So True Zealot says, wish they would add Space Skaven. Hate the argument that the Imperium is give me that crazy warp stone tech. Brother, do I have good news for you? They're not, I don't know if they'll ever add it to the lore, but Mordian Tank, if you're into the miniatures, they have Space Skaven called Cyber Rats. Mordian Cyber Rats. And so if you're into the tabletop, I think you can use these with either like Mechanicus or Chaos rules, but they have Space Skaven. So if you want Cyber Rats, boom, there you go. And the miniatures are dope. So type in Mortian, Mortian, Cyber Rats, and you'll find what you're looking for. Whatever says, I think I'll wait until after the 40K stuff. I think it's interesting. Okay. But, you know, that's okay. I'm going to catch up with chat before we keep going with the content. Sacred Snow says, Wowman 542, and they keep their heads down so their fellow humans don't deport them from existence. Right? Votan is their word, Connor. They prefer squats. If anything, I feel like squats would be the racialized slur, but all right. Hell yeah, I got the least racist award. I'd like to thank the Academy. Based. Fung Dark says trolley problem, not even once. All the time, brother. Brandon Zero says, wait, isn't whatever a conservative? Why the fuck is he asking this question? Probably because he's going to analogize it to deportations in a second. This is a trolley problem, chat. Pull the lever, also push the big red button. True. But would you go to Dogwarts to save the universe? Maybe not. You are sacrificing for a future? Yes. Whatever 4690 says, deporting illegals is harm to save the country. So here's the thing. Save the country from what? Whatever. And the reason why I'm asking that is because Central and South Americans are industrious. They grow the economy. They become United States citizens. They get integrated. They participate in public education. They participate in the military. You're literally saying that preventing Central and South Americans from coming into the country somehow saves us from some harm. There are murderers and rapists amongst the immigrant population. But you know how I would control for that? I would have a secure border and a visa program. That's how I would get the best of both worlds. I wouldn't mass deport random normie Mexicans from the United States who haven't committed crimes. And the people who do commit crimes, I would punish aggressively. I think my solution is infinitely more sane and moral and humane than what the Trump admin is currently doing. And I think you would have difficulty articulating the harm that Central and South American migrants are committing besides an inflationary effect on services, where they also demand goods and services while simultaneously growing the economy, and also rapes and murders that happen on occasion. So, you know, which, by the way, is a problem with the domestic population as well. Sacred Snow says, is a Groyper concerned trolling you about women and children? Fuentes did apologia for terrorists yesterday. Yeah, I know. It's okay, though. We can engage in actual hypotheticals. Interesting this explanation is needed for R-slurred leftists and progressives. I know. One Moon says, imagine not affirming the eternal struggle against your enemies. Sad. Fascists, communists, and jihadists are all my enemies. They're all my ideological enemies. Sean Kaplan says, if God created us knowing we would sin, it's his fault. No, be better than that. Sin is an aspect of existence, but that doesn't mean you have to indulge in it. True Zealot says, you have an affiliate code for the Cyber Rats. FYI, I've got a ton of painted stuff posted in your Discord. I don't have an affiliate, but tell Morty, if they have like a comment section, tell them that I sent you. I love them. I think they're great. Their tanks are incredible. Fung Dark says, save us from the ready workers we didn't have to pay to raise. Okay. All right, anyways.
Incredibly powerful entities. They don't have like a moral claim to the universe. It's just they're really, really strong, you know? Not gods like the Christian God, where it's like they made the universe. More like...
All right, real quick. By the way, says, Connor, did you actually drop the R slur? I thought you regularly use it in the past. What changed? Commander Haircut changed. Valor Media Network is a part of Midas, so there are a bunch of like liberals and progressives who either work for or are friends of the channel. And so with the R slur, you know, I love it. I think it's a great word, but apparently it's offensive to people who still concern themselves with things like ableism. And so as a result, you know, obviously R slur is not actually referring to disabled people. It's saying what you're saying is beneath consideration. It's so stupid. That's what the R slur is meant to do. However, there are people who still believe that the R slur is offensive to the differently abled and they're friends of the channel. So I don't want to offend those people. So I'm playing nice. Sacred Snow says, I retracted that. I incorrectly conflated whatever with the Groypers because he shares a ton of their views. Yeah, sure. He's not a Groyper. He's just a conservative. Tyler Pham says, I just went back from the theater and you're still here. Bravo. Well, let's continue to suffer together for a little bit longer.
Like they were born of power and they're very evil. Yeah, they're like primal elemental forces, basically. And this guy is the primal force of violence. Yeah, gods in power, not in title. Exactly. There are 4 of them. Maybe there are 4 of them. Anyway, in real life, nothing like that exists. In real life, humanity is not being besieged by ancient souls entrapped within living metal armor that were laid to rest on planets millions of years ago who rise now to reclaim the galaxy. In real life, humanity is not under attack from gene seed
Hi from Bumbly.
Stealing tyrannid bug hive fleets that blacken the sky with their aerial forces. We're not under attack from mushroom orcs. We're not under attack from the concept of mortal decay. We're not under attack from any
Ooh, this is where we're going to disagree again.
Forces. We're not under attack from mushroom orcs. We're not under attack from the concept of mortal decay.
Hold on. If you actually take Warhammer 40K in a mythological, metaphorical sense, then we are. Okay? And what I would argue, I'm going to go full screen for this. I'm going to look you in your beautiful eyeballs. What I'm going to argue to you is that orcs, if you look at them, I agree with whatever, that I don't think of orcs as black folk. That's fucking racist as shit, right? But what I do think orcs are our worse, carnivorous, cannibalistic, violent impulses. That's what orcs are. They're our dumbest violent impulses. And then with Eldar, I think Eldar are actually in a lot of ways the height of like morality and humanity, even though they're not human. But they become so ethereal and so addicted to the higher ends of existence that they become lost in their own stuff and they become arrogant and disconnected from the material world. So if you think, like if you take it metaphorically, then we can become like orcs and we can become brutal, dumb savages. And we can become like Eldar, where we're idealistic to the point of thinking that we're better than everybody else, and therefore everybody is beneath us, and we can kill everyone that's beneath us because they're not worth moral consideration. That is the things that orcs and Eldar point to. And then also, when it comes to we're not under attack by the moral decay of rot, again, I fundamentally disagree with Vaush. Nurgle is a metaphor, okay? But Asmongold is under the throes of Nurgle. He actually kind of worships rot and decay and stagnation. Slaanesh is metaphorical. She's not a real god of excess and sex, but Bonnie Blue is worshiping Slaanesh, right? Then Khorne, you know, the god of violence and murder and power and domination, he's not literally true, but Andrew Tate worships Khorne. And so when you take it in a metaphorical sense, these gods exist within our plane as symbols with which to avoid. And so I actually just fundamentally disagree with Vaush that number one, like these powers don't exist. And number two, that you should take it all fictionally. Right? I don't agree. Sorry. Scroll. Fung Dark says, example, cartel leaders with their families to save hundreds of people without a second thought. Exactly. When Moon says, imagine not affirming the eternal struggle against your enemies. I do. Does 40K have dwarfs? Yes, they're called Votann, Votann. They are space mining dwarves. True Zealot says, you have an affiliate code for the Cyber Rats. I do not. Starhawk says, yes, the faction is called Leagues of Votann. Yes. Brandon Zero says, by the way, Connor, do you actually drop the R slur? I just explained that. Then I think I'm catching up with chat right now. Commander Haircut is not in chat. Let the slurs flow through you. No, Christian Valeris. I'm going to play nice. VODs exist, and Commander Haircut might watch the VOD. Sean Kaplan says, lol, no, I'm not talking about any all-knowing God. If he knew we would sin, then he created us with the knowledge that we would 100% fall from grace counterpoints. Well, yeah, I mean, I agree with that, but I'm just saying you don't indulge in it. You're not like a pig in shit. You don't roll in the mud in the sin just because you can. When Moon says increasingly tighter opinion corridor, word restrictions, totally not authoritarian. Dude, I could say the R slur if I wanted to. I'm just trying to be nice. I say the R slur in my private time all the time. From Bumbly says, I love Warhammer. Well, you're going to love the stream then. J Afro J says, hello all. Hello, Afro J. Old School says, casting for Leto II and Ganima for Dune 3 was released yesterday, so we can see the face of the new God Emperor. It's Momoa's kid, Shudder. Well, hopefully they don't actually turn him into a worm. Connor, liar. You think my people are orcs? No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't think black people are orcs. Sorry. Jonah Boy says the temptations and urges we struggle with are very much the forces of chaos. Yes. ACAP Batasoy says, whatever. What are your thoughts on Noah's Ark? Is the terrorist child holding advanced physics books? Nice. N-Sort says the orcs are Russians. Maybe, if you want to get racist with it. Silver Jacket Man says, we are under attack from orcs. Can I join the metaphorical Wa? Psych, I was the dig a knob the whole time. Yes. 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 In a metaphorical sense, you can resist orcs, you can resist Eldar, you can resist Necrons, which would be like symbols of stagnant royal imperial decay and monarchy, I guess. Not even monarchy, like royalty. It would be the snobbery of powerful monarchy. Christian Blair says, Surfing X, guess who Andrew Tate just teamed up with? Lol, you really hate her. Hopefully not Bonnie Blue. Is it Candace Owens? I will not be surprised. J Afro J says, who do we reckon Vaush would worship with money is on Zeech of Slaanesh if he chooses for sure? Oh, yeah, 100%. Slaanesh and Zeech. Absolutely. He showers too much for Nurgle. Which Warhammer faction would you be? Deathwatch. Grasser says, I answered a work call from a customer at 4:35 a.m. Nothing is real. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry.
We're not under attack from any of this crap, okay? There
Yes,
aren't
we are.
Dark Eldar raiding our settlements. as I understand the many political problems that Haiti experienced,
The Dark Eldar analogously would be sex trafficking, by the way.
do not among them include Slaneshi cults. In real life, this stuff doesn't happen.
You're a Slaneshi cultist. No offense to Steven, but Steven is a Slaneshi cultist. Bonnie Blue is a Slaneshi cultist. OnlyFans girls are Slaneshi cultists. These things 100% exist.
The universe is dark, as far as we know. It's only occupied by us. And in a 40K, where there is only humanity, there's only mankind, all of that need for authoritarianism and militarism wash away.
I understand that it doesn't require authoritarianism and militarism, but I still think it requires fighting. Bonnie Blue should be culturally criticized. Vaush should be culturally criticized. Destiny should be culturally criticized when he does crazy shit. Andrew Tate should be culturally criticized. And they should be policed if they commit crimes. And if they're like jihadist terrorists, then they 100% should be dealt with by the military. So no, like the only way that you can say that these forces don't exist and don't need to be combated is if you've lived an incredibly privileged life where you've never actually had to deal with these forces or the consequences of these forces.
Those of you who are familiar with the setting would know that, right? I mean, you might still have problems with like rebels and stuff, but if there was no chaos and no Xenos, only humans traveling the stars, then not 1,000th of what the Imperium does can be justified.
We agree on that, Vaush. John says, Connor, what's your headcanon for Gazgul's reaction to Yarek's death? Yeah, probably he freaks out and starts hunting Angron. I don't like that narrative, though. Like, I don't think that every hero needs a heroic death. Yarrick is obviously like a super cool character. So, but the thing is, there's a meme that goes around, and I think it's like a bunch of guys in heaven, and it's like, and they're talking about how hardcore they are. And one of them is like, I died in the 40K universe. And everybody's like, yeah. And then they're like, from old age. And everybody's like, dang. That's what I think Yarrick should be. Yarrick should be like the one guy who actually survives and then dies of old age. Brandon Zero says, damn, you put Destiny with Andrew Tate. That wasn't a misfire. You just threw an RPG at him. No. I'm not saying that they're equivalent. I'm saying that they're under the throes of different chaos gods. I'm not saying that Destiny is as bad as Andrew Tate. Don't mischaracterize what I said. He 100% worships Slanesh, though. 100%. I could talk to him about Slanesh, and he'd be like, oh, yeah, that sounds cool. J after J says, Connor is Astra Militarum, maybe an enforcer with his Leo Mac. Yeah, dude, I would love to be an Arbitus. Are you kidding me? I would love to be a Tempestus Scion who retires and becomes an enforcer or an Arbitus. That would be dope. True Zealot says, if Warhammer wasn't Warhammer, we wouldn't need Warhammer-style government, this genius over here. Well, you know, I'm accepting what he says because there are plenty of cringe LARPers who actually do think that like Mexicans are orcs or Tyranids, and they talk about them in that kind of language. And then they talk about trans people as if they're Slaneshi cultists on the verge of overthrowing the Imperium of Man, and therefore we need Imperium of Man style politics. These people exist. They're mostly on Twitter, but they do exist.
Not even close, because there is no great existential enemy. And here on Earth today, there is also no great existential enemy. There's just us and gorillas who will one day fight us for supremacy over this planet.
That's sarcastic. It is funny.
A fight that we will hopefully win, but we'll deal with that when we get to it. So hopefully I've explained my thoughts on the politics of all this. The key element of satire in 40K.
I'm going to pause here because it seems like he's trying to do a summary. So let's just listen to his summary.
Okay. The thing that justifies the we're all bad guys together theme, the setting, is the idea of an existential external threat, which is something that does not exist in reality, unless you're talking about like solar flares or some shit, you know what I mean? Like something like that. But in terms of human action, we are ourselves, and that's it. And that's why I like 40K. I like 40K because I like the Imperium of Man in the few moments where the horrible things that it does are justified. I like 40K because there's something
weirdly based for Vaush,
grimly, horrifically interesting about reading a book and thinking, wow, they really didn't have a choice but to nuke that city from orbit, did they? That's just an interesting setting. You know what I mean? It's like anathema. It's like a cure to all those young adult novels where like the group of teenagers have to save the universe, but they're too pansy to kill anyone along the way. So you have that point that happens like in the middle of the second book where it's like, yeah, we're saving the world, but we can't kill him. And then they deliberate over that for 30 pages. That does not happen in 40K.
This is unironically based.
That is not a conversation that takes place in 40K. It's just a different vibe, and I like that vibe. And I love
Dude, yeah, okay, sorry. He didn't finish what the sentence the way that I thought he would. It's like, yeah, in 40K, they're like, yeah, there's a gene stealer over there. He's going to kill everybody if we don't kill him. And then immediately everyone opens fire. There's no hesitation. There's none of this like moral, grandstanding about life and death. Like part of the reason why, like, I like Batman a lot. I think Batman's a cool character. I like a normal human who is willing to fight demigods with nothing but technology and CrossFit. That is cool, right? But what's crazy about it is he always has this massive moral conundrum around killing. And then, of course, people point out by allowing Joker to escape Arkham 10,000 times, you have like unintentionally killed hundreds of people. Whereas I think in the 40K morality, it's like, oh, the Joker just killed a dozen people and robbed 24 banks. Bolt round to the back of the head, that problem solved. So when you have that like simplistic morality, the exhausting the exhausting debate about whether or not homicide is justified feels like almost naive and like childish. And the only explanation that I accept in reference to Batman where he doesn't kill is that Batman knows that once he starts killing, he'll become the Punisher. That's the only thing that I accept about Batman is he doesn't want to lose his soul. And so as a result of that, he will do everything within his power to save lives, to detain people, to put them in the court system, all that kind of stuff. He will do all of those things in order to, try to sacrificially save society, but he cannot kill someone, not because he has this big moral quandary about killing, but because he knows in himself he will become addicted to being judge, jury, and executioner. That's a more interesting lore that I've heard. Azurai says, I kind of wish the Chaos Gods represented both positive and negative emotions in the universe. Imagining worshiping the gods of fertility, Slaanesh, while having to deal with the ecstasy of the ecstasy cults of Slaanesh. Weirdly enough, Azurai, there's an argument to be made that during the time of the old ones, before the gods existed, that the warp was actually in balance and that there were gods of order who might have emerged from the warp, but they've since been consumed. J after J says, Destiny is 1,000% Slaanesh. It falls right in the middle of hedonism and excess. Yes. At least 2022 Destiny for sure. I don't know about 2025 Destiny, but 2022 Destiny was definitely a Slaanesh-y cultist. Silver Jacket Man says, is Caldor Drago a metaphor for doing a whole bunch of drugs and then cosplaying as a knight? Actually, I think Caldor Drago is the too angry to die meme, similar to Doom Guy. No elves in 40K? There's 100% elves in 40K. They have Dark Eldar and they have Light Eldar. So it's effectively like High Elves, Wood Elves, and Dark Elves. They have an equivalent in 40K. The Wood Elves are the Exodites. The High Elves are the Craftworld Eldar, and the Drukhari are the Dark Eldar, or the Dark Elves. Jonah Boy says they kind of do Azurai. The Chaos Gods are only as bad as they are because the 40K universe is so jacked up. Exactly. Brandon Zero says, wait, aren't our true enemies the mosquitoes? Like, haven't those bastards killed us by the billions throughout history? I don't think we have any other animal that comes close. Brandon Zero, why do you think I'm so pissed at Trump? He just sacrificed a few 100,000 humans to the mosquito god. Very, very frustrating. Yeah. J Afro J says, Destiny fits Slaanesh so well, I reckon he would be given demon status. Yeah, for sure. ACAB Batasui says, are Space Marines polyamorous? No, they're asexual. Emperor's children might be polyamorous because they actually regain function in their lower junk, but then they use it for nefarious purposes. Sacred Snow says, and I like Batman and Daredevil a lot of the three. Punisher is my favorite of the three, and I like Batman and Daredevil a lot. Yes. Silver Jacket Man says, Punisher and Daredevil hash out their moral quandary pretty extensively in the comics base. I think they also did that a little bit in the TV show, didn't they? Grassroots says, John Bernthal's Punisher is awesome, by the way, Connor's mom. True. But Frank had the most justified crash out in history. True. ACAB Badasui says, can't the Imperial Man just fly outward to get away from the other death races? Nope. They already rule the galaxy with 1 million worlds. So no matter in what direction they go into, they're bumping into some kind of threat. Hassan is Zinch. Yep. Clizzard says, well, Batman's morality is to basically BS a cop. Like a cop, it's not his job to be the executioner. It's the judicial systems. Yeah, Clizzard, I agree. I'm just telling you why I think it's lame. Boog says chaos gods to represent positives and negative, kind of like the 7 deadly sins. Each one is deadly because you can't exile them completely. Sure. Sacred Snow says also Destiny seeks perfection through debate into epitome of Slanesh. Yeah, his obsession. He does have an obsessive personality. All right. Anyways, let's continue.
Love Avatar: The Last Airbender, even for its advocacy for pacifism. I would never want anyone who takes 40K seriously to make real-world political prescriptions, you know?
Death Lily 76 says, counterpoints, I can be wrong, but aren't the Chaos Gods a manifestation of emotions and they exist based on what's happening in the 40K mortal realm? Yes, Death Lily, but what happened is a lot of the Chaos Gods, specifically Tzeentch, Nurgle, and who is it? Tzeentch, Nurgle, and Khorne are believed to have been born out of the war in heaven, which is actually the Eldar war with the Necrons and the Old Ones. So Eldar, Orcs, and Necrons and Old Ones, before humanity even existed, those gods were birthed by the war in heaven. And then Slanesh came later. And once a god is born, they become a timeless being because warp doesn't have time. It's a timeless plane of existence. So then weirdly enough, the gods can like time travel and influence events before their existence and after their existence. Just do acid. Just do a lot of acid, then you'll understand the gods perfectly. Captain Planet is not trying hard enough in 40K. True. JFRJ says Hassan being Tzeentch also fits really well, especially after falling out with Asmongold, who represents Nurgle. Yep, they're chaos. They're demons of chaos fighting amongst each other. Hassan is a Tzeentchian demon. Asmongold is a Nurglite demon. Steven is a Slaneshi demon. And Khorne is... Who's that coke addict who likes to fight people? John Zerka.
You get what I mean, right? I think you get what I mean. That's why a lot of far-right people like this stuff, because they see the grand external threat and they think it's reflective of what's happening today, and also the aesthetics appeal to them, stuff like that. Yeah, you can invest in the fantasy without endorsing it, and you don't have to be like a responsible 40K player. Have fun with it. Just don't be stupid enough to believe that just because in the magical fantasy universe there are like evil aliens, that somehow applies to real world political decision making. I can't believe there are people who actually have a shallow enough understanding of the world to actually get that from 40K. You know, Games Workshop laughs at you people. Honestly, how can you? Yeah.
Sorry, you're going to have to re-ask the question, but I'm going to summarize, and I think I'm going to end it here, and then I'm going to engage with chat for a bit. So, in summary, I think Vaush did an okay summary of the Warhammer 40K universe. I didn't realize that was going to be the first 30 to 40 minutes of the video, but I was actually impressed with how easily he was able to articulate a brief summary. And also, I think that he did a fairly good job, considering I assumed that he was going to be totally ignorant on it. And actually, some of the references he made are exclusively in Horus Heresy books. So he either read the wiki or he has read the Horus Heresy book. So I was actually very impressed with that. When it comes to his like moral analysis, I think he actually does understand that a lot of right-wingers just don't care that there's a satirical or ironic element within the Imperium of Man. I think he did understand that, even though he acts like he doesn't understand it, which is fine. When it comes to whether or not the Chaos Gods or aliens have analogs to the real world, that's what I actually find most compelling about Warhammer 40K, is that there are analogs to the real world. And I'm gonna explain how. Gene Stealer Cult are effectively Marxist-Leninist vanguard, right? Tau are Chi-Coms. Imperium of Man is fascist, for sure. I could argue that all day, that they're politically corporative and flexible authoritarian. I could argue that all day. Necrons are effectively like ancient monarchs, like old dead kings. Tyranids are the ravenous hive mind. We don't really have quite an analogy to that, but it would almost be like natural disaster. Like Tyranids would be like natural disaster. And then orcs would be our lowest, most base, impulsive, violent thoughts. And then Eldar would be our highest snobbery and elitism. And so there are, and then also within the Chaos Gods, we discussed it during the segment where like the Chaos Gods, they all fill us with temptation. Like Khorne fills me with temptation all the time. Are you kidding me? I love righteous violence. I think righteous violence is incredible. But the temptation of Khorne is that you will start out with righteous violence, but you'll become so addicted to violence that you end up enacting unjust violence. That's the temptation of Khorne. When it comes to Slaanesh, I mean, we could actually talk to Steven about how he has dealt with sex and temptation in the past and excess and obsession. And he could almost have like a one-to-one commentary on the cult of Slaanesh and how it's impacted his life. When we're talking about like change, progress for progress's sake, that's obviously included in the progressive universe. And then when we're talking about Nurgle, like the appeal to decay and the appeal to stagnation and despair, we could just have a conversation with Asmongold about it. So realistically, like all of these things are relevant to the modern world. Just because they're mythological or metaphorical doesn't mean they're interesting. If anything, they're more interesting. So, yeah. All right. Then going up here. Actually, sorry. Let me find this comment real quick. Brandon Zero says, by the way, without including Tyranids, what faction? I don't know what your question is. What faction would you be? I don't know you well enough to diagnose you with the faction. Jonah Boy says, love the PFP. By the way, Death Lily, Gen 2 is my Gen games wise. Anyways, base. Grassroots says, I love how the demonetization means all my comments get skipped because I'm horrifically vulgar. No, just busy dealing with everybody, which is fair, by the way. No, I'm just going to skip the profanity. Like, for instance, Brandon says, F. Connor, without including the Tyranids, what faction has the most raw numbers in their forces and how fast do they regain those numbers? Is it an old style or through? Honestly, humanity. Humanity have untold trillions along with Tyranids. So, yeah. They have a million worlds with tens of billions of souls each. Christian Blair says, who did Zerka fight? If you have asked who does coke and talks about Knights Templar conspiracy theories or makes fun of OnlyFans whores? Based? Whatever 4690 says, I don't think the right mix as much modern politics into 40K. They just don't like the left's messing with it. Sure. Azarias' counterpoints. Vaush, if I recall, also read Eisenhorn, The Infinite and Divine, etc., and talked about it on stream before. Those are all excellent books. Grassroots says, Christian Valeris, he tried to fight that one guy on the street on camera and got his cheeks beat. Yeah, but, he tried. After he got banned for potentially sleeping with a minor. Yeah, he's a freak. Fung Dark says, do people try and engage with chaos to benefit humanity but get corrupted? Absolutely. A lot of Tzeentchian people are people who pursue knowledge and they start hearing a whisper that's giving them insight on how to unlock a mystery, but they're not fully able to unlock it. And it could be like curing a disease that their planet is falling apart to. And Tzeentch will give you the solution to curing your planet's disease, but he'll also take your soul, turn you into a puppet, and then have you corrupt the entire planet to his service. So yeah, 100%. There are definitely people who start out noble, but then fall to chaos, 100%. Sacred Snow says, I think most of the rightoids raging about leftism in entertainment media is cringe. However, the leftoids often take it too far. I don't give a fudge if there's pronouns in my RPG. Create a character. It's annoying that they need female Astartes Custodes instead of just enjoying the separate and equally interesting male and female factions. Agreed. Agreed. Magnus the Red did nothing wrong. No, he did. He listened to a warp entity. And he allowed a warp entity to give him sufficient power in order to smash the human webway, which created the battle for the war on terror, or not war on terror. You know where my brain's at. The battle for the webway. So yeah. Isn't people engaging with chaos to help humanity basically the heresy plot? Not really. Lorgar wanted gods to worship, so the chaos gods stepped in when his daddy rebuked him. And then when it came to Horus, he couldn't deal with the fact that he was dying. He didn't want his story to be over, so he sold his soul to the chaos gods for power and immortality. Thoughts on Tau and Votann in general? They're too noble bright for me, but I think that they're a good contrast for the rest of the setting. Like Tau apparently govern their worlds fairly competently and also tolerate subspecies of other aliens to become part of their societies. And so Tau actually are probably like the fairest comparable to modern humans, but they also have like weirdly authoritarian brainwashy Chinese bullshit. And then Votan are cool too, because they're just like space miners who only care about getting like ore and steel and rare minerals and stuff. But it's just not for me. You know, I'm just not a dwarf. I'm just not a squat. I'm 6'4". I'm 230 pounds, 240 pounds. So I'm more of a guardsman or more of a Marine, depending on your definition. Fung Dark says, okay, that's where Steven is lol. He views maximizing for personal enjoyment like a categorical imperative of sorts, maybe poorest on that term. Can't forgive me. That benefits us. Yeah, that's a very, in my opinion, that's a very Slaneshi thing to do. I did share under Valid Media Network. I understand that we're still demonetized, so not everybody can give money. Grassroots do not feel compelled. But if anybody wants to give me a dono, there's the PayPal link in chat. It should only be 3 or 4 chats up. We are kind of wrapping up, so if you have any questions or concerns, then go ahead and share them in chat, and I'll engage with them for a few minutes before we wrap up. I did have a good time. I'm probably going to be back later tonight on the Counterpoints channel. I think I'm going on Live and Learn. I was going to talk to the boys about Josiah just DM me. If you want to link your channel for tonight's live stream, yeah. So I think I'm going on Live and Learn with Pondering Politics tonight. So I might just go live on their end, just because I'll be lazy and I just want to chill in my own house. However, you can type in Pondering Politics and you'll either see me on there tonight, or Counterpoints will go live and you can watch me on Counterpoints. Tucker and Ted are live. I'll do that tomorrow. Well, we're talking about the militarization, so we should actually agree. We should actually agree on Trump misusing the military. Korn is the Twitch CEO. Nope, he's Slaneshi as well. ACAB Badasui. Fung Dark says, okay, that's where Steven is. Yep, that's the one I just read. Grassroots says, yeah, Mega Marines attacking Iran would be a pretty big news story. These people have power armor. What the fudge? Yeah, that'd be dope, though. Thoughts on Necrons? My thoughts are Gauss Slayers are dope, and I love Space Egypt Terminators. Necrons are actually one of my favorite Xenos factions for sure. I'll do Tucker and Ted tomorrow, just since it's live right now. Thank you, Christian Valeris. Raymond Smith says, Hollywood Connor. No, I went to Paris Island. Grassroots says, you better bully them boys. I'm on it. Fung Dark says, oh, heck yeah. Cool. Boog says, Tau allow other species to live with them, but use forced sterilization to ensure population lever fall. Yes. Fashion 40 says, at counter, love that pod you were supposed to show the Tau thing and its similarities to Gundam. Yeah, 100%. I'll show that. If you want to restrict the First Amendment without changing the law, how would you do it? I wouldn't. Fashion 40 says, not supposed to, but if you can still show them, it seems link. Yeah. I'll show off that animation real quick. Let me do this. I get to shill for my own channel. I'm going to pull up Counterpoints 40K Exodite because I couldn't find the clip that I was looking for. It probably got taken down by GW. Let's be real. So, what is it? Exodite Counterpoints 40K. And I want to say it's the second episode towards the end. So I'll find it. You failed. That's the first one. Yes, this is it. So let me fast forward to the point where they're going to fight each other. Let me increase the visuals to 1080p. All right. So for setup, you're going to see me reacting to it. So it's going to take up a decent chunk of the channel. But there's Death Core of Krieg, Dead Checking Tau. This is on the Counterpoints 40K channel. So if you want to watch this in full, watch this in full. I'm going to turn on the volume though, okay? I know it's only like 5 seconds or whatever, but the whole point of it is they're running around in these stealth suits. Oh, I'll also show you the Titan battle. The Tau have a Barracuda. Yeah, I can show you this too. This is good. Give me 1 second. Let me give you some volume. Here's the little Gundam suits. So anyways, the Tau get their butts kicked, but the point is that they do have pretty cool technology. So they do have like hooved feet. They're blue. They're kind of like little fish people without noses and stuff, but they have plasma technology for the baseline troops. That thing was like a Barracuda. It's like one of their super heavy flyers that could actually technically kill a Titan if it needed to. And then this is them with like a stealth suit, you know, dropping into battle in order to kill a bunch of Death Corps of Krieg, where they have like plasma weapons as their main thing, and they have stealth suits and all that kind of stuff. So if you're looking for like a hardcore Gundam-esque army, the Tau are probably the best. I would legitimately, or I will eventually do a Tau army, but I'm going to use Titanfall Titans 3D printed models. And I'm going to use like ODST and Halo Marines and all that kind of stuff. And I'm going to use those for the infantry. So, huge fan. Huge fan. Why can't I scroll up? It's like the chat reset for me. Is that a Fire Warrior 40K game any good? No idea. It's 2 decades old. So I think people say that like the Fire Warrior kills Space Marines too easily, and it's kind of silly that a Fire Warrior would be able to do that damage, but it's kind of hard to power scale in a first-person shooter. Scrolling up, it reloaded. Chat, dude, my dogs love walking on my power cords. It's so frustrating. So frustrating. I know, you want my love and attention. You want me to stop streaming. I get it. Please, God, stop walking on my power cords, though. Connor, have you listened to the song Why Do I Still Live? It's about Warhammer 40K reunion between the God Emperor and Primarch Roboot. You should go to the comment section and read the fan fiction. Okay, cool. If you would want to restrict the First Amendment, I wouldn't. True Zealot says, not 40K related, but watching the Fuentes Withers debate made me realize how poorly Fuentes understands, defends his faith. Figured someone who's made it half his personality would do better. True. Christian Blair says, so you either on Pondering or Counterpoints? Yeah, one of them. You'll see me go live either on his channel or ours. I don't know. I don't care necessarily. You guys were so nice yesterday, and you're also so nice today. Thank you, Fashion 40, for your kindly donation today. But yeah, you guys were so generous yesterday and today. It's not a big deal. Cop out? No, it's not. One of the most important, when Moon, what you asked me, one of the things that I think is most important about the United States of America is freedom of speech and freedom of conscience. That's one of the things that I think makes our society good. So you effectively said, what would you change about something that you think is inherently good? Like if you're a Christian, I might as well ask you, like, if you could change Christ or take Christ out of the Bible, would you? I think your answer would be no. Silverjack Man says, holy crap, the Farside Enclave is Taiwan. Connor, your metaphor brain has just blown my mind. Yep. Yeah, bro. I mean, I didn't even put that connection together, but if I inspired that connection, I agree with it. Tau aesthetics just don't do it for me. Yeah, they're too fishy. They're too Gundam. They're too clean. ACAP Badasui says, I would change allowing companies to buy up whatever they want, the protected designs of products for manufacturing. Not sure if that's First Amendment. Yeah, like copyright law. I might reform some copyright law. Fashion 40 says this is actually pretty fire. Yeah, it's a good episode. You should go check it out. Exodite. They also get to hang out with the crew. True. The Big Macs in episode 3 are so cool. Yep. Patent trolls, is that First Amendment? Yeah, I'd change that. Now my kids are going to want this video game based. Right. Tau do have human conscripts. They do. And in the Dawn of War game series, they didn't castrate them, but they what's the thing? Snip the balls. They gave them vasectomies and they tied their tubes. Valor Media Network, favorite Titan in Titanfall. I don't know if I have a favorite because the different models I didn't really play enough around. The molten one, the one that fires like melt the slag, was pretty sweet. I do love the Gatling gun, even though it has like a very long warm-up time. To be honest, I found the base Titan, like the BT, with effectively an assault rifle and a missile launcher and a pop shield. I found that to be like the most versatile and useful. So the minigun was fun. The Melta was fun. The explosive, like recoilless, it's not recoilless, but like the autocannon one was pretty dope. But I think like flat BT with an assault rifle was actually the most useful. Huge fan of Titanfall, though. Like, honestly, the fact that Titanfall is not bigger actually breaks my heart every single day I wake up. Grassroots says, this just reminds me of Vagar and Calix's fighting over God's Eye. Connor, I disagree with you a lot. I love your 40K takes. Excellent. Raymond Smith says, how much I'm going to pay? Whatever you want, bro. Whatever you want. Castration. There you go. Fashion 40 says, no problem. I appreciate the vibes. Good. Sterilization. That's the one that I was looking for. Anyways. All right. Well, we're at 4 hours and 50 minutes. I had a blast. I understand it was a little bit of a slower stream. I think that's because Dave Smith sucks. But, you know, we did peak out in the 80s and all that kind of stuff. So we still had a good stream. Thank you to Fashion 40 for the donation. And thank you to all of you kind souls. I'll plug the PayPal one more time if you guys want to. But again, you guys have been too kind to me, especially Grassroots Hachimon. You've been too kind. But if anybody else wants to still be kind, there's the PayPal link. I'll be back later tonight. I don't know the exact time, but I will be live on either Pondering Politics' channel or I'll be live on Counterpoints. So either way, you'll be getting more content this week. So all that art of human guys with the Tau girlfriends is propaganda? Maybe. I mean, or maybe you could just be shooting blanks. I don't know. Also, you probably can't get a Tau girl pregnant. So maybe it's not propaganda. Maybe they'll let you hook up with a Tau girl because you can't have kids because you're different species. Sorry I was late. Work stuff. No problem, Grassroots. You work your ass off. You're kind to the channel. You hang out. You have fun in chat. I parasocially have a lot of love for you. So never apologize. Bud123 says, one of my few liberals that preaching to young men how to be better in a man is Professor Scott Galloway. Scott Galloway is based. We saw him annihilate Elon Musk and Kevin Leary from Shark Tank the other week. It was fantastic. But anyways, Wen Moon, see you soon. We'll do some Nick content tomorrow, but we're probably going to do Ted Cruz versus Tucker Carlson. And then if we have some kill time, maybe we'll do some Nick Fuentes content. We'll see. Parasocial love to you and yours. Have a beautiful day. Go find your other favorite streamer. Bye for now.